these other players, making sure that it's even easier for him to be able to get in. Oh, big parry going to be coming out on the side of Frostimous versus SR Spider. Frostimous can be able to get the pick with the flying knives off of that parry, creating the perfect situation for him to be able to cleanse. Purple pull sword in hand now as well. That's going to be very good stacked loot coming out for him on the side. 2 eliminations for him on the board, as you're going to be seeing him picking up that second place spot in the roster. Spider with 2 as well, Paste with 2, and now we're going to be taking a look at TG25 versus Wolves MTF. The grapple bump into the 1-2 is going to be able to connect, tries to go for the catch again. Neutral going to be given back towards the side of MTF. Staff going to be going for that overhead shot. Is he going to be able to connect over on the overhead? Does get it a second time as MTF tries to go for the scale rush. The 1-2-3, oh my goodness, it comes out, and T225 picking up a beautiful elimination onto MTF, but don't worry, he's getting sent back to the Soul Altar because he had Vermilion.
Yeah, TG5 with back-to-back catches on MTF before he could try and scale rush, because it was the fist blades rather than a fan or a dagger, which meant that the R&B from the staff always got the prio. Now XXY, his priority is trying to pick up a Soul Bloom, but he's not in a great position to be able to do so. He's at least been able to kite over to a Yang portal to see whether or not he can take a fight against someone who's been forced to take it. But I think because a lot of people have actually seen that, one, he's in that position without a Yang pass, which means he's not going to be looking to go through that portal. It's become a little bit more obvious that he's the one on Yang depletion, and you can see all of these players wanting to try and get that last hit of damage so that they can claim the elimination. Mike might be the one to be able to do so, as XXY is going lower and lower and lower, trying to kite out all of this chunk damage with just the terrain and natural cover, but they're fully chasing onto him without a single careful positioning inside the realm of Yang right now. It is obvious that XXY is going to go out, and it is going to be Wu Fong who gets that last hit by sitting on the outskirts of the fight with the pistol, as we now turn our attention to that second realm of Yang iterations. Mike versus Frostimous, there's the pulsar that we saw coming on through, trying to utilize that stone form and the horizontal swings to just keep Mike spacing on out with these fist blades. Now comes out that Lani ultimate, looking for the chase down. Frostimous having to burn his combo breaker to try and get a little bit closer to the pillar, but he gets caught in the 1-2 grapple, and that is going to be Mike able to find the win.
Yeah, Frostimous getting parried, losing those purple flying knives. It's going to be a huge detriment to the rest of his game. The only purple weapon he's got available now is that pull sword. He's not going to get a lot of fast damage off, but if he will be able to find that third party or a big pull sword scale rush, that could be huge for him. Now flipping our attention over to Spider versus Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan going to be able to get that catch. Spider going to go for that F ability. 1.0 going to get released. Spider going to be able to catch off of that. Tries to go for the TOD into the jump LMB, and he's able to do it because of the wall. Brings it back around into the 1-2, and oh my goodness, Spider just absolutely destroying Shen Yuan. Oh my goodness, these Realm of Yang fights get me fired up. Spider going to be able to claim himself a gold longsword, getting himself that gold armor as well. And there we see Frostimous already trying to cleanse that Yang depletion, trying to see if he can take out Paste here. Frostimous trying to go for the heal, has a little bit of an armor disadvantage, goes for the parry, gets overheld, but the Caploom going to be coming out. Paste taking a lot of damage. Shotgun Blast going to come in a second time, throws the follow-up, and oh my goodness, Paste absolutely decimating with the mind game play. Frostimous going to go out with 2 eliminations on the board.
Yeah, the LMBs off on those flying knives are no joke when it comes to trying to cross against your opponent with how widespread they are. And then Frostimous as well, look to see if you could find the parry timing now that you can parry from behind a player as opposed to just parrying in front of them. Doesn't quite manage to find it, as Shen Yuan doesn't find T25 at all as he flies directly over the pass of everybody. It is a good scouting rotation coming on through for him, though, as he does have Yang depletion, and he was able to get a good read of the amount of players in the area without making himself too vulnerable. So we're going to see how exactly he ended up in that position from his perspective coming on out. Comes on through, gets hit by that cavalry bloom, tries to throw out the horizontal from the pulse, but will be able to find 1-2 connections into the vertical drop down, and it is going to be Frostimous now chumping on over to that pistol, once again trying the disengagement, chipping away the health bars, managing as well to clank against the scale rush before Shen Yuan can build it on up, and then just pressuring the drop down with those dual blades and the reach that they have available. Out comes the Lani ultimate. Shen Yuan trying to kite it with the R&B, gets a little bit closer for his own catch, but Frostimous also looking for the overhold of that trick ball so that he doesn't get staggered into any follow-up damage from the pole sword. Shen Yuan looking for for an opportunity, tries to go for the R&B of the pulse off of another hit of that trick ball, and back to back we can see the chase down, but Frostivus again with the R&B manages to find the push when Genuine tries to turn around, but when it goes to the 1 versus 1 melee strikes, the pulsed horizontal does so much damage that it takes Frostivus down, even though he had the health advantage when the ults came through.
And if you just saw at the very end of that fight, Shenyuan he had the Vulpine essence. He lost the Vulpine in that fight. So Frostivus was able to take him out. He would have had him eliminated if not for the Vulpine essence. But just because of that hit proc, he was able to deal just the tiniest bit of damage off of the knockback, which caused Frostivus to lose and then ended up giving the full reset. Oh my goodness, what a play coming up from Shenyuan there. Unfortunate he did have to burn that Vulpine essence in a fight like that, even when his opponent was on such low HP. But now we're going to be taking a look at Mike. Moonshot Storm in hand for Mike as well. You saw a little bit of that animation coming out on the side. A little bit of a different animation for the pullout in that charge when we see those flying knives coming through. He managed to parry those purple flying knives off of Frostivus. He's looking extremely happy right now. Verse extremely low in HP right now. We're going to be seeing he has ult available. He's going to pop it just to try and kite out this situation. Very low HP, only blue armor available. Goalie Stance going to be coming out. The ball throw is not going to connect onto anybody, but the whole lobby chasing after him right now. They see a low target. They see the blood in the water. Going to be able to hold off onto this. Using that ult just to gain a little bit of extra movement, but that storm tick damage is going to be really bad for him right now. The weakness is escalating. He does get himself a little bit of a heal coming through. The reset is going to be good for Versus. These players do seem to have found another target. These Yang Depletion players can't mess around. If one of their targets loses their line of sight, they are going to jump back into the jump. And they're going to try and get themselves...
Shenyuan's on at the moment, who's under a little bit of panic state. 1 minute and a half to be able to try and cleanse this Yang Depletion, but as we've said, he can't afford to overplay his hand. He doesn't want to show all of that aggression. He doesn't want to try and use his ult to all-in summon, as there are too many players in this lobby. And he would give away the fact that he's the Lani with the Yang Depletion. And all of these players, they're going to be tracking that depletion countdown to understand when Genuine is running out of time and looking for those last hits. The way we saw them shark down XXY previously outside of Arcadia. So he's going to have to look for his rightful opportunity, but make sure that it's not where too many players can immediately see him, which is going to be a little bit of a tougher time as we're a little bit further on in the game, which means that that zone has closed up significantly and Imperium is incredibly populated. However, it looks like he's picked his target. He's going to try and take on T5, but getting caught up in the R&B forces the combo break and manages to turn it around though, coming through with a big parry. But here's the worry. Mike has been able to spot the fight, knows that this is Alani with Yang Depletion, and he's forced to go for a swap on the armor, but I believe it was already broken on the ground, which means Genuine gets absolutely no extra health to try and go toe-to-toe against this fight. Comes on through with the ultimate, looking for that siphon to start to heal himself up on the move so he can keep up this pressure onto Mike. Finds another big parry onto Pace, but doesn't get the opportunity to turn it on to anybody. Just tries to pick up the weapon that he was able to grab off of it and then reposition himself so that no one gets the elimination off of him when Yang Depletion times out.
Yeah, it was a really good way to deny points, but it was super unfortunate to see him go like that, as we are going to see Spider cleansing that Yang Depletion almost immediately, as we don't have those buff changes in this patch of Nbpl. It's not our most recent patch. We're going to see Mike here going to be chasing over onto MTF, trying to prevent that flag capture, and the entire lobby going to be going for MTF now as they want to get that flag to make sure that they can cleanse that Yang Depletion. Moonstar Storm going to be coming in huge damage onto that side, and Edward picking up the elimination with the cannon in the back end. The range shots going to be coming through. Mike just trying to hold this flag so nobody is able to claim, and it looks like no one was able to cleanse off of that. Wufong still on Yang Depletion along with Verse, Edward, TG5, and GG Chen. Mike was able to Mike is the one with the buff. Mike has the
Mike
buff.
was the one with the buff, yeah, so he didn't have to cleanse, which also means that by griefing out and picking up the Soul Bloom, that grieves everybody else to now have to try and find another elimination and keep that fight going, especially given the fact that, yeah, the flag is still on the ground and Mike is not going to be giving anyone free passage to be able to pick it up, carry it over to the altar, and hold it there long enough for those 10 seconds to pass and that depletion to be cleansed. Now they're going to have to go at it the traditional way, which is going to be made even harder by the fact that Moonbane has come right into the mix. 2v5 coming under pressure from Spider. And Mike is now going to be trying to join in and find that elimination. The Lonnie ultimate comes on for 2v5, trying to position himself into that Moonbane and surf it in the hopes of deterring other players with those dashes. But this is going to be a very risky surf indeed, as Lufong finds out the hard way. Moonbane hits him directly. He's been able to pick up the flag, but at the cost of the ultimate. And unfortunately for him, Edward with the cannon AoE splash damage goes through the wall and finds the elimination before he can find a heal.
Yeah, it's GG 5 now. Looking very weak. Gray armor in hand, gonna get that armor completely sharked away from him. The range shots are gonna be coming in from either side. No ult available for him. Gonna send the Dragon's Rush out into the Nezha Smite, but it's not going to connect onto any sort of players. No damage gonna be coming through. And Edward, that's his third kill steal on the cannon so far, putting himself up to 3 eliminations. His only 3 kills have been from the cannon. He's able to put up so much damage and so many eliminations with it. These 3 kills in the past sequence have all been from him, and he's put up a significant number of points due to the fact that he's been able to snipe these out. Mike here now on the backside of the wall, gonna try and see if he can get the scale rush up onto GG's Chen. It's gonna connect into the 1-2. Chen now fully armored away. 9 seconds left on that buff for Mike. GG's Chen gonna be getting sniped out here. Everybody has either cleansed that Yang depletion or has gone out in a spectacular fashion, might I add, as we're going to be seeing now. GG's Chen going to be coming through. Mike is going to be able to pick that up. The 1.0 going to connect. Mike does manage to claim that Soul Bloom as well. Backing out, he does have that gold armor swap available, seeing if he can hold for as long as possible. He does manage to get himself that golden armor swap from the Yang Spirit Well, as WBG's verse now becoming the target of Spider. Everybody trying to shark these players out as fast as possible. They're not going to let them get to endgame. Everybody's the same hero. They want the least amount of Lonnies possible for the best chance of winning. First getting hit with a Palm Lightning. Scale Rush to be coming through from Spider. Ball throw into the goalie stance is going to connect on the Spider. He manages to tap dodge to prevent all the damage, though. Verse going to be trying to run away here. Ball is going to give a bit of siphon off. The focus going to come through. Double charge on the other side. Edward still trying to give the follow-up. Verse now on the back end, trying to see if he can get the reset through. Edward with the cannon, the legendary cannon coming out. It's a purple cannon, but it's some pretty legendary moves he's done with it so far. And Mike is going to be able to get the kill with the 1.0 from the Fist Blades. Legendary Fist Blades just putting in so much damage.
I mean, the R&B from the Fist Blades coming on through so quickly as well. Off of the back of that one, it looks too like there's going to be a little bit of a lull in the action. No one overcommitting their ultimates. Spider did actually use his ultimate before, but I don't know if they've been able to keep a track of which Lanny is currently down those resources, because it's a little bit of a free-for-all on the ground as they wait for the timeout so that they can all start picking up those resources. Pace is going to guard them, though, hoarding both the resources behind him and the body so that he can hold on to as many Vitalias and armor powders as possible, as Mike is going to be showcasing off the stanchion Sky Pillar on the staff, something that we typically don't really get to see all that much value from. But when you play in the pocket and you're forced to play up close and personal because the terrain is just low ground, a lot of these players, if they get silenced, they're not going to be able to use their combo breaker or their ultimate to try and dodge away from the action. So Mike being able to come on through with so many Soul Jades to play closer and far away means that all 3 of the other players are fully disengaged away from him right now. It's going to be an absolute battle to see who's going to be pushed Mike's direction when that zone fully closes on up. And if all 3 of them get stacked into a silence coming on through from that stanchion, Mike's going to be the only one who gets to use his ult. Mike now, again, just keeping the peace with these Soul Jades, stopping Spider, Paste, and Edward. It looks like all of these Lonnies just want to wait for that zone to fully close before they take their opportunity. Spider's going to be at a significant disadvantage. No damage coming on through means he's not building that ultimate. With damage, it's just going to be naturally accruing in terms of that tick down. But Mike with the Moonshot Storm is just stopping any of these fights from properly breaking out. Right now, Edward trying to use the verticality, maybe get a little bit of chip damage onto Spider to see whether or not he looks for the commitment before the zone closes. And he's just going to be able to hold himself safely above to make sure that no one tries to chunk him down first. Haste is the one who started losing a little bit of that armor. And before he can go for an armor fighter, it is going to be that Moonshot Storm clipping into him and disrupting the heal from coming on through, which means the sustainability is firmly on Mike's favor as he continues to utilize the verticality of the flying knives to put the pressure onto the players above him with the Moonshot Storm, and all of the other Lanis take to the skies away, but gravity is soon going to bring them plummeting down to the ground.
Mike is going to be holding this ground very well if he gets the Moonshot Storm, which he is going to be able to do onto Pace. Let's see the ultimate coming out now. He's going to have the best amount of siphon coming through. Pace, the first target in the lobby to get extremely low. He is going to go out first. Spider with the pick. Mike's going to go down, and Edward! Oh my goodness, a cannon elimination for the finishing blow. It all happened so fast. Edward going to be able to pick up that final elimination. And I do believe that's going to give him the MVP for our mirror match game number 1. He put up so many points with that cannon. I believe that the only kills that he got in the entire game came off that cannon. Edward is going to be our player. Wow. He's smiling because he's typing in that chat. Yeah, guys, I only got cannon kills this game, and you guys all lost to me. No melee needed. No melee needed.
Yeah, definition of work smarter, not harder. Just keep a track of who's going lower and lower, who everyone is looking to pressure. We saw the pistol come for a number of times too to be able to claim some of those final eliminations from other players, and also meant that they were far enough away from the fight that when the player falls and everyone looks to turn their attention to the next most vulnerable player, you're not immediately in that line of sight, so you tend to get passed over as an option of vulnerability. And that was one of the reasons why Edward was able to survive as long as he did, even when the lobbies turned against absolutely everybody. Poor Chen, by the way, was actually able to grab the flag and cleanse it that way, but Mike spots out what he's doing and immediately puts the pressure onto him, and the second that Chen's getting all in by Mike, everybody else looks to join the brawl, and Edward on the cannon just immediately swaps over to the range and keeps up that pressure with the sheer amount of damage you can do via AoE. His stats, the overall damage that he's done for this match, is going to likely be very, very low in comparison to some of our other MVP statistics. But the damage and shots that he was able to do with the cannon were crucial because it meant that he was able to get that last hit of damage and come on through with the elimination tally on his side.
Yeah, and if you actually try and go into a lobby and attempt to third-party fights with ranged weapons, you're going to know how skillful you really need to be with your timing. Not only your timing, but your aim as well. It is a very hard skill to master, and these players in the Nbpl are doing a very good job of it. And Edward just putting on a masterclass with the cannon today. We're going to have to take a look at his jades. I bet he had that Rupture Gale orb in the back pocket. Maybe he had some other cannon jades coming out for the side of that, because there was so much damage output coming out there. And you know, his early game wasn't the strongest. His mid game, it looks like he didn't get himself any eliminations, but in that final game, just because of how aggressive it was due to everybody playing on that same hero, we were sharking down eliminations when nobody needed to be going for these kills at that point. Everybody could have just hang back and chilled until that end game. With the less amount of Lonnies means the better chance to win for you. So they tried to get them out pretty early. Mike and Spider were going for a lot of targets when that Yang depletion started coming up. They were the ones without Yang depletion. They were the ones who didn't need the eliminations, but they acted like they had the Yang depletion. They were able to come through and try and pick up eliminations. Edward stole them all and manages to come through with a beautiful MVP.
Yeah, I mean, it's smart as well because he knows that one Yang depletion is going to be coming on through because you can't track who has it as cleanly. The multi-way fight is going to be very, very messy, and messy means dangerous. If you can't predict how that fight's going to go down, you don't want to be directly in the middle of it because, I mean, this is a battle royale. There is RNG elements. You don't know whether your opponent is coming in absolutely stacked to the teeth the way that Mike was with things like Moonshard Storm or Stanch and Skypiller. If you get embroiled into a fight and start murder goggling on one specific target in a melee, you might get dropped down silenced by the Staff Soul Jade, and all of a sudden you're up the creek without a combo breaker and you're going to die. So Edward, again, really was just working smarter, making sure that he was getting the most amount of value with the least amount of danger turned his way. And that's what we talked about, right? This game, for a lot of these players, for every single one of these players, this is going to be their only opportunity to be able to play Lani. So not only do you want eliminations, you want to make sure that you survive long enough for those eliminations to be tallied properly into a higher number of points.
Yeah, it's really about getting your kills to hold their value. You want to treat it like a good investment. You want to have as much as possible, but you want to hold it for as long as possible to be that last one standing, and investing the abilities in the proper amounts and the proper sections to get yourself in to a good position to put away. And oh my goodness, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Spider got a 7. Edward beat him out with a 7.8, but now 13.2 and 13.1 for our first and second place. Edward and Spider with a 0.1 point of a difference. It's going to be a very close fight all game long. Here are some of the highlights brought to you by China Unicom. Beautiful parry into the one-charge weapon swap, stealing that blue katana away from Alliance's pace, and then he manages to tap dodge away, goes into the... Oh my goodness. The spear katana weapon swap combo, something that you don't see every single day, but he's able to claim through. That catch on the spear, so much more distance on that catch than the katana, so he's able to get that catch through and then swaps right over to the katana. And then look at this, Spider into the jump LMB TOD. You're no longer able to do raw dragon TOD with any weapon on Lani, so he's able to find a way to make it work. And look at this, that's his first cannon shot kill. Now Edward with his second cannon shot elimination from the backside, going to be able to jump through with the cannon shot through the wall. Oh my goodness, Edward just doing a phenomenal job. And then T225 going to get himself eliminated there as well. Now Edward jumping up to the sky. He plays the aerial game really well. He's going to be able to send that cannon shot down. And look at that, he's got multiple Jades that need to be upgraded here. I don't know if they're cannon Jades. We cannot read Chinese, but we are going to be able to see what they are afterwards in a second, as he is shooting those cannon shots forward. He gets the burn tick damage on, I believe, who's he going to get it on? He gets it on to Spider at the very end. He gets that cannon shot damage off, and he's managing to coming through with a beautiful win in game number 1. Our mirror match has been played, our first ever mirror match. Moxie, we're making NARAKA history right now, which I think is absolutely amazing. Here we go, let's check out some crazy MVP stats.
Yeah, I mean, it's not making history in terms of the character that MVP'd. It is going to be Lani, and we can see he did indeed have that Rupture Gale Orb combined with Flame Breath, Venom Tip, and Bob Balls that we didn't get to see coming on through for that repeater crossbar, but 14,991 damage, 9,426, over half of it done with the cannon. Which becomes even more impressive when you remember that in NARAKA with ranged weapons, not only can you not parry, but you can't even really movement tech, because ranged weapons don't have a focus attack, so you can't focus strike cancel to upgrade your movement, nor can you even skill rush. So every single time Edward swapped over to that cannon to try and use it to find an elimination, he did so fully aware that he was going to be in a position where he was safe and that no other player would try and take him into a fight, and he would be punished for lacking those resources that you have when you have things like a fan or a dagger equipped.
What you said, Moxie, is 100% true. You're not able to get the scale rushes or the jump offs, but we have seen some weapon swap combos where these players will do a sheath swap from a ranged weapon to a melee weapon and then back again to the ranged, to be able to get a little bit of an animation cancel going on there, and that animation cancel creates a bit of a movement forward, so you're able to hot swap over while getting the pop shots off and keeping up that movement. So sometimes these players do opt to go for that. I know you're not able to do it more than a few times in a row because it does burn stamina, but that is often the time. But ladies and gentlemen, quickly before we go on, which player had the highest hero pick rate for Lani? Was it DRG's XXY? Was it TE's Wufeng? Was it SR Spider or always Edward? Answer A, B, C, or D in the Twitch chat. If you're on YouTube, head on over to Twitch. Make sure you pop those answers in the chat. One lucky winner will get picked. And I do know the answer. I was looking at these pick rates earlier in the game. I was looking at, actually, I don't actually know the pick rates. I know the average kills. I know Spider had the most average kills. So you're going to have to take a look at the pick rate yourselves, guys. Go on YouTube, go back into the VOD and look. Then go ahead, sir.
That'll look at, you know, the players that got picked and try and figure out whether they would double pick the Lani or whether or not they're known for a different kind of hero double pick instead. But that is the last that we've seen of Lani today. Wave goodbye. She has been sent packing for the rest of the 7 maps. If we actually get to see it go all the way to game number 8, because off of the back of that game, we've already got 2 players who are over halfway to the 24-point threshold when they'll qualify for those MVP eligibility statuses. But we're not going to be seeing a versus to try and determine who gets the better ban phase order now. It's going to go according to hero points, the rather points picked up for the day. So it's going to be shifting around a fair number of times. The closer that you become to getting MVP eligibility, the longer you're going to have to wait before you can get the hero that you want to choose.
And it's gonna be, I'm so interested to see how this draft is gonna go. You know, this is the first time that we're gonna get to see a Lani-less draft in the NBPL this split, especially it's gonna be interesting. Our first picks, I'm gonna do some predictions here. You know, the Seb's predictions coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday we predicted that GG was gonna get a 200-point total game score. They had a 175, very, very close, almost there. But I'm predicting that we're going to see Lani come first. Then Syra's going to be... Oh, sorry, Liam.
No, Liam's fallen.
Liam's fallen?
Liam, yeah, so we actually saw on Thursday rather, we saw Liam get picked in phase 5. The earliest we saw a Liam pick was phase 4.
Wow. So what are we seeing in placement? Are we getting Shio picks coming out before that? Is going to be Syra then? Shio?
Yeah, so Syra was one of the go-tos. Lani was the first. Syra was like the second. Then it would be like Shiol, Yoto as well got picked a couple of times fourth. It was very, very surprising. But yeah, so Chen actually did an interview with Leah at the end of the day, where he explained that Liam has fallen in terms of priority for these players because he struggles into multi-ways. And as we talked about in terms of like Yang depletion, right? Because you can only play one character, everyone who looks at the kill feed sees who is on the Yang depletion, which means that every single time we have our Yang depletion fights going out, it's multi-way fights, and these Liams are always going to be the first ones to go.
Yeah, wow, that does make a lot of sense. I do understand why that pick is coming out. I've always been confused by the Liam being picked so high into the game. I do understand his value in the single way fights, but the multi-way is definitely a huge challenge for him. So I'm super interested to see how this draft is going to go. We're going to get to see the pick order in just a second here as these players are locking in. Their coaches are getting everything down for them. Taking a look at some stats from Pace, 2.1 average kills with 10,000 average damage. He's only getting an average of almost 1 ranking point, 0.9. He's playing on the lower end. I remember when we had that Paced Demon era. When Paced came out, he was playing for HLG, and he was just putting in an absolute mad amount of points coming up onto that side, and he was doing really good, claiming his wins. He was getting those MVPs, but it looks like he's sort of hit a rut ever since he's joined on the Alliance side.
Well, I feel as well, when you joined the league, we heard Arano and Wufeng actually talk about this. They said that when you join the league, you kind of have to prove yourself. You're seen as sort of like the rookie, right? So you try and take fights against everyone that you possibly can, just to prove that you can win them. And Wufeng even got known as just going into Realm of Yang, not caring about trying to time to have a better and easier fight against his opponent. He would just full send it directly in and go up against a fully stacked and scaled up Mike and Spider, and he would sometimes win. as well. So I think like now that Pace has been in the league for a little bit more time, that urgency and need to prove yourself by taking every single fight as aggressively as possible has sort of simmered down, as we now get to move on over to Holoroth Sunny and can start to see how these phases are going to go. Until someone hits MVP eligibility, it's going to be highest amount of points is going to be getting the first pick. So that is the reward for Spider and Edward for doing incredibly well in the previous game on Lani, which means that Spider is likely going to be locking in a Syra and barring everybody else from access of it.
Yeah, I love that we see the unique heroes. I think that is one of the best implements that they've put in. And now we don't see the family meta implemented. It was one thing that, okay, all in all, as a game, when you see a hero that is the same as yours and you see a hero that counters yours, of course you are going to try and get that one out first and use that other hero, especially when you're on default customizations. Use family meta to the fullest of its ability. It is something that was, an unfortunate part of the game, but it was the correct play to make for these players. You've seen a lot of debate about it online. It was the right way to play, but the way that they've changed this pick order for the Nbpl, I think this is absolutely perfect because it gives no excuse for complaint against the family meta. The family meta has been completely squashed out now. We're going to be seeing the first pick coming in. Spider going for the Syra, Edward on the Shyle, Mike going for the third pick on the Liam. So it looks like it has jumped a little bit back up there. Not in the first section, not in the fourth or fifth, but jumping through in the third is Kylan going to be making his way into that fourth selection slot. And this is going to be one of the last times I think we're going to be seeing Kylan in that high up in the meta, just due to the fact that now you're able to parry his blades on the live patch. So we are going to be seeing him take a bit of a dip into the meta later on in our next patches coming through. But fifth place position going to be Wufong on the Yodo. I love that pick. The new Yodo rework is phenomenal.
Yeah, and she still gets combo breaker too, which means that she's viable in solos. We've still got the Justina, we've still got the Valda, we've still got the Akos, which Versa is going to be snapping on up. We've also still got the Temi too, so Frostivus might take that one to deny it from XY. Plus Temi is a very, very strong character when you head on over to Holoroth. Lots of lovely verticality, lots of positions as well for you to look for re-wisps, but no, it is going to be Frostivus coming on through from the Valda, which I would imagine means that Shenyuan is going to be picking up his staple hero, and indeed, there it is. That's likely going to be his double pick as well going on through. As we talk about Shenyuan and Temi, we expect to see a very high amount of Yang fight wins coming on through from him. Plus, if he gets to play on the outsides of these fights when players have Yang depletion and he can track to see who exactly has the Yang depletion off of the kill feed, he's going to be looking for a lot of really cheeky wisp opportunities to deny them from picking up the soul blooms.
Taking a look here, our last pick's going to be coming in. That's going to be T225 for that 10th pick position. And yeah, Shenyuan getting that. Oh my goodness, we're gonna get to see Enor in solos. I am so excited for this. I haven't gotten to see it yet, so I'm really excited to be able to see what
This is your first Enor solo cast?
This is my first Enor solo cast coming out. Gigi's Chen on the Justina. Chen is a demon on the Justina. I feel like he's such a good Justina player. So I'm really excited to see how he's going to be able to make that work. XXY with the last pick coming out here. What is he going to play? There's such a small hero pool for him to pick from for viable heroes. He's
Wu
got,
Chen potentially.
Let's see. Oh yeah, Wu Chen. Sorry, it slipped my. Oh, Hottie.
Never mind. Okay, well, Mike tried to play Hottie as well in the regular week to not that great success. But yeah, no, if we're going to be seeing the T5 Eno come through, then the loadout he's been playing is the F2v1. And I mean, he's had mixed success. He's been able to find a couple of eliminations. Those the times that he was able to find first elimination actually on his hot drop fight with the F2 damage rather than any actual weapon damage, but he immediately got picked afterwards. Where he struggles really is lacking a combo break. So for T5, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him if he does decide to go for those Yang fights. He has to play perfectly, and if he gets caught inside a combo chain, it's kind of curtains for him.
Here we are, coming into game number 2. Moxie, I'm a very big prediction person. I love getting my predictions in. As we're jumping into game 2, just off of this basis, give me a wild prediction on who you think is going to take game number 2 as the MVP. I've locked in mine. I think Frostivus is going to take game number 2 here.
Okay, hot take. I mean, it's not really a hot take when you predict Spider's gonna take it, but that's my prediction. Kind of a cold
Going
take.
with the safe option.
Oh yeah, just sort of pulling it out of the fridge. Spider's always a safe option. Plus, he's been on absolute fire. Like, he has so much momentum coming up for the back of not just the win at EWC, but then also the second bi-weekly finals also went his way. And he was a powerhouse in the regular week to the point that he used his second day of play to really just test the waters and see what exactly would work in terms of being able to turn the lobby against one particular target. Which, if you can keep a track of the players who are at the top of the leaderboard, well, that's exactly what you're going to be able to do to eliminate out your competition. And he gets the Syra, which means that even if he loses his Yang fights, he's still going to have one of the best chances of survival of the Yang depletion windows.
As we're going to be taking a look at our spawns coming out here, your forecast, your daily NARAKA forecast, the gold zones are going to be completely surrounded with players. Up on the top side, we're going to be seeing OUG's Mike, Edward, and GG's Chen. Down up by the Imperial Village, down on the right-hand side of the map, closer to that eastern area, just above the city of Tang in those gold zones, we're going to be seeing DRG. That's going to be XX with YZG's T225. Alliance going to be there as well with WBG's Verse and ASE. I am so excited to see Shen Yuan on the Demi. It's going to be really great. Frostivus, Spider, MTF, and Wufong will be taking that gold zone right smack in the middle. We're going to be seeing some very quick off-spawn deaths, and I think everybody's going to be grouped up really close together, so the multi-way fights are going to be going very insane. And like you said earlier, those multi-way fights for the Liam are not going to be too successful. I do believe Mike's on our Liam, so he's got himself the most isolated pick so far. If you just go relative off of where everybody else is spawning, him and GG's Chen are the 2 most isolated players. So as we're kicking things off in game number 3, jumping over to Spider, MTF, and Frostivus.
MTF trying to find the pick onto Frostivus. The Valda already having burned that F out, gets clipped into that jump horizontal. MTF now having to burn his combo breaker, but that means that he can disengage himself in a live Spider. Now to start to come on for Frostivus finds another big parry, but turns it instead onto the Ferrier, who was looking for the third party. As Spider chases away Frostivus with the cannon shot so he can keep up the pressure onto MTF and find the elimination entirely uncontested with the R&B coming through from that staff. Frostivus sensing now that the elimination has gone on through, goes over to a Trove, instead manages to open it into a better blue armor pickup, and now forces that Tsar into burning the combo breaker already.
The combo breaker is going to be gone, but Wufong has joined into the mix here as they are going to start the chase. Double cannon shot coming out from both Wufong and Spider. Charge is going to be coming through from those blue dual blades that he's got in hand. Frostivus losing all of his armor. He's only on a blue weapon, but he's got the movement to be able to make this getaway. Will he be able to make it happen? The single charge 1.0 from Spider into the 1.0 uppercut. Going to be coming through onto the side of Wufong. Spider is going to end up getting caught, but the 1-2 is going to come out. Misses the opportunity for a really nice uppercut combo coming through. Gets the meter dump into the 1-2. Spider going to be forced to pop that combo breaker one more time. Going to be going for the 1.0 overhaul, but Wufong gets the pick off on the parry. Spider going to be able to ult just in time with 1 HP and a dream. He's going to be trying to go for the stun dazzle. Gets the ball. Is going to be able to get Wufong into the ball. So much damage coming out. F3 available for him. He's going to be able to pop that into that combo break to try and create some more distance. Now the Yoda ult is available for him. He is going to get the pick. Oh my goodness. So much damage bursting through onto Spider. I think his ult might have ended right at the timer there, and Wufong managed to just time that perfectly and pick up a beautiful elimination.
Yep, Syra all ended, Yoda ultimate just beginning, and that is going to be the Yoda coming out on top of this one. Now he has to win though against TW5, who's coming in with ultimate advantage on that Eno. Wufong threatening the space with the nunchucks, does have to make sure that he doesn't allow TW5 to teleport over to that spear being thrown onto the ground. Has the meter dump as well, so he really can, with both of these bars, keep up this aggression in case he needs to burn one for the block, but TW5 manages to find the parry and starts to even the playing field. 2v5 though trying to place out to be able to go for a reset, gets chipped into by a straight cannon shot coming over from Wufong, as both of these players are going to be able to reset and go for stabilize before they commence yet again. Out comes that ultimate, which is going to mean that 2v5 gets a full heal reset and now gets the opportunity to chase onto Wufong, gets the execution state as well onto this Yoto, and with the pressure might be able to find the elimination. However, Wufong skill rushing from the sides of these tents is able to avoid all of that follow-up damage, picks himself vertical as well, but CW5 with the drop-down RMB on the tail end of the Thunderlord state will still be able to find the elimination.
Mike able to pick up the kill into GG's Chen, and I gotta say, Wufong had the peel there. He was doing such a good job at making that peel happen. He broke the ankles and then he tried to go for the pot instead of creating more distance, and I think that's where he faltered. If he would have been able to put just a little bit more distance, he had the chance to get that heal pot off and could have sustained that ult for just a little bit longer. But even so, the unrelenting Enor ultimate, it's able to do so many things. Just losing that ability to have the combo break is going to give you a big issue. XXY has gotten himself eliminated, but he did manage to pick up one elimination on the Hottie in the early game. Frostivus back up. He's got purple armor, purple flying knives in hand, looking absolutely stacked right now. He's also got himself a blue cannon. Try and get himself some third-party chip damage coming through. No eliminations on the board for Frostivus just yet. So that's my lock-in. Your lock-in's got 2 eliminations. The tried and true spider pick going to be working out for you, Moxie, as Mike going to be trying to aggress his way onto GG's Chen, seeing if he's going to be able to get this pick off. It looks like he's going to be jumping through. F ability is going to be invested on the side of Chen. Chen going to be going into the zone. Storm tick damage isn't going to be doing too much, as he's able to just loop-de-doo around the building outside of the zone, back in as he needed to, avoiding Mike. And those flying knives are going to be able to give good tech chase if he's able to get within the range. Just going to go for the heal. Pops down the bear trap just in case someone tries to come that way. Giving himself a little bit of an insurance option, seeing if somebody else is going to be on that side of the map. GG Chen is, yeah, Edward as well.
I think Edward's got a bounty on his head too, as we can have a look at a replay and see coming in for, oh, Mike activating the freeze butterfly is able to get Edward into the full wombo combo off of the uppercut into the drop down RMB coming in through from those knives, trying to space on out though. Edward doing a good job of keeping up the pressure, but the combo breaker comes on through from the Liam, and Mike will be able to find the elimination from a hot swap. As now we can have a look and see Edward does indeed have a bounty currently on his head. Shen Yuan hiding inside an invis bush, waiting for this Yang to spawn on up. The Temi has not been scouted until just now, and Edward has to try and decide who's going to be able to go for the Yang pass, but unfortunately Shen Yuan doesn't manage to find the grapple to get over in time, and the Sheol is able to pick it up first, and now it becomes a matter of Shen Yuan trying to find the pressure onto the Sheol to force her out of the AoE spacing so he can pick up the pass instead.
And it looks like he is going to be almost completely uncontested for this. He's going to get himself that Yang pass. Oh, he does manage to claim it. Pops that ultimate. Tries to see if he can 100 to 0 really quickly. But it looks like MTF not going to fall for it there. That would have been a crazy ult play. If he managed to catch MTF inside that ultimate, it would have had a insane Shen Yuan masterclass when it comes to... So he's now
got to keep himself away from 2 other players. And his ultimate has ended. Luckily for him, this terrain is so favorable for kiting because of that tree, so you can just eternally scale off of it and onto the ground. However, the RMB coming in through from those knives as well as the follow-up. Shen Yuan can't afford to take the fight. He's got to just position himself through that player to get closer to the portal when it opens up so he can go directly through and guarantee that he gets all of his ultimate back.
And he is going to be able to get himself into that Realm Yang very nicely. Spider going to be getting this side uncontested, waiting to go in till one of those last spots gets filled.
If he matches up against Shen Yuan, Siren to Temmie is like the one fight where Shenyuan probably would lose, but no,
Yeah,
it's Mike versus
Mike.
Shenyuan instead.
Mike is gonna be a very interesting fight coming through. This is Flying Knives versus Flying Knives. Shotgun burst into the double shotgun burst coming out here. Tries to throw a third one. Follow-up is gonna get himself parried here. Now Mike is in a bit of a tough situation. Shotgun burst gonna be coming out on the side of Shenyuan. Big parry gonna be coming out on the side of Mike. He's gonna be able to get the ball catch into this. No, he doesn't go for the catch. We do have the F ability available, I do believe. Tries to go for the scale rush away. We are gonna see the catch coming through and the slam in, and that's it for Shenyuan. Mike gonna be able to pick up a very nice kill coming through. Flying Knife's gonna be coming out for both sides. That's Spider and Frostivis. Valda versus... Both of our picks are fighting against each other. Valda versus Syra. Slap going to be coming out, but the Prio going to be given over to the side of Spider. Spider going to be able to get the 1-2 into the 3 combo, jumping through into the aerial RMB to drop down. Ultimate going to be released onto the side of Frostivis. See if he's going to be able to pick that up. The double charge is going to come through, but he doesn't connect the damage because of the F ability. Spider still has ult available. This is going to be so unfortunate. We could see a huge combo coming out onto the side. 1, 2, 3 coming through, and he takes his hands off the keyboard. Oh my goodness. Frostivis runs it back. Spider had such a huge advantage into that fight, and he ends up choking to the catch from BBE Frostivis.
He doesn't get the combo breaker back before he gets caught and doesn't get the opportunity to ult. Verse now trying to win up against TW5. Akos F2 trying to find the connection, but TW5 now gets the full punishment off of the back of that with the nunchucks, and TW5 will be able to come out on top and secure himself that Vermilion Bird's Might safety net. As we can see, Shenyuan on the outsides already looking for a kill onto the Kylan. Has the combo breaker. It's still holding onto these whiffs though, so that cooldown is going to be much longer until he commits all of them into that spacing. Out comes the ultimate, but Shenyuan gets full tracked down by the Kylan's V1, and Spider shows up to the mix too. Sam Konyak's going to be making it a little bit harder, obscuring all of the line of sight, but that's not enough to stop the Kylan from finding the pick with his ult. And Spider now can look to keep up the pressure. I believe he was also able to pick up the Soul Bloom, which means that poor Pace didn't get an opportunity to heal. He's at least going to be remaining in the lobby off of the back of that Vermilion Bird's Might, but that is a very early time to lose the buff as MTF came through for the third party elimination.
Yeah, it was a really nice third party to come through, but Paste able to pick up that elimination. Gonna put himself up to 4 eliminations on the board. GG5 gonna be getting caught in a bit of a combo from Mike, but he does manage to get that ult off into a catch. I believe the jump catch is gonna work. The tap dodges are coming out from Mike, but this could be the Thunder Strike coming down onto that side, but it looks like he's doing a really good job of avoiding. Mike had burned the combo breaker pretty early there, as YZG's TG5 gonna come with the follow-up damage. Is he gonna be able to get this elimination off is the question. He gets another bit of damage. Mike doing a beautiful job dodging, but the lightning is going to come through. This is going to be difficult for him. F has been released. He could get some huge damage off. Oh, big tap dodge going to be coming out though on that side. TG5 has velocity untold. That's going to give him a huge extra bit of burst damage for that RFB. Beautiful tap dodge to avoid the pull from Mike into, oh my goodness, into the elimination. TG5 with the pistol shot is going to be able to take out Mike very swiftly.
Perfectly spaces the Clyde Weaver as well, which Mike had swapped over to for a tempo change up, as Wufeng is going to be able to find the power onto Frostivus. Goes for the full chunk hit of damage follow up from that pulse, but Frostivus will be able to recover off of the F2 coming through from the Valda. Likewise, Wufeng is going to utilize the F2 from that Yoto to create a divide between the two of them so they can both look for a full heal, but Wufeng gets the better end of that one and can now come on out, keeping up the pressure, playing into the pocket with that Katana, looking to try and find the punishment. Frostivus wants to try and find maybe a jump parry, doesn't manage to time it though, and Wufeng off of the overhold will be able to find the elimination. Frostivus did win his Realm of Yang though, so he's still going to be in the lobby, just now in soul form, as he loses his Vermilion Bird's Might. And a lot of these players actually who had Yang depletion are either out of the lobby or have been able to cleanse it. As we can see here, Pace playing the cannon game to deny Wufeng playing those pillars, and getting to scale rush on through with the pole sword. Blistering edge though in the back pocket from Wufeng will be able to connect on to the Kylan. Combo breaker has now been burned as that Yoda looks to keep up the pressure with the Zanchin stance. Out comes the Kylan's ultimate, looking for the chase down too, but Wufeng, a sliver of HP, does not manage to find the win.
And it's just so sad so sad for a Kylan abuser like myself to know that that is never going to be able to be seen in the Nbpl again. Everyone's just going to click parry, and it's going to get cooked. Oh my goodness. I was labbing Kylan earlier, taking a look at how easy it is to end up parrying him. It is just such an unfortunate circumstance. Taking our way back to the fights here, though. Paste going to be trying to contest Spider for his Realm of Yang portal. Looks like he is going to try and go for the reset. Spider going to jump in with a cannon shot, preventing the heal and getting a bit of extra damage off. We're going to see him go back towards the cannon shots. And Pace is just going to full send it out of there. He does not want to engage onto Spider and potentially lose his life before the second Yang pops up. There are only 8 players alive. We saw a lot more players beforehand. Spider just going to use this to claim this zone, make sure this is my zone. Nobody's taking my Yang portal here. Oh my goodness, look at this. Spirit Well.
Yeah, Spirit Well is going to be hotly contested.
Directly.
Especially because it spawned next to Yang too. So Mike's kind of just sightseeing at the moment. He's on the inside of the dome, so the musket will be able to find connections onto players too. But I don't think anyone's really going to try and contest him into the spaces. Spirit Well is going to drop, and it just becomes an absolute grab and smash for all of the other players to get the better of the loot so that they don't have to go and risk needing to scale themselves up with loot picked up from that Realm of Yang. TV5, I believe, was also in the midst of that cluster so that he doesn't have to go and run the risk of taking a 1 versus 1 without a combo breaker, especially since the invisible walls inside Realm of Yang can mean that combo strings extend even further than they would in comparison to the overworld, as we can immediately see that blistering edge coming in full play for Wufong. Mike with the clank denying the scale rush dagger as well from those pole swords as he looks for the overhold and actually commits the focus strike charge state of that scale rush, which is going to force Wufong into having to burn the F2. Now the Yoda's going to be vulnerable, has to go for the ultimate, looking for that opportunity. Mike still holds on to both his combo breaker and his ultimate. He's just perfectly dodge facing every single one of these Zanshin slashes coming on through from Wufong's side. Now he burns the V2, looking to keep up the pressure onto this Yoda and potentially find the catch once she's outside of her ult.
Mike going to be taking so much damage. That full sword follow-up going to be huge. He's going to be able to claim the parry, drops the dagger, finding himself an extra gold weapon coming through. He tries to go for the F3. The F2 going to be able to prevent a little bit of damage, but the angle at which it gets placed is just not going to work. And this is why Liam so dominant in the first couple of fights, especially in that Realm of Yang. The 1v1, he's absolutely insane, and it's just such an unfortunately placed F since it is completely horizontal.
Drops right through it.
He gets the toes with the dual halberds 2.0, and it's just so much follow-up damage from the gold. We saw on the other side, Spider and Frostovis had their rematch in the Realm of Yang, and Spider didn't make the same mistake twice against the Valda. He does manage to come out victorious there, putting himself on 3 eliminations, keeping that first place spot away from any of these other players. We are going to get to check a look at the replay. Here we go.
Yeah, Spider actually with the armor disadvantage, trying though with the shotgun blast of the LMBs back-to-back coming in through from those flying knives. Frostivus losing the combo breaker all up into the aerial, and it's just gonna be doesn't even need to go for the jump RMB finisher with those flying knives as Frostivus gets absolutely fried. He's gonna be checking all of these invis bushes to see whether or not there's a player looking to sneak survival away, as they know that this next 4 minutes is going to be an increased window of aggression. Wufong doing the exact same thing, actually checking the bush that Frostivus just cleared. So maybe if these players see them both pulling off those shenanigans, they take a 1 versus 1, and they actually take a 1 versus 1 before they can clear Paste, who's inside the invis bush and might jump out and third party the both of them when one player gets low. Wufong sensing that he's going to be a little bit in danger of getting staggered into an uppercut chase, utilizes the F2, but he's now going to be down combo breaker, and he's got to disengage with a scale rush to try and create a little bit more distance, and by the time for that one to come back on through before Frostivus can close up into this fight, RMB from that longsword will be able to connect, but not into the jump LMBs. However, Frostivus now feels like he's gone low enough to burn the ultimate, as Wufong has used his too. He's going to be able to start burning through some of this window of that Yodo's V1 with the Valda V2 spear connections, but here comes Mike inviting himself into the third party as Alliance's Paste is still just waiting for an opportunity. Mike once again perfectly dodging, trying to go in with that V2 and finds the catch onto Frostivus, throws him against the tent flap to look for the follow-up R&B from the Hallies, but Wufeng with the long shots a little bit faster, but that just means that he gets put into the V2 himself and thrown at Paste, who's now revealed himself.
The F2 going to be coming out for the side of Yodo again to prevent any extra follow-up damage. It looks like Wufeng's going to get the full reset. He tries to focus on the Paste, but it looks like he is just going to back off for now. He's sitting very nicely at 5 eliminations on the board. He managed to pick up that kill onto Frostivus with the ball catch. It was a perfect execution from the ult. Yeah, he does get that bloom away. Oh, Wufeng does get the bloom. He manages to get the cleanse on. Yeah, super nice to see that coming through. The catch is going to come out. Another F from Wufeng, and I wanted to say this earlier when you were mentioning that combo breaker ultimate on the Yodo. It is one of the most versatile combo breakers because you get so much value from it. Not only are you able to combo break, but you are able to sit inside that combo break and regain stam and then go for a reset. You're able to, if you time it right, you can get almost 2 pots off before that F ability does go down and the sword does disappear from the battlefield. You can get yourself up to a very, very good situation. And look at this. We're going to get a little bit of an extra expert analysis, our match point analysis coming through. For 24 points, for match point, Spider needs to get 7 eliminations and a first place finish. So that means he would have to eliminate 4 more people? Yes, my math is correct. Dad is definitely not a math teacher, by the way, guys.
4 plus 3 does indeed equal 7. The problem for Spider is that there's only 6 players left in this lobby that aren't him.
Yeah, so four players, 4 eliminations. Mike is going to need 9. So both of them need 4 eliminations and a first place finish. And they're going to be able to claim that match point after only game 2. Isn't that insane? We could see a game 3 finish.
Yeah, match point threshold being 24. This is as well with them only taking 13% of the points that they picked up in the regular week forward. And you have to remember too that Spider didn't really duck egg his second game of day play, but it wasn't anywhere close to the absolute show-stopping performance he put on previously. With how much he's utilizing that meter coming through from the nunchucks, I would assume we've got a Dragon's Roar built up into those Soul Jades, as he has just been using it to keep spacing away from other players. As we can also see all of those Soul Jades, like with the Clyde Weaver, also trying to buy himself a little bit of a pocket of safety so that someone doesn't try and take a fight against them. And yeah, it is going to be for sure. He hasn't been taking damage, so that is going to be just naturally accruing nunchuck meter bar as Mike makes a play for the Spirit. Well, immediately going to be burning out that combo breaker though, as there are so many players and he loses almost all of that legendary armor. They're not going to let him fully reset though, as we're going to see 2 players split off from the pack, prioritizing the kill onto the Liam, who, as we've talked about, struggles in the multi-way fight, especially because Mike currently doesn't have his ultimate. I believe we've actually still got a scrap off though for 3 players for control of this Spirit Well, as Spider has been able to position himself into a much more favorable position with that Syra ultimate laser beaming absolutely everybody down.
OUG's Mike going to try and back off of this. Sends the 1.0 onto Pace. It is going to connect. That fan just getting that extra bit of range damage through. He's able to put so much distance between him and his opponents, as now the lobby has started their focus on a T225. He's without ult too. This is a very dangerous spot for him to be in. He gets caught by the 1-2. Yang Depletion is going to come up. A bunch of these players are not actually going to get hit by it, as TE's Wufeng going to be the one to claim the Yang Depletion. The double charge going to come in on the side of Chen. T225 going to try and escape this situation, but it's looking very, very weak for him. He's on very low HP, and who gets the elimination? It's going to be SR Spider with the Syra ultimate in the back, and he doesn't notice Wufeng, who's very low in HP, goes for the higher HP target. It's a bit of an odd decision for him to go for. Tries to go for the scan. Now Pace is going to be getting hit by Mike in the backside. The triple charge is going to get griefed by the zone. Mike trying to cleanse that Yang Depletion, but Pace just going to be running it down in the zone against OUG's Mike. They're getting sent pretty far here. What is going on?
Mike's not going to be able to get back to the zone.
Pace is going to get the pick off, but I think Pace might actually get himself eliminated here as well, as he does go down. What is that? The all in for the elimination, and now all Spider needs is 2 more kills.
I think like they knew he'd already burnt his ultimate, right? The chances of him being able to get out of that zone with the flag were likely they were also going to be camping the altar to see whether or not they could prevent someone from being able to cleanse that away. As we can see, Chen actually has used the Justina ultimate to go all the way out into the zone and pick up a bloom that got dropped. Oh,
my goodness.
HP. Justina dashes just being able to carry him over the finishing line so that he doesn't have to go over to the altar with that flag, which, as we can see, not only is being currently camped by both Spider and Wufong, it's also being rained upon by Moonbane right now. So big play from Chen, because I don't think they actually spotted him utilizing the Justina ultimate for that purpose either, so they're not going to know he's down his ultimate and look to chase and punish.
Yeah, it was a... I'm still a little dumbfounded. Well, they're all inning into the zone there, and trying to see if they can pick up that elimination. And at some point, you got to realize, okay, this is just cooked. I guess there's no turning back now. But you know, a little bit of a questionable play to come out from Pace there, as Mike headed into the zone, manages to, if I'm going down, you're going down with me. You can get my elimination, but you're not getting another one. And now Spider needs to take out every single player in the lobby and finish first to get himself that victory. And right now, I mean, he's looking like he could probably do it, but oftentimes when it comes to that final circle, not one single player is able to take out all three of his opponents. And of course,
he's on
Spider, yeah, he is on Syra. Spider not knowing this information right now. He doesn't know, okay, I have 4 points. If I get 3 more kills,
Chen.
the first place finish going to come out. The big parry going to come through onto MTF, but the F ability is going to save him there. MTF is looking actually like the most dangerous target in the lobby. That Faria mech in the end circle is going to be very difficult to deal with.
Not just that, he's got Palm Lightning. Granted, they are attached to blue knives, but Palm Lightning as a soldier kind of surpasses weapon scaling with the amount of damage and pressure it can put a player under. He's going to be able to control so much verticality above him and force these players away from being able to contest him. This Spider right now is absolutely stacked in terms of loot loadout. He's also still got that Dragon's Roar too, so he doesn't even really need to worry about burning up the bar and can just continue to 180 turn the blue focus into gold when he's facing away, and then turn with the gold focus onto players before they're going to be able to parry it, which is going to force them into burning their combo breaker far earlier than they would normally desire. As we can see, yet again, it looks like no one is really willing to take a fight currently. Everyone's going to wait for the zone to try and close in, and one of these players to get pressured by everybody. The second someone falls low and invests their ultimate, that's when we're going to see an explosion of action. Chen, actually, nobody knows this, does not currently have the Justina ultimate. So he's just going to be trying to get as much chip damage as he possibly can with the verticality and distance of the RMB from those knives, so he can start regenerating some of that rage and build the ultimate back up before this fight properly starts to take place. His Spider with the Syra V1 is going to be looking very dangerous indeed, but as you said, Seb, Faria on a zone close, if she manages to drop her mech directly onto so many of these players, is going to be baseball batting them out of the zone, first with the jump into the mech, and then with every single cannon shot that follows up afterwards, which is why Spider's attention is fully focused on the Faria right now, trying to push him further away so that when the mech pillar does get dropped, it's not directly on the Syra.
And look at all of these players trying to get any little bit of chip damage. They're all sending it onto the way of MTF. They want to get this player out of the lobby, even though all of these players have pretty dangerous ults at the moment here. The Justina, the only one that is not the most scary. That Yodo is able to give a lot of control coming through. The freezes could be very, very perfectly placed, but now, oh my goodness, Spider starting to take a lot of damage. Forced to burn the meter on the Dragon. We're trying to see if he can get himself a little bit of a reset in, but GG Chen gonna try and go in. Oh my goodness, Spider is able to claim the entire reset. Palm Lightning is gonna come through.
He doesn't have combo break
damage. He doesn't.
He had to burn combo break. He's still got bar though. with the Dragon's Roar Soul Jade, which is going to be
got
able
it up
to
by
keep
now. He's
holding
got it
that
up.
one up. Chen's getting full focus down on. MTF gets full hit with fire tick damage as well, so he's going to be dropping the pillar immediately. Spider Knight playing keep away with the nunchucks, trying to prevent the Farrier from getting forward into that mech. The Yoda even burning the F2 to try and find the same purpose, but the Farrier is in the pilot seat, and now all of these players go vertical so that they don't get knocked away. Every single ultimate is about to come on for Spider, trying to stay as close to the middle as he possibly can while keeping the laser focus up so he can get the last hit of damage and get an elimination. But MTF picks up one, which means that Spider, no matter how he places, will not be able to hit match point threshold.
He does manage to pick up an elimination there, but we are going to be going to a minimum of 4 games. I mean, it's been standard. Actually, pretty recently, we've been seeing 4 games being the one to take it out, especially in trios. It's been going very fast. Spider's still going to be the MVP for game number 2, taking a very nice win. And look at that, Moxie, your prediction came true. I'm jealous. I was really hoping Frost was going to do it.
I'm telling you, like, the second that Syra gets picked and it's in the hands of, like, Spider or Mike, you know that they're probably going to be taking it, or at least the odds are highly stacked in their favor, a la Hunger Games style.
I thought we were gonna see Spider getting focused out a little bit, you know, because he was on that side.
They did try, but where Spider was able to shift a lot of attention was the fact that he had Dragon's Roar.
Yeah.
And he would literally just 180. He would build up to the blue focus of the meter dump, turn it into the rock, and then turn around and use the gold focus rate onto anybody else. And they'd either be swept up into it, which means that the 2 other players would immediately third party into that opportunity instead of going for the Syra, or they just wouldn't go for the commitment because they knew that the Syra would be able to react like that. Even if they put enough pressure onto Spider that the ultimate was forced, it's not like a Farrier pillar, right? Where when you put enough pressure onto the Farrier, it then becomes a 2-stage fight where she's dropped the pillar and you have to play keep away so that the Farrier doesn't get the opportunity to hop into the pilot seat. The second you force that Syra into using her ultimate, Stun Dazzle's going to be coming out. And anyone who's on top of the Syra is going to be concussed and light dazzled, and then the 2 other players would again look for the third party and punish. So it would be mutually assured destruction.
Yeah, and it was really interesting to see how, like, they managed. If you're going down, I'm going down with you, or if I'm going down, you're coming down with me. We saw that with Paste and Mike going into the zone. We saw that MTF said, you know, if you're going to try and get that chip off onto me and focus the damage onto me, I'm going to focus that damage onto you. And MTF manages to pick up that first kill into the sequence. Nobody claims one of the eliminations. I think MTF dies completely to zone, and then that last man standing was our other player in that zone. So we do see Spider still coming away with the MVP. I believe that's a 6-kill finish with a 6-kill third place finish. It was looking very, very clean for him. It was a very well thought out game. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get you our standings. 5-kill, 2 ranking points. So 5-kill, 2nd place finish. I was 1 off on both for the numbers. 7 total game score. 6 game score going to be going to both Paste and Mike. Actually, Paste and Mike, the ones that got themselves both eliminated from the game, taking 2nd and 3rd place. Wufong going to be taking that 4th place spot with the 5.5. 5.4 going to be going to MTF. YZG's Teach25 going to be taking that 3.5. Frostivus with a 2.5. 1.5 going to XXY and Chen. And triple donuts. Edward, Shenyuan, and Verse. Edward had such a great game 1 on the Lonnie mirror match, but ends up falling short when it comes to the side of game number 2. So unfortunate to see there. He had the 2nd pick. He has the Shayol, and he manages to get himself eliminated so early into game number 2. Unfortunate to see. Taking a look at our overall standings right now, Verse, Shenyuan, and XXY bringing up our bottom side. The pre-pose points are basically all they've got. Donuts for all 3 of them in either game 1 or 2. Chen going to be in that 9th place. Now going up to the top side. That's going to be a 20.2. He is 3.8 points away from getting that match point, and I believe he's going to hit it by game number 3. Mike on 17. He's a few extra points away, but he has the potential to hit it as well. Paste, Wufong, Edward, and MTF. It's looking a little bit iffy for them to hit it by game 3, but by game 4 or 5, for sure, we're going to see at least 5-6 players on match point.
Yeah, and this is where Mike actually going down to the zone really massively comes into play. Because even if Spider MVPs game number 3, he still doesn't finish the day early. He has to MVP the games afterwards, which means that he would have last pick of the hero selection with our new rule set. As we can have a look at these replays brought to you by China Unicorn. We're going to be seeing a lot of kills coming on through from Spider. We also got to see a lot of early third-party fights coming on through from here. Wufong trying to get the pick onto the Syra, unfortunately not going to be able to stop the V1 from coming on through, but being able to kite the duration of it and then coming out with that later Yoto ultimate was the crucial turning point for him to be able to come out on top. Spider there with the LMB fry-ups of those knives, tap dodging through Frostivus as well after the F2s come out, being able to go for the combo. And then this moment here, Mike actually has the ability to track how close Spider is going to be to match point threshold because he knows who Spider's playing. Spider got first hero selection. He's the Syra. Mike sees Syra come through with all of those eliminations early on, knows that Spider was already on 13 plus points, and decides to take himself out of the fight and the flag alongside him so that potentially another player either follows him for it or loses the ability to cleanse, which would in turn force more aggression for the players left. Spider might get third-partied in that instance, lose the opportunity to pick up even more points and a kill score multiplier, and then when we go into game number 3, Mike has been able to, for the most part, keep up with the points Spider's been able to pick up because he kept up with the eliminations, and they both hit match point threshold together.
Yeah, it's, you know, it was a little bit odd for me to see that at first, but now that you explain it in a better fashion, Moxie, you will always see the hidden tech hidden through and all of that stuff. So it's really nice to see that, and now it's opening my eyes a bit, but taking a look at this MVP board. This is his 10th time as MVP, guys. Spider with the Dragon's Roar and Storm Stride coming through. 15k damage, 5 eliminations. Most of his damage coming from the flying knives and his ultimate. Just a little bit from the dual blades. He had velocity in the back pocket. Didn't even end up needing to use it.
And I mean, you can see as well, the nunchucks were purely threat measures. He had Dragon's Roar, but when you look at the stats for damage and the weapons listed, nunchucks isn't there.
Yeah,
so he did even less damage with the nunchucks than he did the dual blades, and the dual blades only had 1,500. Despite having the ability to come through with so many meter dumps, he really does just use it to zone players away from taking fights against him, which means that he can hold on to his combo breaker and hold on to his ultimate. Very smart heads-up play coming on through. As we can ask you all the question to see whose head is the right way on in chat. How many kills did OUG's Mike get in game number 2? Was it A5? Was it B6? Was it C7? Or was it D8? We talked about the amount of eliminations that Mike was able to pick up, which means that even though he goes out a little bit earlier than some of the players in the lobby, he's still able to score incredibly highly, which means when we head to game number 3, we might see 2 players hit match point eligibility. If Spider might get that though, we'll have to wait and see, as we'll be back after this short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside the lovely Moxie, and here we go. We are going to be jumping right into game number 3 of potentially 8, but also potentially 4. Spider coming up very close onto that match point. And this has been, yeah, like you said, Moxie, we were just talking a little bit in the break. Solos is getting a little weird. Like, it is, it's a good weird. It's a good weird, though. I am really enjoying how fast-paced and how different NARAKA is from bye-week to bye-week now. It changes so much within the meta, within the different bi-weekly splits. It's not even just, okay, Pro League Fall Split is different from Spring Split. It's bi-weekly 1 and bi-weekly 3, complete opposites, and I'm absolutely loving the change. How are you feeling about the new integrations into everything, Moxie?
I mean, I'm a big fan of it. I think personally it puts like so much risk behind Yang and taking those fights, which I think is deserved, because like if you win a Realm of Yang, you get immediate legendary weapon very early on in comparison to everybody else, especially if you win the first Yang. You get guaranteed as well that you can turn one of your other weapons into purple rarity, so everyone who's sort of running around with a blue or a gray dagger or fan in the back pocket so they have better movement abilities will immediately be able to push that one up in terms of scaling. You get buff too, so that if you get taken down in those more aggressive windows, you can retain your position in the lobby while also keeping hold of all of your loot. And it really does become a whole win factor as well, of the fact that you only get kill score multiplier now if you're the last person standing. So if you manage to pick up enough kills off of just Yang fights and the hot drop fights, you can still actually win the round or decently place in terms of overall comparison to the other players. And I feel like there should be plenty of risk to losing that, right? Because it's a 1 versus 1, where it is skill versus skill, weapon versus weapon, and now character versus character. Yes, sometimes you're going to be taking matchups which you're disadvantaged at because you've run into someone who has better abilities or a kit that's designed to counter yours, but at the same time, in solos, 1v1s are where it's the most important. You don't have the opportunity to third party. This is where we get to see the best of the best and the full combo extensions too. Because the longer that the fights go in the open world, the more risk that you have of someone running into your path and griefing you out.
Yeah, if somebody sees a fight going on in the distance, they're going to decide to start to jump in, send a couple range shots at first. As soon as they see someone getting decently low, they try to time the jump in perfectly to the point where they're able to just jump in, get that last hit of damage right away before taking any damage. But oftentimes, we do see them jump in pretty early into that fight. They go for the chase down as they don't want to be the one that doesn't get the elimination, and then we see a 4th person come in, and then a 5th person come in, and the sequence just keeps going and going and going until we're down to 4 players in the lobby. And that's when the end game starts to go, okay, we've eliminated enough people, we can start to back off, we can kind of chill out for a second here. Oh my goodness, look at this. Spider is number 1 in average kills, number 1 in average damage, and number 3 in average points. He has been absolutely killing it. For a while, we saw Mike sort of taking the reins, and everybody was like, oh, Spider only won because Mike wasn't there, blah, blah, blah. And now, Spider's really showing, you know what? I'm going to grind. I'm going to get myself to a position where I'm able to beat Mike out in all of these situations. And now you guys will say that I'm undeniably the best player in the Nbpl. And we saw it. We saw bi-weekly too. We saw EWC. He's been going on an absolute roll, and he could hit bi-weekly 3 tonight.
See, I want to know what hero he picks, because he's only going to get the opportunity to double pick Sarah now. If he goes to match point eligibility, he will be lost in the pick groups every single match afterwards. So too will Mike have that problem. It will be Spider probably, and then Mike, unless Mike surpasses Spider's score in this game. Do you burn your double pick on Syra to take it away from Mike getting it? Or do you hold off on going for your double pick now?
I would do it. I would send the double pick right now, confirm the match point by game 3. I think that is the perfect idea for this game. I'm not 100% sure if that's what he's going to go for. Getting inside the mind of a Spider would be, really cool to see what his thought process is. Oh my goodness. Hey, I said Liam's going to get first picked at the start of the day. You said no, but Moxie...
Well, he doesn't need to make it to Endgame, is the thing. Spider doesn't need to take multi-way fights. he might just use the Liam so that he can secure 1v1s inside Realm of Yang. Where it's going to become problematic for Spider is if he loses the Realm of Yang. Because Mike showed, right, Liam's potential inside the Realm of Yang 1v1s, incredibly high. Best combo breaker in the entire game. You get to be hyper aggressive throwing out a focus strike. If you've got your combo breaker up, you're going to be able to recover no sweat. Also, really strong ultimate inside the Realm of Yang, where if you find a parry, you can immediately find the catch with the V2F. And then you can chain it into an extension off of throwing them up and into the invisible wall. Where he falls off is if he gets Yang depletion. So it makes sense to me that Spider, who only needs like 4 eliminations in this game, would go for something that's strong into the 1v1s so that he can get as many kills as possible, not needing to worry about making it all the way to the end of the match to qualify onto MVP eligibility.
I had a thought, and bear with me here. But did Spider take Liam as well as it was very valid point of what you just said there. I think that is definitely the reason. I had an idea for another reason. He could be trying to go for the Liam because the entire lobby is going to be looking for the Syra to snipe out, thinking that the Syra will be the first pick. Mike is the only one that knows 100% that Spider is the Liam.
Well, yeah, he knows it's not a Syra.
Yeah, he knows he's not a Syra. He knows that Spider is the first pick because he has the most amount of points. And then the third place pick, the person who's picking in third place, sees that Syra and Liam are banned out. So maybe Mike decided to go for the double pick onto the Liam. But at the same time, I think they would probably read that as, okay, maybe Mike didn't go for the double pick, but it's the whole mind games of it all, ladies and gentlemen. It's that extra element that you don't get with your regular ranked games, the pick ban system, the mind gaming that goes on with sniping out a pick in a certain order to be able to play it at that specific location. Oh my goodness. Shen Yuan, I wanted to touch on this really quickly. Having a pretty, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. I have been begging for Takeda in NBPL solos for so long, and GG Chen just made my day. I love you, Chen. I'm cheering for you for the rest of the day.
I was gonna say, the last time we saw Takeda in solos was TV5 playing it last year. He MVP'd, he got like 7 eliminations. Off of the back of it, and it was on Morris Isle too, but I am so surprised that we're getting to see Takeda again, and it's not TTD5, nor is it last pick either. It's not like Chen was forced. There were other options, Valda, Wu Chen being ones that come afterwards. First picking up the Valda, Shen Yuan, that Wu Chen. What exactly is XXY going to be left with? No, Justine's already gone. Farrier, yeah, it has to be Farrier.
It's quite unfortunate if XXY is not able to put up a lot of points before the match point comes through. He's going to be forced to play so many off-meta picks. He's on the Faria now because the Takeda was picked out, because the Wu Chen was picked out. But if we go into another scenario where this is going to go on, he could be in a very, very tough spot where he might have to play something like... He might have to double pick, or he might have to use like a zipping or a...
Tarka.
Or like a Tarka. Yeah, I was gonna say Tarka. I mean, we could see Rumi solos, but I don't think that's ever gonna happen.
I think you'd go zipping over Karumi in solos, no?
Yeah, zipping, but yeah, I guess zipping isn't gonna get picked out in that early stage, so they're definitely gonna be going for the zipping. I have quite the wild imagination sometimes.
Zip, Viper, Tarka, Tessa potentially as well. We've seen some players have to be forced over onto that Tessa. We'll have to see as we get ready to head into game number 3. We're guaranteed to go at least 4 no matter who scores highly in this one. The question is, can Spider and Mike, a Liam and a Syra, manage to survive the focus fire that is going to be coming on through from the entire lobby? Who are going to be looking to hunt them down so that leaderboard starts looking a little bit more even when we head into game number 4, as we can have a look and see what everybody's loadout's going to be. Chan's on the F3 V1 for that Takeda, Frost on the F2 V2, Spider on the F1 V2, so no V1 shenanigans like Verse was practicing, and Shen Yuan's also going to be on the F1 V2 for the Wu Chen, as we did actually on Thursday get to see a couple of F2 pickups coming out, although unfortunately it didn't quite find the value with the teleport swap.
Yeah, it was You know, it was unfortunate to see that they don't get much value off of that, but we're gonna see the F1 coming out with the Stormblade, the Stormblade ultimate from Wu Chen. Such an annoying ult to fight against. If you get hit with that blade or you get juggled in the throwdown, the regular throwdown, it is just absolutely cooked for you. As we're gonna take a look at a bit of our Morris Isle forecast for today. It is it's not looking too great for some of these players because they are so condensed. Even Tide Temple is going to be seeing Frostivus, Chen, and XXY with the gold zones surrounding, getting the rest of the players. Nobody taking that Celestra spawn except for T2D5 is pretty close in proximity to that. He could head to the south side of the map if he wanted to, whereas OA, Alliance's Paste, and Wolves, they're going to be in a very condensed area alongside OUG, Mike, and Verse. This is going to be such a condensed off spawn. I'm absolutely loving the energy that's going to be coming out from that. It is going to be very quick action coming right off of the rip here, as we are going to be seeing them start this fight off in just a second here. Game number 3, match point is a possibility for a good amount of these players. The top 3 have a good chance of getting into that match point. OUG's Mike gonna be jumping through, see if he can make anything crazy going on. It looks like he's spawned pretty much by himself right now, as we're gonna see Edward already taking the fight off onto MTF. Wu Chen is gonna be, oh sorry, that is not a Wu Chen, that is a Yodo. I was going by the ultimate and then I saw the long red hair. As MTF gonna be picking himself up some blue flying knives. Great weapon to see right at the rip.
Shen Yuan on that Wu Chen, actually coming on through with those dual blades, keeping up the pressure onto Wu Fong, who's just back-to-back cancelling the R&B with the mind games. Actually goes for the commitment that time around, coming on out with that staff, but Shen Yuan finds the jump parry onto Wu Fong's Justina, forcing out the F2 combo breaker early on, and now he has the advantage in terms of getting to utilize that F1 with the gold frame focus. Now as out it comes, but Spider steals the kill. Spider slips in with the fan, manages to pick up his first elimination of the game, going to 21.2, and might be able to find another pickup onto this Wu Chen. Has now to worry about the Wu Chen's ultimate, does get tracked down by those blades coming on through, going down to so little HP that Shen Yuan might just try and kill him off of either a light attack clank or potentially a recast of those blades coming on down. And indeed, Spider is taken over towards the Soul Altar, so we head over and get to see the Yoto going head-to-head with the Kylan right now. But as Seth said, this is a thing of the past. Those Kylan dashes will be parried on the next patch, which means that Edward has to try and make the most of it. However, MTF does get a little bit of a lead and advantage with the Yoto ultimate being able to go through those walls.
Yeah, and the recast isn't going to connect. Edward able to get a pot in while MTF hangs out on the other side. F ability to come through to prevent the overhold damage with the 1, 2, 3. 3 doesn't connect. Armor swap is going to come through. MTF with the parry is going to be able to turn this around into the jump LMB, but Edward gets the catch. Oh my goodness, he brings it back around and takes out MTF. He had a so close of a run to be able to make the comeback there, but it's unable to happen. Mike going to be able to get the huge parry off onto Edward here. F ability is going to be invested onto both sides. 1, 2 into the RB mix, into the jump LMB, into the aerial RMB, but the catch is going to come through on the side of Edward. 1 focus attack to connect, and Edward picks up 2 eliminations right off the rip. And this is the Edward we saw in game number 1, coming right back out in game 3.
Yeah, Mike burned the combo breaker previously, and all of the armor swaps on the ground were already broken from when Edward was fighting that Yoto with MTF previously. XXY is now going to be running into the mix, utilizing the combo breaker coming on through from the Pharaohs. We can see just over the horizon, Shen Yuan showing up for a potential third party as Edward looks to try and keep up the pressure. However, the Pharaoh's kite should mean that the F comes back around before this fight properly starts to break on out. Edward trying to play on the outside, Pharaoh trying to position him into the middle so that he takes the damage from both of these two players. The R&B from those halberds really starting to chunk down, and manages to find the uppercut, cancel off of the Skull Rush before Edward can look to disengage himself into a better position. But enough damage was taken by the Kylan and output by him. He's been able to build the ultimate back up and will pop that to immediately disengage the fight and try and break noise, heading over towards Celestra. As we can see, Shen Yuan thought about going for the chase down, takes a little bit of a downtime to get a reset and repair onto that musket before he continues the chase.
Wow. And one thing I wanted to note there, Edward, mid-fight, goes, oh, I have money. I'm going to stop at the box and buy myself a purple armor. Gets the purple armor reset mid-fight while he's in ultimate, and then just decides to take off. He's got himself a decent bit of scaling now. Paced as well with the purple armor, purple longsword in hand as well, looking absolutely stacked on the Shayel as Shenyuan looks to make this way into the fight against Wolves' MTF. Trying to scale away here. MTF does not have a life left. He's got that combo break available though. Gonna head into the zone as we're gonna be flipping over to a fight against Frostavis on the ACOS versus XXY. That's going to be the Feria Shen trying to take a little bit of chip damage on with the range shots. Not going to come through. The 1.0 is going to connect. The overhold able to go through into the uppercut. That's going to be the focused uppercut coming through as well. The Soul Jade on the Fist Blades able to give him a focused uppercut, dealing a little bit of extra damage, sending him just a bit further into the air as well.
Mike.
We're going to be seeing now Mike looking very weak right now. Has that Sire ultimate available. Shotgun Burst going to come through into the 1-2. 1 HP in a dream, but Wufong isn't going to be able to seal the deal on the elimination before Mike gets that ultimate up, and now one Dazzle and it's all over. There goes the Dazzle. F ability has been released. He's got the 3 charge ready, sends the burst. The tap dodge is going to come through, gets another Dazzle. He doesn't connect on it, but the damage is going to be a lot. Ultimate is going to end. Oh my goodness. Wufong could have spun back, but Mike with the cannon shot sends a couple more there. The BM coming out for Mike there?
That was so close.
On top. Wow, Mike.
I mean, that was Mike's last life too. If he'd gone down there, then he's denied MVP eligibility in this game, as Pace is going to be making sure that with that Moonbane Charm directly over a Yang portal, he's going to be able to get priority and uncontested to position himself to picking up that tag, and can now look to kite out if any other player tries to show up to the mix. Spider, as we talked about, highlighting on that Liam is going to be looking for Yang pass, but I don't know. Yes, he was able to pick it on up before he could get interrupted by Edward coming on through, and now he has to just play kite around all of this terrain, climbing up those trees, keeping himself out of harm's way away from Edward a little bit longer. 34 seconds left to be able to kite. If he really feels pressured, he will be able to pop either the F or his ultimate, as he has to make sure that he doesn't get caught and sent out of that AoE when he's mid-air. Still making sure to position himself with those Fist Blades now and the RMB, the speed that it can come on through, to make sure he's right there next to that portal to go immediately on out. Shen Yuan is getting a little bit fried on this Wu Chen. He does have that Yang pass, but we can already see he's had to burn the ultimate. 6 seconds left, is going to throw out the F, comes on through with the dual blades, just managing to stagger T5 away from taking up all of that damage. Wants to put himself onto the portal, tries to go for the roll, and just manages to make it out before T5 can catch him.
T225 is going to get the rematch, though. This could be an interesting one. But now Shenyuan with the ult, this could be a bit more dangerous for T225. He's going to have to execute this perfectly. The 1-2 going to be coming out. Tries to release the 3. Doesn't get the damage off. Shenyuan going to be taking a few musket shots. 1.0 is going to connect into the jump LMB. F ability invested. No combo breaker available for Shenyuan. He is going to be able to get himself into the focus, preventing any sort of combo coming through. But the spin back is going to come and connect. Now we are going to see that ultimate ability released from Shenyuan. Now the Temi ultimate is released. T225 taking a lot of damage. He misses the second one, but catches the juggle. The 1.0 is going to connect. And oh my goodness, that's what I'm saying. You get it on the ground, and the juggle is so much you're unable to move. First is going to be extremely low off the Valda ultimate. Tries to pop the F, but the tracking from the longsword, that jump LMB, is the way to go. The amount of damage that you get off that, and the amount of tracking that comes through. Oh!
Yep, Spider's still fighting against Edward. Manages to catch him with the V2. Probably going to pull off into the RMB, but Edward drops down with that Kylan ultimate before Spider can follow up. Still on the reset, manages to catch him into the V2, into the cannon shot, directly against the Kylan, and manages to find the elimination off of that 1v1. Will be able to pick up another kill tally, taking him up to 2, and more importantly as well for the Liam, guaranteeing now with a million birds might, he has the opportunity to play aggressive, look for another elimination, and survive the multi-way if it gets turned onto him and he's forced into using his ultimate. He can literally just figure out who has Yang depletion off of seeing the name of the hero show up in the kill feed, and look to play behind them to come through with a surprise V2 catch to steal away the eliminations.
PSA for all you guys taking a look at who has got that Vermilion Bird Might buff. GG's Chen, our Takeda. What is Rebel Yang? Absolutely amazing to see that happening here as we love Takeda on this side, especially myself. ASC's XY going to be getting hit with a couple of pistol shots coming through here, holding blue in the face of Pace with a double charge from GG's Chen on the backside. The Takeda going to be jumping through. We have the ultimate available for Shen Yuan, but he does have the Vermilion Bird Might. Going to toss it through. Pace going to be able to get the peel off, tries to go for the throw of the shield proc. He is going to be able to connect on that into the 1-2. The ball throw going to be coming in on the outside from Mike, I believe, or Spider coming through. I think I heard the Liam ultimate coming through. I believe that could have been the Shy proc coming through. Oh my goodness! GG Shen with the F3 going to be able to get an elimination on the Takeda F ability, coming out with the ultimate now. Absolutely insane. What is going on?
Spider sold you rest. Spider got picked. You were right. You did indeed hear the activation of the Liam V2, but he got picked. And he wasn't able to find the elimination. He saw the low health target, wanted to try and find it, looked for the third party opportunity, didn't get it, lost against Verse because it was a multi-way fight, and now has to salty res and try and find these last 2 eliminations when the fight's still going on. Because that was 3 out of 4 players with buff have now all lost Vermilion Bird's Might, and oh my goodness, no way, Verse does it again. Verse takes Spider out. Fully.
Verse is Spider's kryptonite, it seems, in these fights, that when it starts to happen, oh my goodness, Frostivus with a huge tiger grab onto Mike. He's got the combo break available, following it up with a pistol shot. We are going to see that F come out in the absolute worst fashion. He manages to grab the armor swap before the tiger slam can connect. Will Mike be able to kite this out? He does get the grab into the grapple bug. Mike manages to go out here, and that's Mike's game as well. Nobody's hitting match point before game number 4. Frostivus with the F ability on it to WBG's Verse. Frostivus has managed to cleanse. He's just going to pop Bell and get out of here as fast as possible. WBG's Verse going to get scammed by that Bell, and he is going to follow up onto this. GG5 seems to be entering this zone as well. Frostivus needs to get out of here fast. He doesn't want to get third-partied on. They know he doesn't have that ultimate ability.
Oh, this is how Spider goes out.
Really quickly here. Spider,
this is how Spider goes out. Spider's trying to find this pick against Ken on the Takeda, gets hit into by the F3. And held position has to immediately try and disengage himself and immediately gets tagged by Verse. T35 though, 36 seconds left on Yang depletion. Looking to, with these wisps, catch on to Verse. He's going to go for the overhold to make sure that he doesn't get CC'd. Drops the Valda F2 too, which means he's around the corner enough to not get caught out by that Temi ultimate. And I think Verse has spotted that T35 is in a desperate situation with that Yang depletion. And in fact, it actually looks like XXY is going to try and make a play for this elimination. Now, both of these players wanting to get the last tag onto this Temi. Who is it going to be? T35 knows that they're going to get desperate enough to potentially send out a focus. Looks for the back-to-back parries, doesn't manage to find one. And Verse with the flying knives will again be able to pick up an elim. 3 kills coming on through from Verse. 2 of them on Spider, 1 on T25 as Chan on this Takeda. We might love to see it. Unfortunately, isn't in a great position. Cancels the ultimate early to hold on to 40% of that rage generation. But Shen Yuan with the Wu Chen ultimate will be able to guarantee he gets better positioning to pick up the Yang pass.
Oh my goodness, Edward going out as well. We have 7 players left, and second Yang hasn't even popped off yet. That Yang depletion not coming through. The double charge is going to connect from Chen onto the side of ASC's Shen Yuan. And GG's Chen really wanting this Yang pass. He's going to try super hard to fight for it. There's 3 players here, though, which means that, oh my goodness, will he be able to claim that Realm Yang? It looks like he won't be able to get into that. We're going to see Verse versus Paste on one side, and it is going to be a crazy fight here. Shyle versus Valda. This is a very interesting matchup. If Verse, Paste, as far as a hero versus hero matchup, Paste wins this. But Verse is one of our very skilled players in the Nbpl here. We're going to see the overhold come through. Ultimate getting released almost immediately. Does get caught out. The 1.0 is going to connect into the jump LMB. Verse managed to pick up those golden fist blades off of the body of a Spider. Now Pace is going to be able to throw that ultimate out, gets the first hit off, and able to get the 1-2. We're going to see another spear throw coming through. Will Pace be able to dodge it? No, he's not. The 1.0 burst damage going to be able to come out. Pace losing a lot of HP right now. He's still got 2 shield procs left, but that ultimate timer is dwindling. Going to be able to go in for the reset. Prevents the reset. The cannon throw is going to miss. Sorry, the shield throw is going to miss. The cannon shot coming out from the side of Verse. Verse now with a huge health advantage and a huge armor advantage coming in, dealing another bit of cannon damage. Tries to go for the 1.0 again, switching over to the fist for half a second, but then switches back to those fist blades. Trying to see if he can get the slap off. Big parry going to come through. Pace with the F ability is going to be able to save himself from almost certain death. Jump LMB going to come through. Jump LMB going to come through a second time. Shout out creatives because the jump LMBs are going crazy.
Oh, jump LMV catching before he can get onto the pillar and disengage. Big plays coming on through from Verse, forcing that Shield ultimate very early on and then just kiting around all of the pressure that the shield blocks could be able to provide, holding on to those Valda V2 spares as long as he possibly could to really play into the mind games. As we can see, Shenyuan losing, unfortunately, his legendary weapon, having to burn the F as well to be able to try and reposition. Comes on through now, forcing out that Yoto F2, drops both of the armor blades onto the pill to start to get a little bit more of that reset value. Catching MTF mid-air with the first hit of that Wu Chen ultimate, forcing MTF to use the combo breaker of the Yoto's V1, who's now going to try and come on through and find another hit. Shenyuan looks for the crouch horizontal and will be able to keep up the pressure while that blades are still landing onto the Yoto and chunking all of the health down. And Wu Chen comes out on top, as we can see that Frostivus and Pace have actually found themselves a fight on the outsides. I do believe, though, we might be seeing a third party from XXY who's going to be moving into the vicinity, have scouted out the isolated fight going on and wants to look for that third party opportunity. Pace gets parried now, does try and find the carousel with the toothpick coming on through from that longsword, as we can actually see Frostivus put under the pressure, force him to burning out that Akos V2 to disengage the fight before the third and fourth party can break on out. As Frostivus does not have Yang depletion, he does not need to continue taking this fight. Unfortunately for Pace, he does. He might not have a choice of continuing this lobby though, because he's out of his ultimate, swapped over to the fan to be able to scale rush, and looks to be able to chain them back to play off of those cliff sides and distance himself from as many of these players as possible. But Verse has absolutely no care. Is going to just continue chasing him deeper into the zone still.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to be fighting on the side of the Buttery Dock. Zone is pretty close to that outside here, so they are going to be fighting pretty aggressive here, as we are going to be seeing, I believe that's DRG's XXY trying to come in on the third party as well. The 1-2 is going to connect, dodges the 2 actually, but the 1.0 is going to connect, and the amount of burst damage that's going to deal off of those gold fist blades, just so powerful. MTF still has that Yang depletion on him. He's going to find XXY, dealing a lot of damage to him. Pillar's still available for him, so he can hop in that Fairy mech anytime he wants to. 1-2 going to come out. Pillar is going to drop, hops into that mech right away. The damage is going to come through though from both of these players. Verse and MTF both looking to pick up this elimination. XXY going to get himself that full reset on top of the pillar, just hiding away, turning his back to these other players while turning the camera angle to the other side to see if he can get some sort of pick off onto them, seeing if he's able to get some information on which way these players are going so he can kite out in the most proper fashion. He's going to hop out of that mech, and as soon as Verse sees that, he's right back into the action. MTF just doing something we call edge guarding here. They're running the edge of the zone. They're just trying to see where this player's going to go. Oh my goodness, XXY on the ballista. MTF sees the ballista move on the minimap instantly and decides to make a run for it to the bottom of that area. He knows that these players are going to be hiding on those outskirts.
Well, the Ferry's got to come out now.
Soon, yeah.
This is the problem. XXY, by going for that ballista, gave his position away. MTF doesn't need the elimination. He needs the bloom. He's still got his ultimate too. Finds a massive opening parry that forces the combo breaker, and he doesn't care. If Verse gets the elimination, that's a-okay. He just needs to be on top of the body to be able to pick up the bloom, but unfortunately for him, he might be caught in the crossfire. Out comes the F2 from that Yoto. That's also going to be able to knock Verse back. Unfortunately for him, though, XXY's been able to break away, and MTF with 1 minute now has to turn his attention onto a different player entirely. Out comes that Yoto V1, looking for the chase down onto Verse. Verse is going to go for the activation of the Valda V2. First spear is going gonna get dodged. MTF keeps up the pressure. Second spear also gets dodged with a backstep coming on through from MTF. And Verse has to try and go into the zone. Frostivus with the musket shot though turns around, saw the fight going on through, and snipes MTF from afar as Verse looped all the way around the long side of that zone to lose LOS of everybody so they don't punish the Volda for missing out the V2 escape option.
I'm just gonna say it now. Takeda MVP. Back to what you were saying, Moxie. That the F2 from Frostivus was so beautifully placed. He goes for the full gold charge into that musket shot to be able to secure himself his third elimination of this game. He's doing such a good job on ACOS, being able to secure these third-party eliminations. That F2 was timed perfectly just to knock MTF up into the air. It was so unfortunate. The 1.0 from those gold fist blades is just putting in so much work for whoever's been able to get those gold fist blades in their hand. We've seen it go from Spider, and now I believe it's they're in the hands of Verse. Verse has 5 eliminations on the board, and it looks like XXY was able to get away from that elimination status. He was so close to death there. And 1 HP, literal 1 HP coming out of the zone. He had full shield. So as soon as he gets out of that zone, any burn damage would have messed him up and eliminated him for good, but he was able to get the kite out. Everybody focused their attention over onto MTF, which I don't think he expected. I think he expected Verse to go into that main area and try and fight out XXY, which is why he was confused. He went over and switched his target selection onto MTF as he saw the desperation in the play of MTF.
The Yodo had depletion is the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
So everybody's still just going to be angling for the last pick. Especially since we saw like that immediate pressure forcing the F2, and then the F2 expired, which means that Frostivus was going to be able to land the musket shot, because that's another thing. If you're going up against a Yodo who has Yang depletion and she still has the F2, she's going to be able to stop range damage from being able to hit her. So you won't be able to get the last tab. The second that the F2 is on cooldown, you can go to things like your pistol, your cannon, your musket, and try and find those picks. As Shen Yuan has been able to make sure that he does not have to worry about cleansing debuff. He's been able to get his hands on that buff and now comes on through with that Wu Chen ultimate, putting so much pressure onto Chen. Doesn't exactly find the opening fight that he was looking for though, and doesn't actually seem to be committing to it, as we can see Verse and XXY dueling for high ground control currently, as both the Volda and the Farrier want to have that better positioning. Frostivus on the other side just looks like he's going to be guarding Altar right now to make sure that no one can try and get past him, and he's able to hold on to that space, play the outsides coming on through with that ACOS F2, yet again playing nuisance to these characters looking to disengage and potentially setting them up for more follow-up damage coming in through from the uppercut confirmers. Oh my goodness, Frostivus just get put into the F1 or F3 V1 follow-up coming on through from Chen. The flying knives, this ACOS might unfortunately run out of 9 lives, and Frostivus is indeed put into the dirt by the pistol shot coming on through from Verse, taking him up to 6 eliminations.
Wow, Verse being able to pick up that 6th kill, and we saw it come through. Frostivus was able to prevent the V1 follow-up damage because he did have that ultimate available, but the entire lobby saw blood in the water. They saw the Takeda at full armor, and they decided to go for that ACOS, but now they know that Gigi Chen is in this area. That Mystic Might is helping him out heavily, and they're going to try and focus him out here as he is the lower target, and now they know he doesn't have that ultimate available. It is on 66%. Perry going to come through. XXY going to be able to pick that up, gets the RMB, switches over to that golden pulse sword, tries to get the scale rush off. Now Gigi's Chen very low in HP on that shield. They'll try and go for that hold. Tries to get parried here, almost gets himself parried from XXY, but that dagger going to be putting in a lot of work for him. Gigi Chen has found himself a gray armor swap. The parry going to come through on the side of ASC Shen Yuan, but he misses the follow-up damage. Ultimate is now available for him. Oh my goodness, the Bane's Breath coming through. He finds another gray armor swap yet again, but now GRG's XXY going to be the one that has come in to the rest of this fight. He's going to be jumping to the top of that side, trying to get any sort of damage off onto Gigi's Chen to change the targeting in the lobby, but Chen found himself a decent spot to hide. Where did his purple armor go? Where did that purple armor go? He needs to get the reset. It looks like it might not be able to. I think maybe XXY has stolen it?
I think it might have been stolen. Chad, unfortunately, has still not been able to find it. XXY with purple armor now, likely made off with it. Has to be careful that his combo breaker doesn't backflip it. Oh, there's the purple armor. Has to be careful that he doesn't get backflipped by his own combo breaker into that zone damage. Unfortunately, Chen will be able to survive XXY, but might not be able to outlive Verse right now. The F comes on through. Verse finds the parry and the elimination, and that is 7 eliminations into 8 now. It really does feel like this Vault is going to be able to find that MVP as we go to the 1 versus 1 combo breaker already on cooldown. Verse going to be showcasing off Phantom Step as he comes on through with the nunchucks being able to clank against XY before he can look for that Dragon Slayers. And now it's all about trying to create the space, stopping all of this chip damage from those hot swaps as we can actually see. Dragon Slayers into Nessus finds the connection. Verse loses the silence to be able to come on through with that F2, tracks himself back over to where that Soul Altar was, picks up the legendary armor reset, and now for the scale rush, looks for that engagement, still has that V2 as well to be able to play off of the back of all of that additional armor. Manages to find the catch onto XY before he can hit the ground. The tome comes on through, that legendary great sword move, being able to find one connection but not the full iteration, and both of these players have enough distance that we should still see a full stabilize with the armor powder before the fight properly breaks on out. The Valda V2 knows it doesn't have the advantage into the Wu Chen if he can find the blade connections and start melting this Valda's health bar instead.
Yeah, XY had a really good play. He used the pistol detonating rounds into the Heartstopper, and that's going to create a bit of silence going on. Unable to let Verse use that combo breaker right off the rip. We'd see it come out a second later after the silence gets dissipated. Now we're going to see the ultimate available for both players. Valda ultimate pop. Ultimate pop for Wu Chen. He misses the first spear. We're going to see the reset coming on the side of both of these players. XY going to try and go into that Dead Rounds play. He goes Dead Rounds into Heartstopper. That's silence, stun into silence. We are going to see the catch come through here into the 1, 2, uppercut, 3, jump LMB, jump LMB, jump LMB, jump LMB, jump LMB. Oh my goodness, he almost takes XY out, but he gets the combo break just in time and first manages to claim the kill and the MVP with 9 eliminations on the board. WBG Verse putting on an absolute masterclass.
Oh my goodness, the jump LMBs. Even if it wasn't the jump LMB that ended up taking the Wu Chen down, the zone damage being able to do that honor, it was still an absolute masterclass. He was also able to, like you said, perfectly play around the Heartstoppers coming on through. The second that we got to see the Heartstoppers reveal and those Dragon Slayers being able to find the silence, the Valda's positioning changed immediately to just be able to kite when the suns came through long enough for that F2 to come back into rotation before the fight picked on up. Also able to utilize the Phantom Step as well to be able to dodge away from the lock-on of that Wu Chen's first blade of the ultimate, and therefore not getting tracks to be able to keep widening the distance between the two, go for a full reset, and then come back around with that V2 and the spears still up and available. That forced the Wu Chen's position right the way off their back against that zone into the slope, which meant that the second we saw the uppercut, they were taken for a ride for a very long time.
Wow. I've got to say, Verse had one phenomenal game. He managed to, we saw him, he was on 5 eliminations, and he manages to get every single player in that final circle. He sharks out the damage onto XXY. XXY is 1 HP in a dream, and it looks like GG Chen's going to pick up the elimination, but he tap dodges into the line of sight of Verse. Verse snipes that elimination out, then GG Chen extremely low, only on that gray armor, doesn't have ult up. He goes for that target next. He takes him out. Now it's a 1v1 situation, and oh my goodness, for a second I thought Shen Yuan had it. The detonating rounds into the Heartstopper kick. So he gets the stun into the confirmed Heartstopper, which is a silence, so no F, no ult available to send that out, into the uppercut, into the full extension of the combo. But in somewhere along the way, there is a split second where he's able to just spam that ultimate button, get his ult up, get that extra health back. He brings it back to a reset. Shen Yuan misses both of his Wu Chen Spirit Storm throws, doesn't connect on either, and the jump LMB combo to finish off. A shout out creatives. That's his line. I said his line. I've got to give him credit where credit is due. The jump LMB chain was absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, fist blades, they've been a little bit tweaked, but they're still absolutely monstrous when you're able to chain together that many jump LMBs coming on through. And the Wu Chen unfortunately had expended all resources as well, so had no ability of being able to break away from it, just had to eat all of that damage, not just from the fist blades, but also from the zone tick too, which the Valda was for the most part able to dodge away from by being able to lengthen out the health bar with that V2 coming on through as well. So when we cut to Verse and he was just sort of like guarding the spirit well, we got to see the loot loadout coming through from him and the fact that he had 5 eliminations. I was like, yeah, I feel like unless the Valda is the next one to go, Verse is likely going to be able to walk away with the MVP on this one. And not only does he MVP, he walks away with 9 eliminations and last player standing, which means kill score multiplier. Off of the back of that one, Verse might actually have been able to cross the threshold. I'm pretty sure he has at least been able to put himself into the conversation between his standing with Mike and Spider. It's now just a question of, is Verse the only player on MVP eligibility? Because Mike and Spider tried to go for the Liam and the Syra, and everybody figured out that it was them and full lobbied them down, despite Spider trying to go for so many revive runs into multi-wave fights to just get 2 more eliminations before he fell.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see that in just a second, and it was so unfortunate. Spider went down early, Mike went down early, they both go out with 2 eliminations on the board, and now we get to take a look at the top. Spider's still up in the top spot at 22.2, Verse trailing with 0.4 points of a difference at 21.8. Mike is gonna be getting the 19 points in 3rd place, and they are all extremely close. 1.8 points away for Spider. It's going to be 2.4 points away. The 2.2 points away for Verse. And Mike is going to be an entire 5 points away from qualifying for that match point threshold. Pace is 5.9 points away, and the rest of the lobby is a little bit far off. But if they have a game like Verse just did, a 13.8 point game, I mean, you're going to be able to make something happen pretty quickly. Let's take a look at our highlights of this absolutely dominant game of WBG Verse, brought to you by China Unicom. This kill right off the start, so unfortunate, and this is what I was talking about. When you hit both of those hits on to your opponent, there's nothing he can do. Spider, he's trying to dodge any of those hits, but every single small spear is a little bit of damage.
Yeah, every single bit, and then as well, even if you manage to dodge the blades, you're burning your entire stamina. Here you can see as well, XY just able to find the blade connections onto T35, so he can't even go back between his wind wall and get the reload wisp and try and throw it at the Wu Chen to get back-to-back wisps into pistols. There's the F coming on out, F3 from poor Spider, who gets immediately fried by the R&B coming on through from the flying knives of Verse on his right side. And here's the moment where Verse was able to find that parry against Chen and go for the full punishment follow-up damage of those nunchucks last hit. Verse now with that Valda V2, also going for the back-to-back cancelling of the LMB of those fist blades so that he can keep retaining those dashes and backstab away from things like those Wu Chen blades coming on through of the lockdown, overholds the spear connection, manages to anticipate XY dodging to the left side as well, and this is the moment that unfortunately for the Wu Chen, that slope doesn't lead to a waterfall, it leads to so many jumping LMPs. As poor old Shenyuan had absolutely nothing he could do from getting hit into the blender.
I really hope the answer for treasure is how many jump LMBs did it take to kill Shenyuan in that final elimination.
We just
I know
go
it
Sesame Street style. 1 LMB, 2 jumping LMBs,
we have so much fun here at the Nbpl chat. 9 kills, 24,000 damage. This is his 6th time as MVP. We saw the Aurora Burst coming out. Sap Soul Jade available for him as well. We saw that onto GG Chen. Fist Blades and Nunchucks doing most of the damage with Flying Knives bringing up that close 3rd. He had that Rupture Gale orb for his cannon just in case he needed it. 2 Gnaw to give himself a bit of that health burst, and Quick Charge Thunder Call, as well as those Deado rounds. Or no, he didn't have the Deado rounds. It was Shenyuan with the Deado rounds. It was a pretty crazy play coming out there.
I'm telling you, every single time though, it feels like because so many players, if they get Yang depletion, just drop off, especially now that we get an extra Yang portal spawning as well. We see so often these solo games literally just become 1v1s. Even on Thursday, we saw, I think it was 2 games total, actually got to see multi-way fights as the zone closed on up to determine who would be walking away the last player standing. But we'll have to see how the rest of the day is going to continue after this short break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with Verse, and let me say hello to our audience. 来吧，肘子先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是微博的 Verse。
欢迎 Verse 来到我们的赛后采访，是好久不见。Congratulations, Verse! You guys really did a great job today. And I'd like to know, so after the last championship from you until now, so do you have any pressure in the matches usually? And also, I would like to know, so what's the BP like affect to you? 那我这边想先问一下，其实经过了那一次的大的一个冠军之后啊，到现在会不会觉得说平时现在打比赛的时候会有压力？因为毕竟前2个周冠跟自己还是没有太有关系的。
我觉得可能是我个人的问题吧，就是其实我觉得周决带给我的压力并不多，因为其实我对这个周冠呢也没有那么向往吧，因为我可能向往的可能是那种大冠。
所以也无所谓，保持一个比较好的心态去面对平时的比赛。Okay, to be honest, maybe it's because of myself. I think my ambition is all the championship from the grand final or for the J Cup, and for some biweekly final championship, I really doesn't care about that. That's why in the matches, I don't really have too much pressure for me. Okay, I think we can move to the next part, answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天的有奖问答。Okay, so we can see the question is, which hero did WBG Verse use in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中 Verse 自己选到的是哪个英雄。Let's back to the matches, and because we just talked about the hero you use, and we know that we have the new BP, so I would like to know how's the BP affect you. 那我这边也是回到比赛，我们来问一下，因为讲到英雄嘛，我们知道这个赛季其实单排是有了一个规则上的升级。那肘子，你觉得这个升级之后，现在这个新的赛制，包括我们引进的这个 BP， 会对你个人有什么样的影响？是你觉得更好了呢，还是对你说你要更加努力的去训练你的英雄池？
我觉得这个 BP 可能影响的是要去以后去多训练一些其他冷门的英雄啊，然后以及这个赛事规则上，我觉得就是大家都偏向于打架嘛，然后就比较适合我，因为我个人也很喜欢打架。
你就其实是非常喜欢这个赛制的。Okay, so for me, I think this new rule for the solo game, I really love it because it's pressure on the prefer all the player just one-on-one fighting in the game. And also for me, I think I need to practice more hero, especially that this hero not really hot in the solo game. And I think if I can have practice the more hero in the solo game, and I can have the higher score. 好的，我觉得肘子应该准备好给大家送出福利了。我们用英文进入一下倒计时吧。Okay, I think a player is prepared, and let's start counting, please.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请我们的肘子来公布一下这道题的正确答案到底是哪个呢？Yeah, the correct answer is B. 那我们公布一下正确答案是 B. 我们也是。Congratulations, 非常可爱啊！最后我们有个小小的快乐声音跟大家分享一下。Okay, the funny story we would like to share because before the last grand final, and Verse just shared me a little story from him, and we would like him to introduce again. 那我们讲到上次一个最终我们春决之后的那个冠军，对吧？刚才我们就讲到了一个有趣的事情，说现在肘子特别害怕毒奶，到底发生什么？再给我们讲一讲。
因为之前王良录过一个视频，就是会赢嘛。其中就是只有我没有参加，然后但是我夺冠了。
那天所有参加的人只有你没有去录这个视频，是不是？
对，只有我没去。
我觉得王良才是真正的预言家，好吧 ？Okay, so actually before the grand final from the spring split, and only me, I didn't record the video for Wang Liang, which is "Will you win?" And only me, I didn't recording that video. And after that, I just get the championship. Really interesting story. I think maybe Edward he has something to say. He is the one who can foresee the championship. 真的，这波感觉王良才真正的预言家了。那我们也期待一下接下来的比赛，也期待一下今年我们一个秋季赛一个夏季赛大家的一个表现，好不好 ？Okay, cheer up for Verse, and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside Moxie, and we are about to jump into game number 4. This is going to be kicking things into high gear. 3 players who are extremely close to that match point eligibility are going to be fighting out to get themselves above that threshold. We've got the rest of the lobby looking to target them out and prevent that threshold for as long as possible to get themselves to a point score where they can then obtain the threshold for themselves. We are going to be jumping into this in just a second. Moxie, we saw Takeda.
We did see Takeda. We're probably going to be seeing a couple of very off-meta picks as well, because as we talked about, now that we did the mirror match and Lani is removed from the hero pool entirely for the rest of the day, someone's got to go something that we don't traditionally get to see in solos, as that Lani has now been bumped out of the hero pool rotation and everybody else can only pick one character. The second that they pick one character, it's barred from play for everybody else. So I am fully expecting us to get to see things like Matari, Taka, and Zipping potentially if these games go long as well. However, none of these players are actually MVP eligible just yet, so we haven't had the 2 split into teams, whereupon when someone does become MVP eligible, they immediately get shuffled to the tail end of the ban phase coming on through, which means that they're going to be getting the least wanted heroes in rotation still. Maybe this is the moment where Spider just decides to all-in double pick the Syra so that he can find those eliminations and finally close up onto match point, because he tried with the Liam last time and he was 2 kills short, heartbreakingly.
It's so unfortunate to see. It is actually so unfortunate to see XXY last pick 3 games in a row here.
Yeah.
Game 2, game 3, game 4, he's had to play the off-meta stuff and he's not getting any sort of value. He's not able to get himself to the eliminations to put himself up higher. We saw him try to gain some momentum in that last game and he ended up going out a decent standing, not enough kills on the board. He was trying to get that fight off. He lost the Realm of Yang. He was on the depletion. I believe he was on the depletion off of the Yang Spirit Well. And Gigi's Chen was just sharking him down on that Takeda. Phenomenal Takeda play. I'm a GG fan now. I've been indifferent to GG. Just they've been there so long. But Gigi's Chen, you made me love GG just because you played Takeda. Special for you. I'm so happy that we got to see that happening. As Takeda, best hero in the game. Not biased, of course, but we're jumping into this. Spider, on a more serious note, really needs those 2 points. He just needs 2 eliminations, or he needs a good placement finish, and he's going to be able to get himself into that match point threshold. Alongside is going to be Verse and Mike, who are extremely close as well. Mike needs a bit more of a push. Verse as well. He needs like 2.1, 2.4. He's so close behind Spider. They are all neck and neck with each other, and it really depends on which player pops off this game and which player does end up going home and losing, going back pretty early, getting sent back to the lobby. MTF, he's had a pretty average day so far, not placing too high in the leaderboards, which is quite unfortunate to see, as he is such a skilled player. He always seems to get the short side of things.
Yeah, Verse is going to be a little bit closer to Spider in terms of the scoreboard, so he'll be able to come through with 2nd pick. Mike has now been shuffled down to 3rd. We still haven't seen a double pick come through just yet. It's still very early on in the day, despite these players getting as close as they are to match point eligibility, and we're guaranteed to go at least 5 games over potential 8. Let's see what Spider decides to go with as we loop back around and head off to Padoria Morning Dew. Potentially Spider goes for a drop on Arcadia as well and looks for something that can immediately find those eliminations and take advantage of a multi-way fight, which again, Syra would be a great call to go for in terms of that, or he might just look to go for the Volpine Essence himself. So if he finds himself coming under the same amount of focus fire coming on through that he did previously on Morris Isle, he gets that Mortal Defiance to be able to proc and gets an opportunity at continuing and finding those 2 eliminations. What's also going to be troubling for Spider is that because he's like so close and not being able to get it like twice in a row, the mental fortitude you would have to not tilt off of the face of the planet. And in fact, He's just gonna go for ACOS. So I wonder if this is just gonna be, he's gonna sit on the outsides of a fight, come through with the F2, and manage to convert an elimination guaranteed hit off of the back of that one with follow-up so that he can find these last chunks of damages. Verse is gonna be picking the Liam, as we've talked about. He's looking for just eliminations as well.
Spider on the ACOS. I'm liking that pick. The first round pick on the ACOS, not wanting to burn any of those double picks right away. Verse going for the Liam, Mike going for the Shayol. Pace still getting that forced position pick. He's had his pick of the litter, not able to pick the super meta heroes, but now he's got the opportunity to play Syra, and that's what's going to be locked in there, calling it as he selects it. I love to see it as we jump in to these next couple of rounds. 5th place going to be going over to Edward. Wufong going to be picking that 6th place. 7th, Frostivus and MTF going to be on that 8th spot pick. Edward on the Yodo. I love to see it there. Yodo pick coming out from Edward. I can't wait for him to pop off on there. Wufong. Wufong's a very good Justina and an extremely skilled Valda player. So if we see Wufong bringing out the Justina, the Valda here, it could have some crazy stuff going on. But no, it's going to be the Temmie pick coming out for him. Frostivus next to choose. I wonder, is he going to go... Frostivus was on the Valda last game, I do believe. Or no, he's on the ACOS. He's on the ACOS.
Yeah, I was about to say, Verse was on the Valda because Verse MVP.
Yeah, we're going to see the Kylan coming out from Frostivus there. Frostivus, he did tell me at EWC he is preferred the V2 Ultimate of the Kylan for the longest time. I wonder if he's still going to try and run it, or if he's going to go for that traditional V1 that we've seen in solos for the longest time. We'll see what he does end up running in the Ultimate Selection page later. We are going to see another pick coming out, Justina, for our 8th place pick. Shen Yuan on the Valda. Chen with the 10th spot. He's moved down in the pick order just a little bit as Shen Yuan has managed to rise up the ranks just a tad. Trying to see if he's able to get anything off here. Let's see, what is he going to play? He's going to bring something spicy
probably
out? Yeah, it's probably going to be Faria, but let's see if it's something spicy. Chen with the Tarka? Chen with the Tarka? Come on.
I feel like
do it.
XXY might be forced to... Do we think TD5 goes for the Takeda? I mean, Wu Chen's been picked. Actually, TD5 is probably going to go for Faria. Because that is the point where, like, TD5 for 2025 has been known to pop off on the Faria and then instantly just scamper his way up in terms of the leaderboard. And indeed, it is going to be the Faria for TD5. Poor XXY, as you said, having to triple back to back, have the last pick, means that he really isn't in a great position in terms of what exactly he can have to play with. And indeed, it's actually going to be Zai that he goes for. We're probably going to actually get to see F1 Zai come through as well, the combo breaker variant, rather than the F2, which we get to see so often in trios played with that Matari, so that you can get the refresh and have free Comet Strikes on the cast of your ultimates.
Yeah, the F is going to be coming out as the F1. You cannot run F2 in solos. Just not having a combo break. We've said it over and over again. It's going to absolutely cook you. Actually, we saw the Enor performing decently well in the Holoroth game, but you know, it still wasn't enough to get him that MVP. So we're going to see the F1 coming out on the side there. I can almost guarantee it for you. These players are getting ready to lock this in for game number 4. To jump through. I want to steal one of those chairs. Next time we're in China, Moxie, help me get one of those into my suitcase. I need a Soul Bloom chair.
I don't think the chair would be very feasible. You might be able to make over like the headrest or one of the cushions with the emblems. I think that would probably be an easy option. Lighter too, because remember baggage checks, and I think it's only 23 kg was the weight limit that we had last time. Those chairs are a pretty heavy weight function. I'm more than sure that they would exceed the weight limit allowed. We're going to have to see whether or not these players can exceed the match point threshold, though, as we head into our next game, because Spider and Mike, they were in this position before. We said they only needed a slim few kills, and they were denied them. Can the lobby yet again figure out which hero Spider, Mike, and Verse are going to be on? And that might be another reason why we saw the ACOS come through so early for Spider. ACOS isn't a premier pick. These players might think that ACOS was someone who was a little bit lower down in terms of the food chain when it came to hero availability.
Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty interesting one. I feel so bad for XXY right now. Down in the bottom, he hasn't been able to make any sort of headway all game just because he's been stuck on that last position pick. It's really unfortunate to see that happening here because it's just so unfortunate. Like
Spider, no.
Oh my
Spider,
goodness.
look at the amount of people who are dropping in Skygaze and Arcadia, and Spider has gone to Imperium, probably expecting so many players to have dropped on Imperium. The way that we always see the right side of Imperium get absolutely just encompassed by drop locations and team logos, and it's just Alliance.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if he gets the off spawn onto Alliance and then rotates its way to the eastern side of the map, he can find Verse, Chen, and TT25 and potentially get a third-party elimination off of that fight sequence, and then make his way up to that northern side of the map, find the winner of TE versus Wufong versus MTF, then rotate back west depending on how the circle drops. I mean, he's got a decent loot pathing going. He could make something crazy happen. I do believe that lots of these players that die off spawn in Arcadia are going to be going for the respawn in Imperium to try and get that loot. So maybe we might get some sort of rotate going down to Imperium. We're going to see what happens. Pace going to be able to get the follow-up Soul Break into the 1-2-3. Spider not looking too good right now. Soul Break going to come out. Oh my goodness. Pace takes his first life immediately. What a play coming out. Focus attacks from the dagger. 1-2-3. It's going to be able to release. Oh, Frostivus burns the combo break. A little bit of a panic F coming out there. Mike is going to be taking a lot of damage. Catch going to come through onto Frostivus, and there goes his first life. Mike getting the first kill that he needs to get himself up, and actually Pace only 5 points away now from claiming that match point.
Yeah, Pace getting incredibly close. That match point threshold too, as Mike will be able to get the 1-versus-1 win against Frostivus, and now potentially timing attack as well onto Arcadia, while all of those players are trying to hunt down those Thunder Coins. We now get to move over to the Celestial Barge and Shipwreck and have a Skygaze, as we get to see WBG's first potentially take a fight against T225. Both of these players trying to open the trove at the same time. First going to be forced into burning the combo break though. Now looks for the RMB with those halberds. Doesn't manage to find the uppercut onto T225, who burns out that Farrier F1 to reposition away from it, but now he doesn't have the combo breaker to escape this, which is going to be the swap onto the fan for the RMB scoop on Wake Up. First, yet again, able to find the uppercut catch into Jump LMB with the Hallies and finds the elimination onto T225, as well as the jump parry onto GG's Chen, who committed the staff thrust and now loses his weapon and potentially his life, as from the verticality all the way down to the low, there's a very long way to go. Thankfully, the Wu Chen is able to catch himself with the F. WBG's Verse now has to try and keep up the pressure, as Wu Chen's been able to break away. It's going to be an absolute race between who can get the pick. Syra Ultimate versus Nunchuck. First, a little bit faster with the Nunnies. Will be able to find the blow. Now has to survive the Syra V1 Aya, though.
Syra's going to be dealing those dazzle damages coming through, but it looks like he did manage to get himself a heal pot off, manages to kite out into the ball throw. He's got the metered up available if he needs it. It looks like he is just going to go for the throw slam for that extra bit of damage. 1-2 is going to connect. Trigger going to come through, able to go into the meter dump, but the F ability is going to get released. Scale Rush going to come through, switches over to the fan for that, but gets caught into the meter dump on the side of Pace, gets the catch into the uppercut, into the jump LMB, gets the focus attack, follows it up, and there we go. He's on match point. 24.8 points, 3 eliminations off spawn, and Verse has already gotten himself into match point range. Spider, with no eliminations on the board, could be falling short. This could be a really bad game for Spider if he doesn't pick up the pace fast. Shenyuan now, in the meanwhile, going to be going for the repair on his weapons. He's pretty low on the scoreboard, only 11.7 points for him so far. Zai Ultimate invested chain size, but they're only gray coming up for XXY. It looks like he's just going to use that ult to kite out the rest of this damage, get a bit of a reset going. Edward popping that F ability, going to get himself a heal pod in. Shenyuan doing the same. Edward just going to pop outside. Shenyuan almost gets the scale rush off on the tracking. And we're going to be seeing this come through. Edward jumping onto the top side. 1-2 going to come out into the jump LMB. Can he get the jump LMB shade? Oh my goodness, he hits 2, he hits 3, gets another one off into the fallback. Shenyuan going to be able to get the grapple bump combo into the 1.0, connect into the scale rush again to try and see if he can get that combo off a second time. Fistblade is going to be coming out for Edward, switches back over to the flying knives. Is he going to be able to get the damage off? But the prio goes to the way of Shenyuan, and now we're going to see the pistol shots coming through to the top side, dealing damage onto Shenyuan. He's going to be able to get the heal pots in, though, and Edward backs off, and everyone resets.
Edward without the cannon this time, taking the pistol instead. XXY going to be also trying to disengage too. But Shen Yuan still has his combo breaker and his ultimate. The Zai is going to be depleted of that F1. Gets chased down too. The Scale Rush is able to find the full disengagement pathing. And XY is going to be able to keep up this pressure. Goes for the overhold. Will be able to set up the Scale Rush too to make sure that he doesn't get staggered. But it's now 3 players all after this poor Zai. XY comes on through for the 1.0 just around the door frame as well. To be able to catch on to another player who was looking to keep up that pursuit onto the Zai. Make it a little bit easier. But this is a very important fight that Spider needs to be able to win. He's trying to outlive the Kylan V1 coming on through from Frostivus out onto that Akos V2 into the pistol shot follow-up when Frostivus is still in that slump state, looking for the damages, but loses all of his armor to these dashes coming in through from that Kylan. Spaces out, still has one more Tiger Pounce, but Frostivus is going to be able to kite out the ultimate before it can come on through, and finds a grey armor reset off of the floor as Spider looks to continue trying to find this pick. He needs this elimination. Is he going to use it long enough, though, to take a fight inside that zone? Because he's at the health disadvantage when it comes to that bar. And it looks like he's actually going to go to zone guarding instead, trying to make a play when Frostfish shows up a little bit weaker after he's had to climb up from that high ground.
Spider going to be trying to come through. Goes for the parry. The overhold is going to connect. Frostivus is going to get knocked up, though. Spider not capitalizing on the extra damage he could do off of that with the purple dual blades in hand. He's going to get the 1-2. Big parry going to come through. Frostivus being able to pick up that parry into the combo. Gets the grapple bump into the 1.0. Tries to go for that jump LMB. Gets the aerial RMB confirmation to get that last little bit of damage. But Spider going to find himself a blue armor swap, putting himself on a huge advantage. F ability going to get released. RMB makes going to come out. He's got those blue... Oh my goodness, no. Frostivus getting himself eliminated. He gets parried, and Spider, with the LMB charged up, is going to claim the elimination onto Frostivus, and Frostivus goes out with no kills on the board.
What a clutch armor swap. If Spider doesn't manage to find that blue armor on the floor, he gets sent out of the lobby again, so achingly close to match point. Mike able to come in through with a parry, also managing to catch the wake up with the RMB coming over from that longsword when Wufeng is prone and not able to parry. Now being able to scale rush off of the Temi, tracking down where the Wisp comes on out, utilizing the combo breaker of that Child to make sure that he doesn't get full punish when he's inside the Temi. Ultimate does get caught by one Wisp, however he is still going to have that Cheryl ultimate, and the longsword's damage, despite being a melee weapon, still manages to find the connection of the charged RMB, a ranged attack that still counts as melee damage, which means that it goes through the Temi wind wall and allows Mike to keep up the pressure and find the elimination onto the Temi, despite being locked off into the ultimate, and I believe that's going to be almost enough for Mike to be able to put himself into match point 2.
It's going to be a very close game for the two. Oh my goodness, GG Chen going to be able to hit this spear drum. This could allow him just enough time to kite out Spider and get away, and it looks like the full reset's going to come through as Spider just decides to back off of this and go for the cave through. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing the Realm of Yang fight starting up here. Big parry going to come out on the side of XXY. He's going to take that longsword away, gets the 1.0, burning out the F now from Mike. Ultimate going to be released as soon as that combo break comes out, but fighting into a Shayo, probably the worst matchup he could have. All of his ult is going to lose value. Gets the kite out here. The burn damage could be coming in. The 1-2 is going to connect onto Mike. Tries to go for the 1.0. Big parry going to come out on the side of XXY. The shield throw. Oh, good kite from those shield throws here. XXY doing a great job of being able to kite out all of the shield throws from Mike, but one more shield throw available, and if he hits it, he's done. And there we go. He gets the shield proc into the 1.0 as it finishes off. He just gets that one hit from the RMB, or the LMB, sorry, and connects to finish off the elimination. Pace in the backside, waiting for TG25 to send those pillar shots. He is going to be able to connect on the first one. Second one doesn't connect. Third one's going to connect, though. Now ultimate is going to end. Pace going to try and see if he can get at least one pot off. He does get parried. Oh my goodness, TG25 with a massive parry. Syra ultimate is still available for Pace, though, so he does have a chance in this fight. He just can't get pry out. Pace going to pop that ultimate, tries to go for the dazzle. He does connect. 35 seconds left. He needs this kill fast. He doesn't manage to get the burst damage off. He cancels the blast too early, misses the third blast. He does have 2 balls left to throw. Is going to try and get the dazzle. The roll is going to cancel out there. 25 seconds left. TG25 doing an amazing job of kiting this out right now, and we're going to see the come through LMB, RMB gonna connect into Pace's face right now. The big parry gonna come through on the side of Pace. TT25 taking so much damage. 10 seconds left. Fistblade's gonna come out. 1, 2. All he needs is one more little extra bit of damage. Pace gonna get hit into the combo. 3 seconds left. He launches it through. Oh my goodness. TT25 with the buzzer beater taking out Pace with the Fistblades.
Ooh, R&B. Charged R&B Fistblades moment coming on out. TT25 just full sending it too, because if he didn't go for that commitment, both of them get timed out. It was go big or go home, throw the focus, potentially get parried, throw the focus, get the elimination, and get the Vermilion Birds, mate. Good job as well from Mike, playing in the pocket, right in that Zai's face so that it becomes even harder to read when those tortoise block throws are going to be coming on through, and harder to be able to dodge it. As we can see, Mike, 22 points. Spider's still in this lobby, however, he prioritized opening up one of those caves rather than putting himself into that realm of Yang potential fight where he might be hit with Yang depletion. As Mike now with that legendary longsword is going to be able to continue staying on top of XXY with the tracking of the jump LMBs, just carrying his hitbox forward. He's trying to stay on top of XXY for as much as he possibly can so he gets the elimination, but no, Verse is going to be able to come on through with the Liam V2 and find it instead. V2 has expired though, so Mike is going to actually look to take this fight against the Liam, being able to come through with the toothpick into the full knockdown with that R&B from the longsword chasing on up as well. And Verse now is going to be looking to kite on out as TT25 shows up for the third party. Mike still hasn't even invested a single bit of kit, both his combo breaker and his ultimate. It was just off of base longsword pressure alone that he was able to put in all of that work. And Verse unfortunately does get picked, but it's not to Mike. Chen comes away with the pistol kill steal, and Mike is not happy about this one. But this is where Mike not investing that ultimate comes into play. He's not going to be vulnerable. Yes, he's down his combo breaker, but neither of the two players want to all in on the shell, understanding that they can still get put into the headlock if they're not careful.
Here we go. Spider. One elimination on the board. Oh my goodness, Shenyuan gonna take out MTF. Early elimination for him. And it looks like he might be able to claim that soul bloom. We're gonna see, yeah, the cleanse is gonna come through for Shenyuan. Pace now the only player in the lobby with that Yang depletion. Gonna be looking for an elimination as quick as possible here, trying to see if he can snipe that out before the next Yang is up. And there we go. We're seeing him deep into a fight. Edward's going to get eliminated. Mike is going to steal the bloom. Oh my goodness. Pace is going to find himself a little bit of an aerial combo on those flying knives, but Mike is just going to bring it back around into the uppercut. F ability has been invested. He has that ult available. He might try and pop that, but the catch is going to come through into the jump LMB. Spider's going to steal the kill with the F2. He grabs the bloom as well. Mike not needing it though. He doesn't have that Yang depletion on him. Mike is on 4 eliminations. He's 0.5 points away, and now Spider has qualified off of that F2 kill steal. Mike still needs 0.5 of a point.
We said it in the hero selection. He's going to be able to sit on the outside of a fight, wait for someone to go low enough and steal it away with the equals F2, and that's exactly what he does. That insult to injury as well. It's against Mike, who needed that elimination to eclipse match point threshold. Spider now has also been able to get his hands on that Yang pass too, which means that he's going to be able to go through the portal. And Mike is going to be denied his 1 versus 1 without having to worry about the third party. Edward now down that Yoto F2 is also going to think better of trying to take this fight, but Spider... Oh my goodness, eyes in the back of his head, comes on through with the Akos pounce onto Mike, who was looking to third party punish onto TT25, and now tries to play keep away from the mech. Oh, no way, I was about to say, did Spider just do it again? The F2 almost sniped the kill onto TT25, but Mike with the fan is just a little bit faster, and that will put Mike directly onto match point threshold. 3 players guaranteed MVP eligible when we head into game number 5.
Wow, we're seeing 5 players left in this lobby as well, because we're going to see Verse versus Chen in our first realm of Yang, SR Spider in that second side. Still, somebody's able to go in here. It looks like Shenyuan just waiting till the very last second to call it. He wants to hold that buff for as long as possible if he does end up winning. Akos versus Avalda. This is actually a pretty even matchup, in my opinion. I think that the Akos-Valda matchup is a decent even matchup for both players, but Spider, being one of the best players in the game, you know, it's always going to be advantage on the side of Spider, especially when he's on a character that is able to perform so much damage like this. Dodges the F2 though. That is going to be the dodge from coming out from Shen Yuan. Scale Rush going to come through with the nunchucks. Double dodge going to come out from Spider. He's very low on stam. He's going to try and rebuild this here. Going to try and see if he can go for the double charge. Holds blue in his face. Is not going to be able to connect. Doesn't release anything here. Scale Rush going to come through. Tries to see if he can get the prio off. But Shen Yuan's holding blue. F2 going to get released. F going to come out for the side of Shen Yuan to prevent any extra combo damage coming through. Dodge going to come out to avoid the follow-up off of the trigger block. Chip damage coming through. Both of these players are playing super close to the vest here. Blocking and going. Nobody's throwing a blue attack yet either, as Spider only has the combo break as his ult, and Shen Yuan doesn't want to burn that combo break so fast. Gets the uppercut into jump LMB, into the 1-2. F ability has released. Trigger block going to be coming up from the side of Shen Yuan. Ultimate now released. He's going to be trying to go for a huge spear play here. Goes for the hold into the 1.0. We are going to see the parry come out. He dodges on the other side into the shift. Tries to go for the spear follow-up, but the ultimate is going to get cast from Spider. Now he goes for the tiger grab. Spear's going to miss. Tiger grab isn't going to connect. Spider going for the heal. He is going to go for that last spear throw. F2 going to come in on the side into the pounce. He needs one more pounce to make it happen. F2 is going to get released on the side of Shen Yuan. One more pounce to connect, and that's all he needs for the elimination. The scale rush is going to come through. 1 HP in a dream. Spider's going to go for the reset here. Shen Yuan's not going to be able to get the pot off in time. Will he do it? Scale rush is going to come in. 1, 2 is going to connect. Holds blue in his face. F2 going to get released another time. How many F2s does Spider have? 11 seconds left in this fight. Parry going to come through. Clank going to come in off. 7 seconds left. Will Shen Yuan be able to survive? But the 1-2 is going to connect, and Spider going to pick up the elimination.
Oh my goodness, Spider with that Akos F2 so many times as well. Just being able to find the connection onto the Valda so that pillar play gets entirely thrown out of the window. Also getting to utilize the Akos V2 to avoid those Valda spears so that he doesn't have to worry about lacking the combo breaker after he'd activated his ultimate. Very big plays coming on through from Spider. Verse also looks like lost his realm of Yang fight, as we can have a look and see how he lost his fight against Chen on this Chen coming on through. Goes for that scale rush. Doesn't actually commit it onto Verse, just utilizes it to reposition so he can potentially find an uppercut catch onto that Liam coming on out. There's the V2 activation. Chen utilizing his own ultimate now with those blades starting to track to Liam's position. Going for the clank as well, just to hold him in position long enough for the blades to be able to come through for a second connection. And there's the back-to-back staggers. The Liam knocked all around the shop into the pistol shot follow-on through. Verse now having to take a fight against the other player who's in Yang depletion right now. As we can see, Spider closing the distance on the minimap, looking for the third party. He's already got the eliminations that he's looking for. He might punish this Liam lacking the ability to play the multi-way fight, as poor old Verse is getting absolutely target focused, and the combo breaker and the ultimate both going to be burned. XY also utilizing that Valda V2. One ball catch will be able to connect onto Spider, but that means that the Valda spear comes on out and the nunchuck follow-up damage. The next ball connection not going to be able to hit. Back it goes into another Valda spear, but Spider's able to tack the last hit and might be able to pick up XY too.
XY is not looking too good in this situation. Cloudweaver on the side of Spider switches over to the slap for a second there. Is going to switch back to those fist blades. Tries to see if he can get that extra little bit of slap damage coming through. 1 to the jump LMB is going to connect. F2 into the 1-2. Oh my goodness. Shen Yuan going to get himself eliminated. And now it is a 3-player lobby. Mike on 5, Spider on 5, and GG Shen on 2. It really comes down to placement here because Spider and Mike both have the same amount of eliminations. It's going to come right down to the wire. Mike going to be able to get a nice parry on to GG's Chen, and I believe we just saw the Assassin's Lunge coming out on the side of Mike. There we go. We saw it again. He sends it out off of the LMB confirmation. GG Chen going to get hit with a scale rush into the jump LMB. That's going to be a 1-2 attack coming out, and now we're going to see the Shio ultimate released just to ensure that he's not able to get away. Cancels the ult, but he only has 15% left, and now it's Mike versus Spider. 6 kills for Mike, 5 kills for Spider. The two titans, Mike and Spider, in the rivalry match.
Spider knows that Mike cancelled the ultimate. He knows that Mike doesn't have Cheryl up right now. He was able to pick up the bloom at least, so he should be getting a huge chunk of it back, but still Spider has a huge advantage lead on Mike currently. We might still see, though, the 1v1 not get taken up between these two until they feel like a better time comes forward, as Spider is going to put himself over towards that cairn, start picking up some of those resources. Mike, I believe, has 5 legendary weapons. Spider has 2, both of which being those fist blades so that the Clyde Weaver can properly be employed, as he's going to be able to pick up that Challenger scroll. Mike will be able to see where Spider is, but Spider is also going to be able to get continuous information of where Mike is if he's within range. And in fact, yeah, there we go. 4 legendary weapons for Mike, which means that he can go for swaps and tempo changes. If Spider is expecting him to play off of dagger spacing with the Assassin's Lunge, Mike can potentially swap over to that longsword and catch him on the disengagements with the follow-up of the RMBs. Are we going to have a truce for the shop? No. Okay, now it's the time. Assassin's Lunge immediately going to be revealed. Spider utilizing the F2 to put more pressure onto the Shiol. Scale rush out into the pocket, into the combo breaker coming on through from Mike, as he now has been able to lay claim over towards this high ground and can start threatening the space with the LMBs coming on through from this dagger. Has to be careful that he doesn't get parried off of the back of it, though, because he doesn't have his combo break available, which means that Spider feels safe enough to go for
jump LMB
into jump LMB, back-to-back chase downs. Mike a little bit too low, pops the ultimate, and Spider with the swap over to the pistol so it doesn't count as stagger, gets the elimination.
Oh my goodness, the jump LMBs have really came out tonight. Hey, it's Spider going to be claiming game number 4 with the amazing 6-kill finish with the first place. Mike going to be taking that second with a 6-kill second place finish. Wow. Spider with the jump LMBs on the fist blades. It is absolutely insane that we're seeing this come out now. He is just doing such a phenomenal job of carrying his opponent down the hill. Anytime you find that slight incline, if you start on the top of that and you work your way down, you're going to be able to carry your opponent all the way to the bottom. Just how that interaction works. He's just a bit higher than normal, and so it takes him just a bit longer to fall, and you get that jump LMB into the jump LMB a second time, and yet a third time, and a fourth time, and he almost gets the full follow-up, but he hits the ground for half a second. Mike's able to get the wake up into his ultimate ability to prevent any extra damage, and then the pistol shots come out for that last elimination.
You know what's heartbreaking? That would be the end of the day if Spider had just been able to find 2 eliminations on his Liam game.
Yeah.
If Verse hadn't fried Spider in the lobby before, we would be handing over the troll and the scroll and the seal for Spider to be able to come on through with that win. But no, and now we get to move into the next game with Spider and Verse and Mike all MVP eligible, which is going to shuffle the pick rate. Finally, XXY is going to be alleviated from the pain of being the last one to pick and having to go through all of the different heroes being locked out of rotation, which now leads to the question: what exactly do Spider, Mike, and Verse play? Spider played the ACOS. Mike has been known to go for the ACOS. Spider, I think, is going to be a little bit ahead, though, in terms of where he is standing for points. I believe Verse is leading currently. Actually, no, Spider is leading currently because he got the win and the last place stand, so he got the multiplier. But that does mean that Mike, lowest for all 3 of them, is going to get to pick first. So maybe he goes for the ACOS before Spider can lock it away from him.
Yeah, we're going to have to see who's going to be picking onto what. And I believe 4 and 5, we're going to be having our back-to-back game here running into this. Jumping onto our next map, if I am correct, we're getting Holoroth next, or we're going to Morris Isle next. It's one of the two, but jumping into this, it's really going to be dependent. XXY, though, he's finally going to catch a break. I believe he's going to be, is he going to be first selection, or is he going to be first before the, is he going to be last pick of the non-match point players? We're going to have to take a look, but seeing our scoreboard here, 10.2 for Spider with the 6 kills, the 3 ranking points, and the 7.2 kill points for that multiplier to jump in there. That whole extra 1.2 points to give him that game score. Mike going to be getting the 8 points with the 2nd place finish. Verse is going to get 6, 3.5 for both Chen and Shenyuan, TG25 going to pick up 3, a 3-way tie for 7th with Edward Pace and MTF all getting 1.5, Frostivus and XXY with the donuts, and Wufong with 1 point on the board.
Oh, Spider with 2 of those eliminations as well, being off of the back of ACOS F2.
Yeah,
Mike
those F2s were
would have
lethal.
been happy if he'd been denied match point eligibility, because Spider took his best known hero and used it against him. However, Mike and Verse were able to come on through with the eliminations, both of them prioritizing taking as many 1v1 fights as they possibly could to be within the best chance of hitting MVP eligibility, and now working to properly win and finish off the day, as it becomes now 2 objectives for everybody else. Do well, climb up the leaderboard so that you yourself can pass that 24 match point threshold, but also stop Mike, Spider, and Verse from all being able to take the win. And I think this is where we're going to see like the limit testing that Spider was doing in the regular week start to come through in full, because he was experimenting to see how he could get people lobbied, and if he can figure out who Verse and Mike, the characters that they are playing, I fully expect to see Spider trying to turn the lobby against the both of them, to make it that even if we go all the way to game number 8, he's the one that comes out on top because he has overall the highest amount of points picked up.
Yeah, it is. Oh my goodness. Verse has, like, he popped off in game number 3. If he's able to make the same things that happened in game 3 happen into this next game, I think that he's going to be the one to claim it. And I think if Verse doesn't claim it in game number 5, if it doesn't get claimed in game 5, I think Spider's going to take it all away. But I do have just a strong feeling that Verse is going to be able to take away the win. Look at how crazy relentless he is. He drops the combo. There's 1 HP left on the player. He's able to get the grapple through and finish off. And oh my goodness, Frostivus goes for the overhold, but the dash away into the turnaround parry from Spider. What a beautiful finish. And then look at this. Charged LMB into the uppercut, into the Assassin's Lunge, into the Scale Rush, into the 1-2, tries to go for the 3, gets the 1-2, into another Scale Rush, into another 1-2, dodges the 2. Chen was able to dodge the 2, but then the 1 off of the buttery rocks. And yeah, GG's Chen not too happy about that. It's just getting absolutely blitzed down. These players are relentless as soon as they get their eyes locked on the person that they want to eliminate. And here we go. We get to see the fabulous ending. There we go. The Sky Punch into the triple jump LMB, the quad jump LMB actually. Tries to go for the pistol shots at the bottom, but the ultimate is going to be able to come through. And then there you see it. Spider just able to pick up that last elimination, the very end point there with the pistol, as Mike trying to flee and run away. He goes for the grab onto Mike. You know, they are all friends in the Nbpl. They're very friendly with each other. They are all very close. As they play against each other every single week in the Nbpl. So of course they're going to be close to each other. 6 eliminations, 19,000 damage, Palm Lightning, Cloud Weaver, Varja's Grip, Sky Punch, Ripple Step, Phantom Step, Fire Arrows, and Target Lock. Wow.
You were stacked.
And
Bro was absolutely stacked. I mean, 10,000 of that 19,000 damage was also done with the melee weapons, 4,800 coming in through the skills and ultimates. That's a lot of connections with the F2. And as we got to see from those replay moments, that F2, it is a risk when you go for ACOS, you know, your combo breaker being tied to the activation of the ultimate as opposed to a basic cooldown ability, so that even if you're coming into pressure and you find yourself having to use it, and you need to kite out until it comes back up again, if you get caught inside those combo extensions, you're still not going to be able to escape the same way that something like Avada with the F2 or Rosario with the F1 would be able to manage. But for these players that love to take their 1v1s and feel like with the mechanical skills, they're going to be able to put you into the blender, the ACOS F2 being able to provide that stagger, which you can then chain into an uppercut prio, is absolutely brutal, as we got to see, especially when paired with the fist blades or the flying knives, and you can just catch them with the flying knives for the RMBs or the fist blades with the jump LMBs. As well, this is an easier question, so I would be not angry but disappointed if you all in chat don't manage to pull this one off. How many players scored above the match point threshold? Is it A5? Is it B4? Is it C3? Or is it D2? Considering we had a bright, shiny graphic giving you all of the details available, and we've said their names constantly as we start to get ready to head into our next game, you should be able to know this one.
Guys, it's 5. It's 5. I'm spam A in the chat. I'm joking, guys. You know the answer to this. Spam it in the chat and make sure you're doing it on Twitch, because if you're spamming answers into YouTube, you will not get picked to win a prize. So you must go over to the Twitch chat, and if you are the lucky winner, you could be getting some really cool stuff. And make sure you guys are whispering NARAKA your UID to be able to claim those rewards. Otherwise, you're not going to get anything even if you do win. So make sure you send NARAKA your UID. Just send it to them on that Twitch whisper box, and they will get everything sorted out for you. And I gotta say, the cosmetics, the free stuff that we're getting throughout here, the whole experience of the NBPL, absolutely amazing as a viewer, and even more amazing as a caster, is we're gonna get to see these 3 players going head to head for this match point game. Game number 5 is going to be absolutely insane. We have a potential of 3 more games after this game that we're playing currently to come after if nobody manages to MVP that's in the top 3. So, will they be able to do it, Moxie? Or will they falter?
We'll have to see. I mean, I just want to know what heroes they're going to be able to select, because it's only 3, which means that 9 people are going to have priority to pick before them. And you're going to have to think, like, is Mike going to have to break out the zip? Like, we haven't got to see the Mike zipping all that often after Season 1 in spring ended, but he was known for picking up the zip on Game 1 back at the start of the year for Nbpl. It was obviously a strategy that he's since moved away from, but he might have only that option, as I think a lot of these people are going to be taking away as well things like the Tammy, which we used to be able to see make it all the way to the end of the phases. Now that not only has he been buffed, but people have also really worked out the power that a Tammy has, especially if we see multi-way fights. He's strong in them, he can prevent third parties, he can lock players down as well with the Wisp throws, and then inside the 1 versus 1 too, he has a really good chance of being able to walk away with the wins inside places like Realm of Yangs, where you can literally just stop pillar play potentials by coming on through with your ultimate and blocking off access to said pillars, so you don't have to worry about the shenanigans of kiting and skill rushing.
Yeah, it's oh, I'm just thinking about it in my head right now, Moxie. If they get a comfort hero pick in this stage, it's gonna be over. They're in the last 3 to make their selections. Mike's gonna get first, Verse is going to get the second pick out of these 3, and then when we go to that very, very last pick, that's going to be Spider. He's going to be forced to play something pretty off meta. It's going to be pretty rough for him, which is why I'm saying I think Verse has the best options and the best choice to make it in here. I think Mike, he's obviously as well got a really good chance, but it's always been Verse or Spider when it comes to the match point who's been able to qualify off it. We haven't seen Mike get a finals MVP in a very long time. So I'd love to see it go to Mike. And here we go. The 3 players, there's your answer to that question, as we do see the winner getting selected already.
Spider. I think if Mike gets Akos though, I think that's my worry. Ooh. Like, I feel someone in the phase before is going to have to bite the bullet, take one for the team, so that Akos gets barred from play and Mike doesn't get access to it. That, or maybe you do want Mike to have access to it, because then it becomes immediately obvious it is Mike, given the fact that if Spider plays Akos, it would have to be a double pick.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. We're actually gonna get to see the double picks here. So Lonnie, Akos, Valda, and Liam. He can only double pick the 3 last ones. He can't double pick Lonnie.
Yes.
So we're gonna have to see who will be getting this next pick in here. Oh my goodness, ew. It's gonna be close.
Because if you burn your double pick too, because you're gonna be at the last phase for like every single game afterwards, if you burn your double pick now, then if it comes to you and something is potentially still open but you would already have played it before, you're still barred from playing it, so you would have to go even more off meta, which I think it's like, it's a risk. But do these players think that they are going to be able to, and feel like Spider might think that he has all of the momentum after winning that last game. You might think that Mike, after losing that last game, might be a little bit unsettled by the fact that Spider was able to come on through with those F2s multiple times and grief him out of fights.
Yeah, we're gonna. Oh my goodness, I'm thinking we're gonna see Akos. I want to see a crazy off meta from Verse, but I don't think it's going to come out. They're going to go for what's closest to the meta as possible. As we get to see, XXY is still getting shorted out of any possible pick that could be of some sort of value to him. If it goes all the way to game 8, he might have the chance to play something since everybody has already played out the meta heroes. But
I think Pace gets the opportunity to double pick Syra now as well, no?
Oh yeah, he does have the chance to do that, but I wonder if he's going to save the Syra for when he gets on match point. He's extremely close to match point threshold as well. I believe
if he saves it, he's not going to get access to the Syra.
Ooh,
because remember, if he
smart.
becomes MVP eligible, he then gets shuffled to 4th last. For the rest of the day now, if you become MVP eligible, you get shuffled to the second half of picks.
Liam's going to be coming out from him regardless. I wonder how, I wonder why Spider didn't go for the double pick on the Syra either. So Liam going to be going for the first pick of the lobby here. Syra going to be taken by Edward. Shenyuan and Chen are going to be next up to pick. It's going to be where we're going to start to see Shael coming out, I believe, going to be 3rd. And we might see Kylan from Chen. Has Chen already played Kylan though? Kylan's going to be coming up from Shenyuan.
Yeah, Kylan tends to be a fairly popular pick in the first couple of phases. We don't really see him first, but we've sometimes seen him second, sometimes seen him third. Obviously, having the killing guard, being able to come on through means that you do kind of have an out in the multi-wave fight, plus you can take some more damage if you're taking fights into the zone. You also have a lot of mobility too, to be able to play it either aggressively as a gap closer or distance yourself from fights if you feel yourself getting a little bit too pressured, as Yoda has been another popular pick, which is now going to be removed. Lani, as we've already talked about, because she was in the mirror match, not an option for any of these players. So we still have things like the Justina, the Sheol no longer, the Valda, the Temi, and crucially as well, no one's taken the bullet and picked up the Akos. Mike might actually get access to Akos, and he wouldn't even need to double pick it. He hasn't picked it so far today.
Yeah, I mean, MTF, Frostivus, and TT25, as well as XXY, still have the ability to snipe it out. And there we go. It gets gone in the 6th round.
Of course it's Fang.
Yeah, MTF, the ultimate troll. Absolute legend, by the way, but he loves a good laugh when it comes to the gameplay. As
he griefs.
He does grief, and
he's
he laughs while he does it.
Professional griefer.
It's not only that he's a professional griefer, is that the smile on his face while he's griefing is just the most priceless cheesed up look you've ever seen in your entire life. Frostivus, though, gonna be on the Frosty Boy himself, Justina. Frostivus has got an amazing Justina play. I really hope he can put some extra points up onto the board and climb that ladder. It's gonna be tough to get him to match point, but hopefully he can get himself higher in the standings. 9th pick, XXY. This is the last of our non-match point eligible players.
Take the Temi. I was gonna say take the Temi. Yeah. Do not let Spider-Verse or Mike make away with a Temi, because oh my goodness, would they be winning the ban phase. Even though they're 10th, 11th, and 12th respectively in terms of picks. What is it gonna be? Wu Chen's up for grabs, Fairy is up for grabs, Tarka is up for grabs.
Oh my goodness. Duncan, if you are watching right now, we do see a Tarka. I hope you're smiling. That's all. But Verse, 11th to pick. We have... Oh my goodness, we have Zipping available.
It might be the Mike available. Zip, yeah. I feel like Zip. Spider took the most meta. Wu Chen is still up though.
Yeah, so... I personally pick Wu Chen over Feria in solos any day.
Really?
I think that's just my personal preference. These players obviously know way better than I do, but I personally feel like the mobility in Wu Chen's kit is just so much better. These players tracking and aim with the Feria mech is definitely... Oh, Enor! Love to see it coming out from Mike, but now...
It's MVP'd once. TD5 MVP'd once with it. F2 V1 loadout. He came through with, I believe, 5 eliminations and was also the last player standing to get the kill score multiplier. So you're sort of banking off of the fact that you'll be able to survive until that end game and then come on through and win the heal-off situation. Since Uno's ultimate is a transformer, he gets a full health reset off of the back of it. But this is really risky. I mean, we already saw Mike make the Liam work in being able to win the 1 versus 1s, but as we've talked about, Liam in the 1 versus 1s has the best combo breaker in the game, and then V2 in a 1 versus 1 fight. If you get that catch of the ball, you are just put into the absolute blender, especially if it's back-to-back.
Yeah, it is a very, very difficult ult to get out of, especially if you don't have that combo break. Mike could be struggling a lot into that, and that's just the only problem with Enor's kit. He's absolutely busted every other way.
And also being able to run away from him.
Yeah, I mean, that is a problem for the opponent, but not a problem for his kit. He's looking absolutely great when it comes to that.
Oh no, like T225, he tried to play, on Holoroth the other day. Every single time he popped his ultimate, everyone would just grapple up into a tree and be out of there. Mike's actually going to be moving, though, to the V2 rather than the F2. So he will, if he misses that spear throw, be able to run over to it and pick it up.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if it's gonna come out. Look at these ults and Fs coming through. I think it's pretty standard. The V2 F1 on the side of XXY when it comes to the Temi.
Wait, Edward V2.
Edward V2? Edward V2? Edward V2?
Syra
Find it?
V2?
Find it? Syra V2? Oh my goodness. The powerful Dazzle, the trio's ultimate. Always Edward looking to make history books here. Alliance and Edward. Pace and Edward are actually incredibly close to that match point threshold with 5 and 6 points about that they need to get themselves onto that threshold. So if they're able to grief out the match point players, they're going to be the top of the lobby. They're going to be the ones that everybody's looking at to put up these points. So we're going to have to see, taking a look at the spawns, Mike and Pace spawning relatively close to each other. Shenyuan and Chen spawning near podium, trying to get that puzzle, assault, and get themselves that free golden weapon right off the start of the game. Frostivus all alone in the Yushan ruins, but a couple of players are waiting in the gold zone surrounding you. Keep in mind, there are a few portals nearby for these players to TP right on top of Frostivus, so it could be a dangerous spot for him to be in. Spider is right in the thick of it, as well as Verse. So that's going to be an incredible off spawn. Let's see if they're able to pick up the kills. If they get eliminated first off spawn, it's going to be basically cooked for them for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Mike is going to be where I'm sure both of us are going to be watching closely, and it's also going to be where we get to start things off to see. It's all the more important for a Transformer that Mike is able to start scaling on up incredibly quickly, plus picking up health soul jades means that he's going to be able to expand his health pool when he goes into that V2 state as well. But it's not a fight breaking out. Verse is going to be able to ring the bell, get a read of T225's position, as now we can see that indeed Mike and Pace are trading out blows. The uppercut catch already coming on through with those dual blades. Pace faking out the focus strike into the parry, but Mike not clanking against it and not giving Pace an opportunity to come on through. Though down is F2, and with Pace being able to backstep out of the LMB into the full parry, Mike without that combo breaker is now in a very rough window. Has to burn both stages of the F2 just to be able to create more distance and back away. Puts himself onto a different layer of verticality to potentially find an armor swap that has not been picked up just yet. The Space has been able to find an armor tiger onto his blue and gets to come through with a little bit of an advantage in terms of that survivability, but Mike's immediately going to be able to even up the scoreboard with a huge parry. Throws out that F, might want to try and teleport back into it to close up the distance onto the bell as well, to be able to ring it and see where exactly Pace has run away to, so he can't even cut noise and break the ankles in the chase, as Mike can continue taking this aggressive fight. If he takes a little bit too much damage, it will bolt his V2 up, which means health reset and a potential opportunity, but Pace takes him down with the blades before he can hit the V2.
Oh my goodness. And Verse looking to be in a tough situation. TG25 is actually extremely low here. He's forced to go for the pot up. inside the ultimate. You can see the ult was already getting to that red stage. This means he's incredibly low, but no, first gonna get caught out. Oh, he's using the Tai Chi Rift swap blades. I love this. So we're gonna be seeing the F2 swap coming out. One of the cool little F abilities. He's going to be able to get a combo starter off and get a little bit of movement going on. Oh, he actually pulls off the swap here. Doesn't get the combo start off of it. Parry going to come through. That goes T225's way into the jump LMB chain. Coming through, he's able to chain two of them together. Gets the prio into the uppercut. Jump LMB, he needs one more scale rush coming through. Trying to roll out of the way. Verse desperately trying to get himself out of this situation. But it looks like he might have closed the distance. Movement error, no! Scale rush going to come in. He's going to be able to try and find himself an armor swap here. Oh, it's a dead armor, no! Can he make his way out of this fight? He's got F available. Scale rush going to come through into the jump LMB. And that's all three match point players sent back to the Soul Altar immediately.
Yeah, Spider also losing his fight against Frostovitz up in Yushan Ruins, which we might get to see a replay of as T5 down his combo breaker pretty close to the V2. Might be able to survive until it comes on through, but no, again, Pace has been an absolute menace with these dual blades, being able to come on out and just get that last hit of damage before an ultimate could come on out to save a player after that combo breaker has been burned. Wufeng also, his hitbox getting stuck on that windowsill, going to be taking a little bit of damage coming out of the LMBs of those dual blades. That Pace Knight comes on through with the RMB to keep up that pressure, forcing the scale rush disengagement, but Pace is going to be able to scale rush chain together and keep up all of that damage incoming, finding as well the throwdown, looking for the orb grab coming on through from this ultimate. Doesn't manage to find the full connection, but does manage to catch Wufeng yet again on a windowsill.
That's V1. Paste is running Liam V1. This is the first time we've seen that in a while. Nice coming out from Pace, and it looks like he's trying to bring that back into the meta. Frostovitz is taking a lot of damage from MTF right now. Both of these players with purple fans in hand. Double dash going to come out from Frostovitz. Gets the 1.0 connect into the follow-up focus. Is going to try and go for that CLMB. Ultimate is going to get popped now. He does have the ability. Gonna send that through. F gonna come out. He uses the jump to get out of the way. He has one guaranteed freeze available. He is gonna miss it. Is gonna be able to get the LMB though to deal just a little bit of extra damage into the freeze, into the. Oh my goodness, he misses the 1.0. Frostovitz, you choked. Oh my goodness, no.
Oh, that was such a good freeze catch here, reading the Aethys' position. Wait, is Mike out of this lobby entirely? T5 with Evalda V2 is going to have to contest the V2 coming in through from the Thunderlord now, but Mike's already half HP. He's in full disengagement mode as well. He's not keeping up the pressure onto this Evalda just yet. There's currently no one zone guarding, as Mike is looking to apply the Thunder Mark onto this Evalda. Hasn't been able to do so just yet until just now, but the F2 comes back into play. The execution, though, from Mike will be able to connect onto T5 off of that Thunder Mark and the RMB follow through. And that is going to be Mike finding his first elimination with Eno on the V2.
Oh my goodness, I was holding my breath there for a second. I didn't know if Mike was going to be able to make it back into the zone. It looks like he has found himself a reset here. It looks like Frostovitz and MTF back to full HP on both sides. Frostovitz still with his resurrection. Looks like he's going to try and all in this fight. F ability gonna get kited out. Beautiful cancel for Frostovitz into the aerial RMB from the grapple bump. F ability to come out to avoid the LMB damage coming through. Frostovitz now taking so much damage off of the soul break. Soul break cancel gonna come through on the side of MTF. Frostovitz trying to get a cheeky little weapon swap combo coming in, but the soul break gonna come in into the 1-2. Frostovitz gonna take that soul form and send himself back to the altar just in the nick of time. Those lives and those revives do expire if you're not familiar with the NARAKA BLADEPOINT game. If you don't use that revive within the time of the first circle closing, you are going to lose it and won't be able to revive after. He's going to take the L there, but he's going to be able to get himself back into this game and try and rescale for the late game. But he won't be able to take that first run with Yang since he'll be on gray armor, and unless he's able to find something else. Oh my goodness, look at Shenyu on there. He's got himself Soul Shatter, Nether Step coming through. It looks like the Soul Shatter hasn't been upgraded yet, but that's going to be very
He's also got a legendary
lethal.
Fan.
Yeah, legendary fan is
sold
absolutely
Salvation
insane.
Podium. So that Kylan ultimate is going to be scaled to the teeth in terms of damage that it's going to do. Spider looks like he was trying to play for a cave opening when everyone's attention was turned over to the Yang portals. does, with the threat of the pistol shots, manage to clear out XXY, but Mike, does he try and make a play? He is on the as we talked about, having that health reset opportunity coming on through with that V2 transformation might give him the confidence to try and take a fight inside these 1v1 opportunities. And he is going to put a pressure onto Pace, utilizing the F to just carry his position into that portal and immediately guarantee that he gets to take a fight against TE's Wu Fong. This is going to be a big task for Mike, but he's only on blue armor, which means the scaling of the V2 health pool is going to be a little bit smaller. Starting things off, flying knives in the pocket, cannon pressure coming on through onto Wu Fong to get some of this chunk damage through. That pillar play gets caught by that skill rush, activates the F2, the first and the second state, to be able to keep up this pressure. Overholds onto the blue to make sure he doesn't get staggered out by that skill rush attempt, and once again chunks down that blue armor from Wu Feng's end with the cannon. Now closing up the distance, trying to play in the pocket, going for the scale rush dagger, forcing the combo breaker from the Sheol, which means he can start to look to lengthen out some of these combo chains. He's got the F2 to try and bookend the combo string, but doesn't manage to find the full connection. And now without a combo break, he's being pushed into the invisible wall, which means that the longsword is going to do so much damage. I don't think he's going to get an opportunity. No, he just manages to roll on the restand to activate the V2. The Sheol doesn't find the infinite.
Oh my goodness, he was so close to being able to get that longsword carousel infinite. We are going to see Wu Fong trying to go for that lightning strike in. He is going to be able to catch. Oh my goodness, he gets the finisher onto Wu Fong. He had the game in the bag. All he had to do was not drop the combo. And Wu Fong just sold it, sent it away, and gave Mike the win for absolute free there. Oh my goodness, he was so close. He had the carousel. He drops it for half a second, and Mike spamming that ultimate button. He's hitting V over and over and over again to get himself to that ultimate state. He gets the ult. He finds the catch as the Shio ultimate is closing, gets the lightning strike into the punish finish. And look at that. He's able to get the rest of the loot that was in cave that some of these other players hadn't managed to loot.
2 eliminations as well, which is big. Pace is currently leading the lobby on 3, but he lost his Realm of Yang fight, which means he's going to be under Yang depletion, as did Verse. Something that we talked about when we saw, the second time on the Thursday, me and Dunk, was that, well, yes, he doesn't have a combo break. If he does manage to get into the V2 or the V1 state, being able to find the punishment of the execution around players who were looking to play the game of pillar kiting for is going to be a huge advantage in being able to take those Yang fights, because you deny like 75% of options that these players try and utilize when they're inside of those areas. We can have a look at Shen Yuan going head-to-head with MTF. Shen Yuan with that legendary fan and also another legendary weapon, given the fact that he was able to take his Realm of Yang win. Out comes the combo break, dodges as well the connection of that F2, which would have led into a follow-up pistol shot, given how far away he was. Now just has to kite out that Akos V2, comes on through with the V1, but doesn't utilize the activation of it to dodge away from one Tiger Pounce, which does mean he gets put into the full grab from the first attempt. Now comes on through with the cleave coming on out, catching onto MTF, finding that stagger, making sure that he's putting as much pressure while also turning the camera to see whether or not Pace is getting a little bit too close for comfort and looking to counteract when the Kylan ultimate is done.
Yeah, we're going to see the ultimate coming up from the Liam now, and Pace is going to be able to pick up that elimination. Who got the bloom? I'm not 100% sure, but it looks like Pace hasn't managed to cleanse. Ballista shot's going to be coming in from the tower above, trying to get some extra burn damage off on the side. Now that's XXY. 1.0 going to be coming in from the fist blades. Dodge perfectly. The 2.0 on the other side. Into the catch. Into the restand. Into the jump LMB finisher. Pace going to be able to pick up that elimination, cleanse his Yang depletion, and send XY back to the soul altar. Meanwhile, GG Chen getting focused by the entire lobby. Who's going to get the kill? Edward picks up the elimination off of the Syra stun in the ultimate, but Edward is going to get himself eliminated as well. It doesn't matter though. He does have that Vermilion Bird Might. We are going to see Verse actually the one to claim that elimination. Mike on 2, Verse on 1, but Pace is on 5 eliminations now, and he's trying to claim a 6th here, going up against TE's Wufong. He doesn't need this elimination, but if he goes out, Wufong gets this elimination. No combo break available. Jump LMB into the throw from the shield proc of the Shile, and TE's Wufong taking out the kill leader. This is actually awful for the rest of the lobby.
I was gonna say, this is griefing every other player. You just grieved your best chance at this game continuing, because the kill leader was not MVP eligible. They knew he was the kill leader too, because the name comes up in the kill feed. They knew the amount of kills that he had available. Oh, Wu Fong. If Mike Spider Reverse find an MVP right now, they're gonna be mailing a thank you card over to the Shy All as XXY shuts the space down for the Yang Portal Pass with the Temi ultimate. Verse deciding to try his luck at a different entrance. Now might have to duel out Spider for control of this one. Doesn't have that Yang Pass too. Might, yeah, just be looking to go past instead of actually taking this fight against the Farrier, as Spider with that pillar mech drop will be able to threaten so much space. Not sure if that's going to be Razor Swift coming on for Spider. We'll have to wait and see. It could also be Heartstoppers as well. We'll have to wait and see whether or not a Dragon Slayers is going to lend into one of those silencers. As Wu Fong now is going to be fighting XXY. XXY does have that Yang Pass already available, so he's going to be positioning his hitbox directly close to that portal. If he goes a little bit too close for comfort, as he does have the Temi Combo Breaker up and available still, even if he gets put into something like a toothpick into carousel combo. And indeed, there he goes into the Yang portal, but he's still on blue armor only, as Mike, oh, he's going to get to match against XXY. Mike's got the advantage in terms of loot scaling.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one here, because Mike is the best bet to claiming that MVP right now. Imagine if we see an Enor MVP, absolutely insane. The 1-2 going to come out, brings out that F2 off of the F coming out, and we see the Temi ultimate immediately countered by Mike in that Enor ult. Tries to send the lightning. He's going to be able to get it through. Doesn't get the drop down off. Isn't going to be able to get that execute through. He's going to try and come into the play, seeing if he's going to be able to get the jump up. Trying to jump through. Oh my goodness, he's going to be able to get a little bit of a knockback off. The ult is going to go down. F2 is going to get released right away. Damage is going to get kited out though. XXY going to be able to come through. Ooh, Shotgun Burst going to connect into the 1-2 follow-up. Gets the 1-2 a second time. Tries to go for the double charge, and he connects! Oh my goodness! TRG's XXY, all he needed to do was parry, but he doesn't get it, and XXY falls to Mike. Mike picking up his third elimination, and now we're going to see Spider facing off against Shenyuan. That's going to be Spear against the Gold Fan. Shenyuan is looking really stacked up right now. He does have that Soul Shatter. Parry's going to come through into the sap damage. Now Shenyuan did manage to keep his weapon, but he gets the Soul Shatter into the uppercut, into the 1.0, but he doesn't get the 1.0 damage. We're going to see that purple focus coming out from the ending of the Spear attack. Tries to come out into the 1.0. Gets, oh my goodness, Spear Storm. Trying to see if he can throw it off. 1 HP and a dream for him. Sending over that attack again. 1 HP. He gets the 1 into the 2.
Erudition.
Oh my goodness. Erudition
moment.
Yeah,
just turn it until you hit purple focus and you can't parry it. That's exactly what Spider just did. Just kept spamming it over and over, denying one of the pillars to be able to kite as well, and then being able to catch the wake up with just the light attack staggers coming on through. So that even if we see clanks come out with how long the spear windup has, you're still going to be able to chip through that little bit left in terms of health bar. Mike now leading the lobby in terms of kill eliminations on through, but without a combo break, getting put into the absolute blender against all of that fan incoming damage coming on through from Shenyuan, with just the drop down RMBs to follow up after the charged RMB was able to find a connection. Mike scale rushing away, going to be burning out that F2, not to aggressively chase the player, but try and distance himself, but Spider is directly on top of him. Mike's able to roll away on the restand rather than getting hit into the grapple kick that Spider was looking for the extension off of the nunchucks, and takes the opportunity to come on through with that V2 now into the full execution as the Thundermark had been applied successfully and was able to find the drop down. Spider not able to kite it out the way that we saw the Temi the last time, and he's got another Thundermark into him, which means another execution. Still though, Mike not able to complete for the elimination, as he knows that one Spider still has that Ferry mech, and he saw the third party opportunity coming on through. He knew his ultimate was about to run out, and he just prioritizes being able to disengage all the way on the other side of Plumed.
Yeah, Shenyuan really trying to focus this elimination out, as well as Spider. Mike and Spider theoretically should be working together on this one, but Shenyuan gonna try his best to try and see if he can take out Mike. Mike with the White Tiger's prowess gaining a little bit of HP back as he's going. You see that shield going back up is making it less of an issue for him, but a Spider as well with that White Tiger's prowess going to be gaining a bit of shield back as well. Already back at the full reset. Mike still needs to get at least one more pot off before he can back up to complete full strength, but we're seeing a lot of players coming around Plume Castle. This is Kite City. The amount of levels that are going to be in this end circle, absolutely insane. If we're going to be finishing right on top of the Plume, we're going to see an unreal end circle. It's going to end with all 9 players fighting on a different level. Spider now getting chased down. Shenyuan just absolutely aggroing into the players that he's pretty sure are on that match point threshold.
I mean, he's also got Yang depletion. So he's aggroing onto everybody. You might be on match point threshold. You might just be a player trying to survive this next window of 3 minutes. He's going to take a fight against everyone he possibly can to try and push some of these other players into taking the aggression. Spider feels like is the target of focus, especially now that the Fairy doesn't have that combo breaker. Question is, can Shenyuan stay on top of her? Because Achilles Crest provides so much kiting potential, and Spider with the Legendary Fan doesn't even need to have a lower tier scaling option for this weapon to be able to have the faster skill rushes to chain together and immediately break the ankles on a different level of terrain and just slip ever so quietly away into the night, get a full reset off, fully heal up that legendary armor, and then drop back into the mix to see whether or not he can figure out where exactly this Kylan has gone. MTF with that ACOS F2 is going to utilize it. Wasn't able to push anyone off of this ledge though, and now it just becomes a full chase down. But Shenyuan runs out of time. He doesn't know where that ACOS has disappeared to, and he's got to turn to the player who's next in eyesight, and that's going to be Burst. Burst investing the F2 early on as well on that Wu Chen is going to leave him incredibly vulnerable to all of the follow-up damages. If he doesn't manage to find a parry, the fan R&B will be able to connect, as too does the uppercut, but not the drop-down vertical. Shenyuan now with that Kylan ultimate looking for the chase down potential. Does indeed come through with the dash variant that we don't traditionally get to see all that much of still in solos, as now we get that full pressure coming on through from that V1 of Mike, getting absolutely melted. He's been chased away from Achilles Crest. He's been chased away from the kite pathing. And Shenyuan thinks he can lock this player down, as too does XXY on the Temi, who comes through from absolutely out of nowhere, also on Yang depletion. And Mike just manages to pull off the V2 connection through the Temi wind while he goes. He is out of there.
Yeah, Mike not wanting to mess with that. It looks like Shenyuan is going to find himself the pick. He finds the bloom as well at the very last second on the DRG's XXY, getting himself up to 2 eliminations. And wow, all of our match point players are still in the game. Mike going to be going for the Spirit Well here. This could be
no way he gets this
value. It looks like he might be able to get it for free. No, Spider's coming.
Spider's coming.
Yeah, Spider coming in. Pillar gonna drop down into the uppercut, into the R&B. It looks like it isn't gonna connect for too much damage though, as we are gonna see Mike just needs maybe a second more of connection. Shenyuan gonna get eliminated by MTF here. Mike actually getting down pretty low. He's gonna be forced to back out of this. Only 40% left on that ultimate though. He had the zone almost completely captured. Looks like he is just gonna try and go for this elimination, as we are gonna see Spider trying to see if he can go for the capture here. Gonna stay in the zone as much as possible. He's only at 85% on his ultimate, as he did go for the full invest into that pillar drop. So we are going to see him go for the capture there. Oh, Mike coming back down, but the gold focus from the nunchucks. Mike going to be able to claim that zone back again. The 1-2 going to come out. These players fighting each other. They're actually not giving each other another chance. Now, Mike going to be forced to back off. Edward going to try and jump into this for a second here. Backs off almost immediately. Mike is gone. He does not want to be a part of this fight anymore. Going to go for a bit of a heal up. Spider still going for the aggressive chase. Going to be able to use the geyser to get himself up onto a higher plane. Just using that to go for a drop down here. It looks like he spotted out Wufong. Wufong going to be the next target of the lobby. He is on that Yang depletion. It's going to be quite unfortunate for him. Goes into the F2. He does get the connect. Damage doesn't look like it's going to go through as Wufong gets sent to the side. Mike going to go for the scale rush to try and kite out some of this extra pressure from Spider. Mike needs to keep these eliminations in check. He's the one kill leading the lobby right now, tied with Wolves MTF, but he to stay alive. Wufong getting dangerously low here. He has his ult back up if he needs. F2 is also available. He's getting kited out on the other side. The Bane! Oh my goodness, Spider goes out to the Bane. First gets the elimination. Mike is incredibly low right now. First gets the elimination onto Mike. What is happening? 3 eliminations for Verse, and now he's the only match point player with a chance of winning this game and closing it out. One bad Bane, and Verse takes the lead.
Oh my goodness, Mike had the V2! Verse!
Oh my goodness.
Verse gets hit by the Moonbane too. That's not another player. This is the replay so we can see how Spider went out because he got hit by a Moonbane trying to chase onto Mike and then held into position with Palm Lightning, tries to tap dodge away and gets immediately chased upon by another Moonbane AoE layered over the top of the one he just tried to disengage.
Oh my goodness, so unfortunate. Frostivus though going for the fight against Edward. Extremely low in HP. Who's going to be able to claim this kill? It looks like MTF trying to go for the kill steal. If MTF does manage to get this elimination, it's going to be really good for him. But oh my goodness, it's Wufong. Wufong dunking into the mix. The meter dump going to be coming out onto that side. Frostivus is going to go out. Geez, Wufong picking up the elimination, putting himself onto 2, but the kills are too far spread apart.
They're
so
spread. MTF is going to be in free at the moment, tying things up with Verse, but the problem for so many of these players is where the end zone is going to be. Edward on that Syra is going to have a significant advantage with the amount of verticality that is afforded to that Syra's V1. Everybody else playing upon the buttery cliffside could potentially drop a combo chain just to terrain griefing them out. We could very well go to a full zone collapse, and then we're going to see the full sustainability. MTF, yes, has the Tiger Pounce V2, but he needs to actually be able to connect onto players to get that health connection back. Burst with the armor. Actually, no, he's not running the F1, he's running the F2. So he's not even going to be able to keep refreshing his armor with the blades, nor blocking the range damage coming on through. Edward is the only one who's reliably going to have sustainability when this zone fight properly closes on through, and because of that, he's going to be the target that everybody tries to lobby down. He's also got the tome as well in his back pocket to be able to use that. I'm not sure if everybody knows he has in his play, but Verse... He's a Wu Chen. Maybe people don't know that he's one of those MVP eligible players, especially because he had one of the last picks in this lobby. Can he keep himself alive? He's got the Assault Smolder. He's going to be able to apply that fire tick debuff onto these players, which means that when they heal, they're going to be taking 50% less effectiveness. That might come into clutch as MTF. It's so pressured that he has to burn the Akos V2. Falls to the low ground, gets chased up upon as well by the cannon pressure, uses one of the pounces, not onto a player, but to just put himself back onto the ledge so he can try and get a heal off. But he's being pressured from cannon fire with the Rupture Gale and Flame Breath from the other side of the cliff face. And then when he drops to the low ground, he's got another player hot on his heels. He no longer has the ultimate, and he's just relying on back-to-back scale rushes. His health bar is going lower and lower and lower, though, as he's being absolutely fried by this fire tick. It really is going to be a race to see who can get the last hit onto him.
If we see Verse get that last cannon shot off, he does have that burn coming in. Who's gonna get the pick? It's so close. MTF getting extremely low right now. He's got barely any shield left, and it's gonna be Verse. Verse with the 4 eliminations on the board now. Everybody's trying to focus up onto him now. Oh my goodness, what an F, but the swap gets denied. He tries to go up into the sky, but it gets denied by Edward standing super close. He's gonna then invest the ultimate now. Ooh, maybe it's a bad invest. They both drop down for the reset. Verse. Oh my, Edward gonna go for the reset. They're not fighting on the bottom side. Ooh!
Onto him, he's still got the ult. He manages, he doesn't go for the cancel. He gets the ultimate connection onto 1, which now potentially finds an isolated fight, and he then uses the blades to keep a track of Wufong. Doesn't find the connection, doesn't manage to deny the reset. The uppercut threat coming on through from the halberds is going to force the Siren to burning the F1. He's just trying to stir the pot between these 2 other players and make them take a 1 versus 1 so he can third party.
Yeah, Verse is really getting focused on right now. They know if Verse is going to get this MVP, the entire day is finished. We're going to have to see Who is going to claim it? He takes it up into the sky. He's managing to get on the rock, but no, he does get chased, knocked out into the zone. Wufong going to be holding the edge. He's going to be able to get the 1.0, but Verse is absolutely low in HP right now, and this could be absolutely cooked for him. No! So close to victory, but now we're going to see Edward get the elimination, and now this powerful dazzle onto Wufong. And oh my goodness, if they go for the tie here, he might still be able to get it. Oh, he does get the kill. Edward gets the kill. The tie would have been insane.
I mean, potentially Edward doesn't get the MVP if the kills get split. If Edward gets the kill onto Verse and then Wufong got the kill onto Edward, then maybe it would have been enough. But I think with the kill score multiplier, it still would have tipped the scales far enough away from Verse's side. And that's where, like, when we were talking about debating, you know, would you rather the Farrier or the Wu Chan? In that instance, I would rather the Farrier.
You know what? You're 100% right.
If he had a Farrier mech to be able to place down and he could have gotten into his mech, played above the Syra, being able to position himself onto that cliff face too, because he goes for the F2 to try and carry him above the two other players, but then he gets grapple locked onto before he can make it onto the rock plateau, so he doesn't manage to fully break LOS, and then the Syra ultimate is chasing him down, and then he's being sent out of the zone too by all of the damage and pressure coming through from Wufong, who's outside of his own ultimate as well. If he'd been in a Farrier mech and he'd been able to get the boosters and put himself onto the rock and then use the cannon shots to be able to knock the other two players out into the zone, he likely would have been able to win that. Plus, he would have had a much better combo breaker to be able to come on through when he was coming under that much pressure from those two players, where he could have been able to not just have a combo breaker, but a backflip to be able to reposition himself out of reach as well.
I just keep thinking, I keep thinking if the timer goes out there, if he doesn't get that pistol shot off and Wufong and Edward end up tying, 3 eliminations for Edward, that's a 4.5. No, Verse still doesn't win it because he only gets the 5.5 total game score after that with the 4 eliminations. So there's no way that he wins going out in that 3rd place. It's so unfortunate to see because, like, oh my goodness, he was so close to coming through. Spider and Mike looked like they had it all game too. Spider with only the 1 elimination, but Mike had 3 coming in to that late game. It was so close. And then Moonbin.
You know what? Sometimes Moonbane just decides to rain on your parade, and now we've actually gone from 3 players MVP eligible to 5. So rejoice XXI. He's not just gonna have 9th pick now. He might actually be able to get somewhat of a meta hero coming on through too.
I mean, he's still 7th place, but yeah, he's going to get something a little bit better to pick. Since he's been playing off meta all night, it must feel like a little bit of freedom coming his way. Which is going to be nice to see. Quickly, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our answer for treasure. Who killed OUG's Mike in game number 5? Was it A, SR Spider? Was it B, Wolves MTF? Was it C, WBG's Verse? Or was it D, the Moonbane? I'm joking. Was it D, Alliance's Paste? As a, you know, the Moonbane grief did come out in that section. And I believe it was Verse. Yeah, it was Verse. It was Verse. He managed to kill Mike and Spider, right?
I'm not saying, because that's giving the game away.
Yeah,
you know, when you play Cluedo, you don't immediately open up with, yes, it was Professor Plum in the library with the candlestick. You let the game simmer and build tension and atmosphere. And I mean, speaking about building tension, we now get to build tension. Also, Wufong is probably breathing a big sigh of relief. Because can you imagine the amount of grief that he would be given if players found out that he was the one that eliminated the previous kill score leader when he was trying to contest Mike in terms of eliminations picked up? Paste, despite getting knocked out by Wufong earlier, was able to walk away with 5 eliminations, and that's more than enough for him to go into 3rd position and stake a spot in MVP eligibility as well.
Edward going to be able to get that 3 ranking points, putting him up to the 7.8. It's just so much higher than Verse there. The 5.5 was not going to cut it. He needed one of those eliminations near the end, and then the 2nd place finish would have been okay, but the 3rd place with none of those kills, not going to cut it. XXY still in that 12th place position. Unfortunate to see, and now our match point is almost half the lobby. Paste, Edward, Mike versus Spider. MTF coming up on that. He still needs 5 more points, just about, to get himself up into match point threshold as well. With game 6, I have a feeling we're gonna see the end here, because Spider versus Mike, Edward, and Paste, we're gonna get to see at least one of them on a decently meta pick coming through.
I feel like Mike is gonna get the ACOS. That's my gut feeling, because MTF was the one before who took the ACOS to Griefididus. We can have a look and see our replays brought to you by China Unicom. This was Paste being able to come on through with a huge elimination onto Mike just before Mike could come on through with that V2. You really do feel like he was probably spamming that one. Speaking about the V2, here it is coming into full. Well, unfortunately, the Cheryl did drop that invisible wall extension combo, which allowed Mike to recover, come through with the V2, and look at the amount of executions and thunder marks he's able to apply. That's what happens when Eno is able to find a target on the low ground. When we saw the next Realm of Yang fight, though, against the Temi, that was a little bit of pain, as that Temi took off and the Eno was left grounded.
Yeah, it was unfortunate to see, but oh my goodness, Wu Fog, the jump LMV into the Shio throw. It was a really nice combo. Great play, but against the one player you don't want to grief out. Look at this. Verse with the cannon shot onto Spider, and then he manages to get the last pickup on it to Mike there as well. Edward with the Shio, or with the Syra ultimate at the end. This is just, look at this. And this is the V2. Powerful Dazzle coming out to win himself the game. And then he comes back up. The shield proc actually came through, goes into the F, and literally the buzzer beater to win that fight out. Into that pistol shot, he gets the elimination for the win. Edward taking it out for that MVP. Beautiful play. And now let's take a look at this MVP screen. I want to see how much damage he did here, because I don't think he had like a crazy damage game. Maybe we're gonna have to take a look and see, but he was sharking these players. Yeah, 15k damage, still pretty crazy with 4 eliminations. Hard stopper kick, we didn't actually get to see that come out.
2,556 as well, damage coming in through on the skills and ultimate. So a little bit lower in terms of where you would expect to see a Syra, but the V2, you trade off with the powerful Dazzle duration of the ultimate. It's far longer in the V1 variant than it is in the V2, because at the expiration of the V2, you do get that powerful Dazzle, which stuns all of the players inside that AoE circle. Especially getting to utilize it as the zone claps too meant that there was far less space for them to be able to disengage away from it, because that's normally the counter. You see the giant glowing circle around the Syra, and you make sure that when the 8 seconds end, you're not inside it. They don't really get to do that, because the Syra is in the center of the zone itself.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be right back with some more NARAKA action.
Hello everybody and welcome back to what could well be the last game for today's NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League solo bi-weekly final 3. As Seb, we have gone from 3 MVP eligibilities to 5 as we get ready to head into game number 6, which means we're going back to the old traditional, the map where it began all those years ago. It's good to be back on Morris Isle.
Yeah, I'm super excited to go back to the map where it all started, where battles were won, battles were lost, and potentially a winner will be crowned today for the bi-weekly 3 solo finals. I am super excited to get this thing kicking off. Almost half the lobby is on that match point threshold, which means that it's going to be a lot more difficult to target these players out. The bottom 6 haven't been performing incredibly well today, which is, I mean that's why they're not in match point threshold right now, so it is going to give more opportunity. But if the match point players end up griefing each other out, that's going to be a completely different story. And again, we do have the option for another Bane MVP because yeah, the Bane at the end there taking Spider and Mike out, oh my goodness, just absolutely so unfortunate for them. I'm going to take a look. Shayol, Kylan, and we see the Yodo, and we see the Syra. Double pick available for Edward, but he's going to be so far in the pool that I don't think he's going to be able to use that double pick up just yet. Same thing with Spider, same thing with WBG's Verse. It's going to be Akos, Valda, Liam, and Wuchen coming in for him. So he's going to have to play something different from that. He might be able to get the Wuchen again. He might be able to get the Valda again. We'll have to see what happens, but it's going to be a very intense finish.
I wonder if Spider double picks the Farrier, because we've seen Farrier go all the way to the end in terms of that one, and also now as well because there's 5 players who are MVP eligible. Spider's actual order is going to be moved up quite a fair margin, as he's now going to, I believe, be 8th to be able to get a pick opportunity, which means that he might actually be able to get his hands on something meta, or semi more meta than some of those other picks that everyone in the last phase have been rejected into. Because Mike had to pick Eno, almost made away with the MVP too. Would maybe have been able to make it if he'd just been able to come over with that V2 before Verse could find that last little chip of damage after he tried to escape and restabilize from being hit by one of those Bane's breaths. But we'll have to wait and see as we now get ready to head into Morris Isle Night, which means increased Fireflies going to be all around the map as well. So if you do manage to get your hands on something like a Temi or a Farrier, we're going to be seeing a lot of those ultimate casts coming on out, as MTF is actually going to get to pick his hero first. Might go for a double pick on the Syra.
Yeah, I think that's the play here. MTF could go for the double pick on the Syra, which we haven't seen yet today. Which it's a little bit interesting for me that we're not getting to see that Syra double pick come out. Nobody has done a double pick just yet. Everybody has played a unique hero for every single game. We've taken away the double picks. Syra, there we go. We see it coming out here. MTF going to be selecting that Syra out in that first position. Wufong next to pick. Going to be going for that Liam play coming up here. Coach adjusting the mic for Wufong. Just letting him know where to set it out exactly.
Maybe Shenwan goes Temu.
I think so.
I feel like you want to double pick it, but you also want to remove it from like Mike or Spider potentially from getting their hands on it, but no.
But you don't want to let Frostivus take Shayol.
Yeah.
I think we see Kylan? No, Yodo coming up for Frostivus. That's a good play there. I like the Frostivus pick on the Yodo.
Temi and Akos are still off and available, and Spider is looming in terms of fan pick. Okay, there's the Temi. Chen's gonna be able to take it, but I'm still concerned about that Akos making it all the way as far as it has currently. What does 225 decide to go for? We've already seen him play Farrier, so maybe he goes for the double pick here to remove it from Spider, but no, he's actually going to be going for the first pick of Kylan, which means, yeah, Spider's going to be able to potentially get a double pick of Farrier if he chooses.
Farrier is available. Akos is available right now. XXY going to be going for that 7th pick. We've still got a lot available most of the meta has been banned out, but he has the opportunity to play Valda here. I think that's what he's going to go for. Yeah, we're going to see the Valda coming out. Spider with the next in picking. As it's going to be coming out. Let's see what's going to be going on with Spider here. Hopefully he's going to be able to get something, he's pretty comfy with. But yeah, the Akos is still available. The Faria also available. Justina. Justina's actually a very smart pick for him here. I think Justina being able to dash out of fights, the kiting opportunities from Justina is going to give him a lot of leeway when it comes into a lot of multi-way fights, especially if he goes into Yang and loses.
That, and he can also use one dash to disengage and then cancel the ultimate while retaining rage.
Exactly.
As opposed to some of these other heroes, where if you use your ultimate to disengage and cancel it, you lose all of it in one go. Verse, now that he gets the opportunity, I was gonna say, picking between a Wu Chen and a Pharah, you take the Pharah every single day of the week, and Verse this time is afforded the opportunity, but that means that Mike potentially gets Akos here, and he hasn't played it so far today. So Verse, Mike, there it is, and Spider all not needing to expend their double picks. Mike is known as well as the Tiger King in China. He's MVP'd so many times with this character. He stands a really good chance of walking away the winner on Mora style.
And we're going to see who's going to be the Carol Baskin to Mike's Tiger King, as a lot of players are going to be trying to focus that out here. They know how strong he is on there. Edward going to be going for the Edor pick. Now, who is Paste going to select? This is going to be... Oh my goodness, play some. Yeah, I forgot it. I keep forgetting about Wu Chen. I was like, oh, it's the 12th selection. Something got picked out. There we go. It's Wu Chen.
Yeah, you know why you're forgetting Wu Chen? Because we haven't seen him in trios.
Yeah, he disappeared. Actually, we saw Tessa Yodo Wu Chen yesterday.
Yeah, because he's enabled again.
Yeah, and OUG MVP'd off of that. Tessa Yodo Wu Chen.
Yeah, Wu Chen, he teleports in and out of the place. Now he's teleported back in, both in terms of being able to be picked in trios and also having to be forced into solos as well off of the amount of heroes that you have to play. And as we can see, he tends to be pretty low in terms of the priority rate, but he's still got a combo break available, and the ultimate can indeed still win him fights inside the realm of Yang, as well as deny these players getting reset opportunities behind the pillars. Plus, he can melt things down like that Syra and the Valda a little bit easier off of that too. As we get ready to head into what could very well be our last game, as we did worry when we saw 5 players on match point threshold and how it would push up some of them in terms of the pick rate, and that they might be able to get their comfort picks, and comfort picks were indeed picked up for so many of these players. I would be very surprised to see us go to game 7.
Yeah, I think it's going to end here as well. It's going to be pretty standard. Let's see if there's any outliers. We've seen a few coming out. V1 going to be coming out on the side of MTF here. V2 for Paste. F1, so we're not going to see the swap coming through. Most players favoring that F1. Just getting the shield back and being able to jump up and kite out is a lot more versatile in most of these situations. We saw the swap doing a very good job, but you saw Edward jumped in front of the swap throw to deny the kite out and just keep him locked down. And everything else completely standard on the side of ultimates and abilities. We're going to take a look at the forecast, seeing on the top side of the map, closer to those gold zones surrounding Celestra, we're going to be seeing SR, Alliance. It's going to be Wufong, Verse, and Shenyuan up on the top side. Down near the bottom by Shadow Jade Mine, we're going to get Edward, MTF, Shen, Frostivus, and then on that very eastern side of the map, we're getting Mike all by himself. And then in the central area, we're seeing TGD5 and XXY. Going to be going head-to-head. I don't know. They look like they're at Firefly drops here.
Yeah,
so I think this, it is a night match. So we're going to see them going for those Fireflies right off the bat. And it's going to be a very aggressive game. It's right off the start. I can't wait to see.
It makes sense, right? If you're MVP eligible, you want to start off hot. You want to start off with a lot of eliminations. If you're not MVP eligible, you want to go as aggressive as possible so you can take those potential eliminations away from people who are. That way you get an opportunity to continue in that day. But like you said, it's going to be an absolute race to be able to pick up those Fireflies. But for some heroes, picking up Fireflies is all they need to do. You know, if you start with your ult, rather, if you go into those Fireflies, it will immediately give you a weapon, as opposed to some of these other heroes where they're going to have to prioritize picking up loot and then look to build the ultimate. Spider's already been able to get his hands on a weapon, unfortunately for Pace. He has not. So he's got to play Kite with just the jumps over towards a Trove, picks it up, manages to find some nunchucks, and can now actually look to properly take a fight against Spider, who turns around and hits him with the RMB from those fist blades. Paced off of the slap, finds the stagger and puts himself onto the roof and manages to find the parry onto Spider as well. He does have that combo breaker, but Paste is immediately going to be able to connect the V2 blades off of that Wu Chen onto Spider after he comes out of the F2 state.
Verse going to be hopping into the mech after getting brought super low by Shenyuan. Shenyuan going to get hit by the first mech shot. The first cannon coming through. He's going to go for the drop down into a bit of a heal right off the rip. Going to be able to get that shield up. Trying to send that shot back around. Wufang going to get hit off the tail end of that. Doesn't get hit on the second side. Ultimate charge is going to be getting very low. Doesn't have any health bots though. That's going to be a bit of an issue. Trying to see if he can get any more cannon damage off. And it looks like Wufang with that purple staff in hand, it could be extremely lethal. The overhead's going to connect. F ability invested. Verse now with no combo break in hand, getting chased down. Big parry going to come through on the side of Wufang, and he sends Verse absolutely flying and back to the solo altar.
Edwards on 3 eliminations. 2 of them, by the way, have been off of the F2, which is absolutely insane, as we're still going to be following along with Wufang. He does indeed have that V2 bolt up. He's going to pop it now. Shenyuan gets hit into the ball the first time. Wufang's going to use the opportunity for an armor pad. Unfortunately, gets interrupted rudely by a grapple into horizontal spin coming on through from XXY, looking for that third-party opportunity. We said that Liam struggles into the multi-way, and that is one such showing, as Mike now going head-to-head against TDB5 manages to find parry into the follow-up charged RMB from that longsword. TDB5 going to be pulling out that Kylan V1 and starting to put pressure onto Mike in the meantime. V2 for the Akos going to be built up momentarily as well. Mike just needs a little bit more damage off of these jump LMBs to have it up in the hand. And you'll be able to potentially catch on to TDB5 once he comes on out of his Kylan ultimate. Looks for the jump parry, doesn't manage to find it. Now looks for the grab, manages to find the first pounce into the elimination.
Yeah, it's a textbook Akos play. Mike waiting for the Kylan ultimate to end. GG25 burned all of those slashes off of the Kylan blade very early. We're going to see in the kill feed off of the history that last elimination that we saw. Shenyuan was able to get the elimination on to XXY. Pace now trying to see if he can pick up his eliminations following the first kill that he got onto Spider at the start of the game. We're going to be seeing him facing off against Gigi's Chen. Chen doing an amazing job of kiting out here. Jump LMB to prevent any extra follow-up. The 1-2 is going to be good though for Pace. Trying to see if he can get the tech chase going, but he gets blocked just for a second. And he's allowing Gigi's Chen just a little bit of extra room to escape. We're going to see if he's going to be able to go through here. Oh, board drop could have happened there. Sign was able to come and play. We're going to see the Temi ultimate coming through now. And Gigi Chen just going to play around this to try and pick up a bit of a reset. Pace going to walk through. Doesn't actually manage to get himself into the stun, into the wisp again. But we are going to see him able to lose Gigi Chen, and he is going to get away. Edward now fully ulted up onto Mike.
Oh, but the verticality though. Poor Edward just stuck having to try and find these thunder throws. Unfortunately, will not be able to find it. Now knows that he's going to be down that ultimate and starts utilizing all of the mobility to try and create as much damage distance as possible. Goes actually for the backtrack to try and lose Mike a little bit better. Plus, he's been able to keep himself onto the base of tower. All but Mike's going to be able to find him. Edward tried to cut noise, was not able to lose his pursuer. Now, without a combo break, is likely going to go down here unless he can come on through. Was mashing that F2, still has it up and available, will be able to interrupt Mike as he tries to come on out, but this is just a matter of Mike needing a little bit more damage, and he even commits in the ultimate to guarantee that he finishes off that fight fast enough so it doesn't get third party interrupted. Then he's going to be able to cancel his ultimate, pick up the Soul Bloom, and if anyone rolls up, they're not going to know whether or not that Akos has the V2 up and available and are less likely to take the fight.
Yeah, he's doing the cancel right away. Very good tech coming out from him here. Now we're going to see Spider versus Shenyuan. Oh my goodness, Shenyuan is going to be able to get the grapple buff into the full extension. Spider losing so much HP off of this. He has ult available. Oh my goodness, big parry going to come through here. Just takes the purple flying knives and then triple dashes away. XXY going to be following suit, as well as Shenyuan trying to keep up the pace. But Spider is out of there as fast as possible. Could run into Wufong though. This could be dangerous. Tease Wufong might be able to see him out here. It looks like he's not gonna chase. He's gonna let him go. Spider getting the full reset. He said, I'll have those flying knives. I'll take those. Thank you very much.
It was Celestra, and it was also a flyby grapple from a Realm of Yang 2. This is how Ed was able to pick up his eliminations. Off of the back of this, yeah, comes on through with the F2 catch just before Frostifus can find the pick onto Chen, and then with that staff, does, I believe, also find another pick here off of the back of an F2 hit from that parry coming on through, as it's going to be back up in a matter of moments. Yep, there's the parry into the rear pass, into the jump LMB, into the first catch of the F2, into the uppercut extension, into the full follow through of the F2 before its winter can burn out. Big plays coming on through from Edward. Spider should be pointed out as well, I believe. Got picked early, so if he'd been taken down before he could kite over towards Celestra, his chances of getting MVP off of this game would be over and done.
Yeah, it would be very heartbreaking to see Spider getting fully eliminated there, but he managed to get himself some purple flying knives off of that interaction, and got himself here with the full reset, as he might be able to send himself into Yang. Looks like we are going to see that Wu Chen ultimate getting popped. What is Mike doing? Oh, he's going for the berries, uncontested, so he's going to get himself a little bit of that extra buff. I was a little bit confused there for a second, but 1 second left. Mike not going to hop in right away, waiting for the first couple of players to jump in before he goes through, and it's going to be Edward. So this is a little bit unfortunate here, because it's grief either way. If he would have placed against a non-match point player, would have given them both an opportunity to climb in the standings and make it even more probable that we were going to see the match point win. Mike and Edward taking to the skies, trying to go for that double charge in the air, but it looks like Edward's not going to release it. F ability released from Edward. F2 going to come out from Mike into the combo. Is going to be able to get the double uppercut into the carousel, into the full finish follow-up. Ultimate is going to get popped now, though. Mike forced to fall back. We saw this interaction last time. Mike was able to come away with the elimination on Edward. So let's see if this happened. Beautiful dodging coming out from Mike, managing his stamina very well, not dodging unless he absolutely needs to. He has ultimate available if he wants to pop that and avoid any sort of slash, but the lightning strike is going to come through, holding on to his ult for as long as possible. Mike doing just such a beautiful job at kiting.
Yeah, the V2 is entirely done, coming over from the Eno, which means Mike can catch him on the F2 once again, positioning him into that invisible wall for the 1-2-3 off of the back of the longsword. And Mike will be able to win out against Edward. No ultimate, no problem. First now trying to find an opening against this Wu Chen. Has to be careful. Finds the parry into the follow-up damage coming in through from the jump RMB off of those knives. Keeps up the threat. Sees that it's not the F2. It is going to be the F1, so he doesn't have to worry about getting swapped, and continues to try to read where this Wu Chen is going to drop from this guy to follow on up through. Does get a hit coming on through with the horizontal of that Hong Sword just before he can go for the double jump over the back of it. And Burst now with the Skirmishes looking for the threat of the RMB from the Fist Blades. Both of them, though, looking for the release. Burst went for the clank into the parry follow-up afterwards, and will be able to win out the mind games of option selection to win out the Realm of Yang.
Pace sent out 4 RMBs in a row, and it's a little bit difficult there when you're sending out that many RMBs. At one point, you are going to end up getting parried, especially at that desperation stage. All he does is charge up blue right at the start, and just before the charge, he clicks the other button, goes for the scissor parry, beautifully executed to pick up that elimination. And Verse now on that Vermilion Birdmite, fighting against BBE's Frostifus, who has put himself on Yang depletion. Nice catch from Frostifus into the 1.0, connect off the grapple buff, gets the hit into the 1-2. Verse now getting a full combo extension off of the F proc, but now Verse incredibly low, hasn't gone into the mech just yet, and it looks like he might not drop into it. F ability pop, he does end up going into that mech now, trying to get that pillar drop in, seeing if he's going to be able to see Oh my goodness, what a dodge. No, he does get the hit off and manages to get away off of this. One heal is going to be all he needs. Frostivus going to try and go for the ult recast. Does get a little bit of damage off into the stand. Pace is going to get fully eliminated. Oh my goodness. Pace goes out. That's our first match point player fully eliminated from the game, putting Mike onto 4. Verse is at full HP reset now. Frostivus is going to claim the catch, but Verse going to be able to go right off of the back of that. F going to be invested, tries to get the trigger block coming through. The 1-2 going to get released. Trigger block coming out again. Tries to get Prio a second time, but Verse going to be able to turn that into a full Prio extension combo, into a second uppercut, into the jump R&B. 1 hit left, and oh my goodness, Frostivus. Oh my. Oh, so unfortunate to see.
I mean, Verse is known for his combo chains. The back-to-back uppercut was absolutely wild. Mike now, in the midst of a multi-wave fight, has to be careful that he doesn't get immediately melted by the fan R&Bs coming through from behind, as Shenyuan will be able to pick him off. However, Mike, having won that Rumble of Yang fight, is given a second lease of life with a million birds Mike coming into play. Something to point out as well, why we're seeing so much aggression coming on through. We had a timeout in terms of one of those Rumble of Yangs, which meant that there were another player that had Yang depletion, so these fights are going to be even more aggressive, as Mike actually rezzed directly at the scene of the crime so that he could come on through and try and punish when this fight was still going on down. And the ultimates have long been invested from his 2 other players around him. Note the Volta doesn't have the V2. Look for the opening of the F2, wasn't able to find it. He'll be able to get it back in a matter of moments though, as the Volta F2 was able to connect. XXY doing his absolute best to try and kite over towards Celestro, but Mike is able to herd him away with the threat of the F2 instead. Now he has a position to pick up the grey armor off of the ground, and Mike is still keeping up the pressure of just skill rushing and closing the distance, playing in the pocket with so many light attacks coming on through, chunking down the HP bar from the legendary nunchucks, and that's gonna be Mike picking up his 5th elimination of the round.
Taking a look at the scoreboard as well, Edward fully eliminated from the game. That's our second match point player taken out. We're actually, oh my goodness, we're gonna get to see a replay of Pace versus Mike in the earlier fight. This is where Mike started his rate of terror. Oh my goodness, the sap damage off onto Pace. We're gonna see the Spirit Blades coming out, seeing how Mike is gonna be able to claim this elimination. So let's go for the jump LB. This is where Pace gets fully eliminated from the game. Tiger Leap coming through. Mike kiting out these slashes in very nice fashion. Does get the recast onto him though, rolling, dodging, not taking any damage off of this Wu Chen ult, and then Pace just gonna get hit with the pistol shots into the finisher. All he needs is one more leap or one more shot, and there it is, the damage coming out. Mike is on 5 eliminations. Edward, the only other contender with at least more than 2 eliminations, was on 3. Does get fully eliminated. It's so unfortunate to see that.
This is why you don't give Mike ACOS when he's on MVP eligibility. Tiger King is coming for his throne right now. I mean, just the fact as well that every single time we've seen him fight, he's just perfectly frame dodging every single ultimate, like frame dodging the Wu Chen, frame dodging and perfect spacing the Eno. One of the latest heroes too, so you can immediately see that he's been having so much practice, being able to understand the distance and timing to go up against the newest component in the game. As Spider is already going to be putting himself into that realm of Yang, we might actually get to see the Destiny fight yet again. Is it going to be? It is Spider versus Mike, and of course we cut over to look at this one, as this is going to be one of the most important fights coming on through. Spider on the Justina with a combo break attached on his actual F ability. Mike on the ACOS finding the connection off the F2 as Spider drops from the sky, forcing out that F2 already early on, which means that Mike is looking for an opportunity to play aggressive here with that V2 continuing to play and pressure out that space. Has been able to dodge the first couple of dashes, does get hit into the freeze the second time around, doesn't manage to find the first pounce, still has another up and available, catches the uppercut into the chase down, now looking for the skill rushes that he gets enhanced off of the back of that ACOS ultimate. Spider gets to cycle back into another F2. Mike continuing to chase him down, but he no longer has access to the V2. Pulls out that cannon, tries to find the pressure, but he doesn't have the combo breaker. And Spider, if he manages to find the extension off of the soul break coming on through from the L, the dagger is gonna be able to find the win.
Oh my goodness, Mike getting hit by the 1-2-3 combo, causing him to lose. He had such good pressure, and that's what happens when arguably the best two players in the game go head-to-head. The perfect dodges, the double freeze required to invest. WBG's verse, though, going to be able to get a beautiful grapple bump into the 1.0, forcing out that Shio ultimate. We are going to see, I do believe Pillar has been dropped. We are going to see the heals coming in on the side of Shenyuan. Oh, big dodge off that shield throw. We're going to see he's only 56% on that ultimate, so I believe he might have already thrown the ult out. No shield procs left for him, but he can throw the shield again if he does need to. Fan switch going to come through off of the 1.0 into the shield throw, and ASC Shenyuan going to take verse out. Oh my goodness, Spider with only one elimination is the only match point player with any sort of buff. All of the other ones on Yang depletion. This is going to be super detrimental to both Mike and Verse. Mike on 5 eliminations, Shenyuan bringing up a close second on 4th though.
Can they find each other? That's the question. Or will they run into Spider first? He is hunting to see whether or not he can figure out where exactly everyone has pathed over towards Celestra. Might be able to ring the bell as well, get a little bit of information coming in through from the hot swap onto the pistol. Sees that it's not going to pick up a player and immediately heads back off into a different direction. He's looking to try and figure out where exactly these players have revived, as he's seen that there's only one person currently in soul form. Shenyuan, I believe, has already revived. And it's going to be Verse right now, who's in that soul form, being able to figure out, did he see? Okay, Mike actually walks out of the purple bush. So it's going to give away the fact that he's there, but Spider is oh so close. And if he manages to find a double dash freeze onto both of these players at the same time, he's going to be able to get another one. Here comes the third party opportunity. Spider again stirring the pot, chipping away the health bars with the pistol shots. Ferry's already invested the pillar mech drop. Mike is the target of focus from both of these players at the moment. Has to go for the ACOS V2, turns it around onto Spider, but doesn't get to actually take the fight continuously because the Ferrier just continues to pelt him with the primary into the cannon shot. Mike is so far behind on the back foot. They know that this ACOS has 5 eliminations and they want him gone.
Yeah, they see Mike. They want to target him out. He does get hit on the back end of that last little hit. Now Mike getting extremely low in HP. Justine ultimate invested for Spider. He is going to be able to get the freeze off, but Mike is going to go down. Spider picking up that elimination, grabbing the bloom as well, preventing anybody else from being able to cleanse that Yang depletion. The parry going to come through, but doesn't connect. Spider going to go for the parry again. Shenyuan with the 1.0 on a Verse. Verse getting extremely low. The double freeze going to come through. Gets another double freeze onto the backside of that, gets a third freeze coming through, but the dog's going to come out. The double overhold going to come through. Spider picking up the elimination, grabbing the soul blue. 4 players left, and Spider is on 3 eliminations. He's on 4.5 points. Shenyuan is still higher in points than him right now. This is going to be extremely close. MTF on the Syra. So he has that opportunity. End game plays. This is probably the worst spot to be in, having... Oh my goodness, we're going game 7.
Yeah, I mean, Chan's also still in the lobby on Temmie. So even if Spider gets to come through with his ultimate, the Temmie's going to be able to shut down so much potential of it when zone closes. That being said, looking at Spider's loadout, he might still be able to find the win if he can find isolated fights before ultimates come into play. The problem for him right now is that Shenyuan and MTF and Chen are all stacked together, and they're all going to be taking a fight and parried. Oh my goodness! Back-to-back parries comes through from Shenyuan, who now gets whisked by Chen, which turns into an opportunity, but the Temmie down that combo breaker is going to be looking like an incredibly vulnerable target. Out comes the ultimate into the re-wisp, trying to turn the attention onto the Sheol instead, but the Temmie's outside of his own ultimate. The Justina wants the Temmie gone. Spider's not able to find the elimination, but one of his biggest counters in this lobby has been removed, and the ultimates have been forced by a lot of players around him, which means he's now got ultimate advantage. Problem for him, though, is that they know that Spider is likely going to be on a pick like a Justina a little bit further down in terms of pecking order when it comes to hero pick priorities. So it's more than likely that he's the last person who's MVP eligible, and it makes sense for MTF and Shenyuan to try and take him down first.
Yeah, this is what's going to start to happen. The 2v1 coming out, but Spider is extremely skilled in this game. MTF going to be losing so much HP here. Spider trying to go for the overhold, goes into the raw uppercut, doesn't connect, gets the 1.0 on the side of Shenyuan. tries to go for the play there, seeing if he can get the charge off, but it's not going to connect. Spider is going to be able to get that F ability off. Ultimate invested now, trying to see if he can get the freeze off onto the Shen Yuan. He does get the freeze, but he falls down here, losing so much HP. Drops the gold armor. Looks like he is just going to back out from this here. I don't know if he found himself a gray or any sort of swap, but it's looking pretty cooked out for him right now. If he does manage to get this pot off, he does manage to find it, but it's a blue armor. Oh my goodness, the swap might have actually griefed him here. The 1.0 from Shen Yuan could just absolutely mince out all of his HP in one blow. So Spider's got to be extremely careful with that. The pistol shot's coming in the back end. The 1-2 going to be released. MTF needs to come in. The Syra ultimate coming through. It's cooked. There we go. Syra ultimate invested from MTF. The blast coming through, and oh my goodness, Spider kited out. There he goes. He's dead.
Oh, yep, MTF took well while Shen Yuan was taking Spider down, which means Syra ultimate bolt on up, and he gets 2 of them. So, right again, he gets his V1 immediately back. Shen Yuan now doesn't even get the opportunity of trying to kite away before the Syra ultimate is done, and he's just going to be able to hoard over all of those resources and potentially pick up this next Spirit Well too.
Game 7, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to Game 7 as both of the players have more points. Oh, actually, no, never mind. We're going to Game 7. We're going to Game 7.
Shen Yuan and Wolves both hit MVP eligibility off of this match only, as it is going to come down to a 1-versus-1 between the Syra and the Sheol. Shen Yuan is going to have Yang depletion. However, he has been able to pick up that flag. MTF's immediately going to be hot on his trail, though. If he can just prevent the Sheol from sticking that flag on the altar for over 10 seconds, he'll just be able to win off of timeout for Yang depletion.
Yeah, that's a long Yang depletion timer for this last Yang. He's going to be able to use that red tome from the longsword to get a little bit of stun off. Doesn't go for the full combo, but he's going to be able to hit it afterwards. Combo break now invested from Shen Yuan. Big damage coming through off the charged RMB. Is going to be able to connect. F ability now invested for MTF. Both of them have cleansed that Yang depletion now, so we are going to see the overhold coming through. F ultimate invested to prevent any extra damage coming through. The Moonbane Surf going to come through, but now we're going to see the shield proc coming out. MTF now getting pushed and comboed inside the Bane. This could be dangerous for him. He's very low in HP now, getting knocked back from those jump LMBs. Is he going to get the armor swap coming through here? No, he doesn't. That's Shen Yuan's gold stuff. Oh my goodness. The kill is so close. The jump LMB. No, he does get the armor swap. It is his stuff. He's going to be able to claim that through with 1 HP left on his backside here. Almost getting eliminated through that. Turning the 1.0 isn't going to connect. F ability invested for MTF. Tries to go for the 1-2 mix. Isn't going to connect on it. Needs to get a heal pot off here. He's going to be able to get the heal through, and that's advanced heal. Going to be giving him so much extra value. Shen Yuan now taking so much damage while MTF is actually regaining HP. The 1.0 is going to connect into the jump LMB. The 1-2 coming back on the other side for MTF. MTF still giving the chase. Shen Yuan on the back foot here. Trying to go for the 1-2 is going to be able to connect into the jump LMB. Trying to get the catch for the fist blade. It's not going to be enough, but the 1.0 is going to catch. Using that F1 to prevent the damage. The 1.0 going to connect as well again on the other side. Shen Yuan now has the damage advantage. Oh my goodness. Can he get the snap into the stun, into the 1-2, but the F ability is released to prevent any extra damage. Both of them have ultimate abilities available. No, Shen Yuan doesn't have his ult up. Wolves MTF needs to finish this quick, otherwise Shen Yuan's just going to get his F and his ult, and it's going to be absolutely done out. It could go any way here, but he gets the elimination with the grapple chase damage follow-up into the kill. Dual Halberds coming through, and MTF wins game number 6.
Well, that one could have been really down to the wire because it was advanced heal versus Tuna. In terms of being able to heal while on the move, both of them having win conditions that they were trying to stall out for. However, that longsword tome that MTF was able to pick up before when he picked up that Spirit Well, yeah, that did so much damage. Like, all of the armor that the Sheol had been able to regenerate immediately shredded on off, and then part of the health bar too. Forced the combo break too, so that he didn't just get put into the follow-up blender off of something like the Syra V1 stun dazzle connection, and then it would have been absolutely cooked. But we head into game number 7, and now my question becomes, is this the moment that we see the double picks? because no one so far has really burned that double pick. Mike is likely going to double pick the ACOS, considering how close he actually came to being able to find the MVP. But off of the back of that one, I wonder whether or not we're actually going to see someone pick up the ACOS before him to deny it. Because, I mean, ACOS coming in with 5 eliminations despite the lobby being out to get him all across the board goes to show what a good player Mike is. Spider also put into a very similar situation, where it was just a little bit evident that the Justina was having a little bit more on the line in terms of that match point eligibility. And even if they didn't know that it was Spider, which again, high likelihood that they did, very, very small chance that they didn't, Justina is not something you want to leave on the sidelines of a fight. Because if she gets the double dash, she gets another dash to come on through after those freezes. And the third party situation was just too juicy for Justina to be able to pass up.
Every single time I've casted solos in the Nbpl, EWC, different story, but every single time I've casted solos, we've gone all the way to 8. Now we have so many players on match point. This is actually going to be our pick ban order, I do believe. Oh no, this is just our match point threshold. Wufeng is 3.6 away, Chen is 6.3, Frostivus is 8.3, TG25 is 9.6, and XXY is 14.1 points away. Everybody else, Shenyuan, Pace, MTF, Edward, and all the rest on that match point threshold already. So it's going to be majority of the lobby is on match point. So it's going to be pretty difficult. But then again, we've seen crazier things happen. I do think we're ending game 7 here. But on the small chance that we don't end with a match point MVP and XXY comes up with a 14-point game, you know, I gotta give it to them, man. I'm always on the 8-game ones. I'm always casting the 8-gamers.
Yeah, it definitely feels very different in comparison to the regular week, but I feel like maybe the regular week as well is going to sort of change, because it used to be in the regular week there was more focus on being able to just like find the eliminations, do well on one day, guarantee that you're into the bi-weekly finals, and then you could use the opportunity to just sort of like limit test. Now that we have the whole rule set where you have your mirror match and then the phase order is immediately determined by who has the highest amount of points, you do want to make sure you're coming in with the most amount of pre-post points into the bi-weekly finals as you possibly can. So I feel like the 2 days of play in the regular weeks are definitely going to be stepped up in terms of not just going all out on day 1. Like day 2 becomes almost as, if not more important than day 1, as we can see that MTF was indeed able to walk away with the overall win and MVP coming on for that match, which means that we now have 5 players who are not within the chance of MVP eligibility. 7 players are going to be MVP eligible. So Spider is going to actually get the opportunity to pick a quite meta character because he's still leading the overall points. So of everyone MVP eligible, he gets the first pick. Mike now gets the second, however.
Yeah, Spider going to be getting that first one as usual. Mike is actually starting to catch up to him in points. Spider was winning off of the points in the first 4 games. He had 26.2, but then Mike in game 5 and 6 almost doubled his points every single time, allowing Mike to get up even closer. So if it does end up going all the way to 8 games and we still don't see one of the MVPs taking the win, Mike could have the opportunity to beat Spider out here, but look at this. Look at this play in the Realm of Yang. Spider gets the 1. Mike is so much HP. He gets the LMB into the Soul Break, into the 1-2-3. And you can, if you guys know Chinese, you know exactly what he said there, because wow, it was definitely a moment for that, as Mike is gonna get the 3s coming out here, and then Spider with the 1-2, knocking everybody back. And then the fact that he picked up 2 kills here, I had so much faith in him, but just getting sniped out as the Justina was the breaking moment for him there. We see Shenyuan in the back end trying to do some extra movement. He gets the 1.0, and that honestly helped Spider so much. That 1.0 damage coming through, and then the overhold into the finish, knocking Shenyuan back, gets the follow-up, and then Mike losing out. Just so unfortunate to see.
Yeah, and then we got to see the 1 versus 1 coming on for MTF and Shenyuan, both going down to the absolute wire. MTF with the combo breaker able to backstep himself away from that damage, still taking a lot of damage coming on from the RMBs. Stormstride as well, putting out a lot of pressure. The longsword tome from picking up that well, now being able to hit the trail in full, forcing out the combo break afterwards, so MTF is able to just continue the pressure with the chase down, grapple into horizontal, into RMB, into jump LMB, to be able to catch the receding back. And for a second time in a row, Syra will be able to pick up the MVP today.
Yeah, Syra has been doing an incredible job of claiming those MVPs. Storm Stride, Armor Pierce, Advanced Heal for 18,000 damage, 4 eliminations. Dual Halberds doing the most of the damage. Hangsword and Musket coming up next. Not that much ult damage coming through from MTF. It looks like he was not using that ultimate. Even in that last fight, he could have ulted so many times, but he chose to stick it out with what he's the most comfortable with, which is just absolutely aping his opponents with the melee weapons, coming through with those gold dual halberds. He was doing such a phenomenal job.
Well, not just that, but you also want to potentially save that Syra ultimate. Because remember, he was having to race the Sheol to make sure that he didn't get that Sheol ultimate back up and having to worry about stagger. But we'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to walk away with Biweekly Final 3 under their belt, as we're back with Game 7 after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside Moxie, and here we go, jumping into Game 7. And you know what they say, we got to bring that Game 7 energy. It's a sports reference, but it can be used in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League just as well. These match point players need to bring that Game 7 energy here and close this out. Otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble because Spider is leading the point score.
Not just that, otherwise they're not gonna have all that many hero picks left over if we head all the way to game number 8, Sab. And who chose Syra in game number 6 is your answer for treasure. Was it A, Spider? Was it B, Wolves MTF? Was it C, WBG's verse? Or was it D, OA's Edward? You got your hint when we saw who MVP'd. So there you go. As we head now into game number 7, we have 7 players total who are going to be MVP eligible, which means that 5 players get to pick their hero first, barring out 5 potential options, and then we go into the characters that are likely going to be able to still have comfort picks up and running. As we can have a look and see Spider, as we talked about, leading the pack in terms of overall points, but Mike has been really close behind him after a 5 elimination ACOS game on Morris Isle. If we go all the way to game number 8, he could well overtake Spider and pass him ever so slightly before the finish line clears.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close point race because Mike is there. Mike is very, very close to Spider in that amount of points. And we're gonna get to check that out in just a second. We still see the SR logos on the top, which means Spider is in fact our leader. But game number 7 about to jump in. These players are gonna get ready to lock in their picks in our draft. We're gonna see all the heroes that have been picked, and nobody has used the double picks just yet. We've got 2 games left to go. No one burning the doubles. Looks like Feria, Yodo, Justina, Akos, and Syra for MTF. Will we see the double pick burn? He is on that match point threshold now. So he's going to be picking pretty close to the bottom, actually. As well as Shenyuan. He's going to be in and around that same space. Shenyuan has only played Shayol off of the super meta picks other than Lonnie. So he still has Liam available. He still has a couple other picks available. I do believe they are going to get sniped out though. XXY. He's actually going to get to pick pretty high up now since there's so many players on that match point threshold.
I think he gets to pick 5th. I would expect though Shenyuan's likely going to go for the double pick of Tammy. As we've talked about, he is known for his Tammy. The risk with that is that it becomes obvious who you're playing, but then again, when there's 6 other players who are MVP eligible, I don't know if everyone has the opportunity to retention spread and zero in on everyone who could just end the day on game 7 before we go into that game number 8. I feel like this is where we're going to be seeing a double pick of Syra come for one of these players, but then again, because the leaderboard has shuffled up so much, it might actually be the first time that some of these players get the opportunity to pick Syra. As we've talked about, the players who were previously on the bottom are now going to be at the top.
Yeah, when we get to see this draft lineup, I'm excited. Who are we going to be sniping out? Who's going to be taking the picks through? Spider in first. Who's it going to be? Oh, there we go. Here's our hero pick order. Wufong Chen, Frostivus, TGD5, XXY in 5th. 6th pick is going to be Spider. Mike is going to be in 7th. Verse in 8th. 9, 10, 11, and 12 is going to be Edward, MTF, Paste, and XY. Shenyuan himself on that last pick slot. Could see a Viper coming up from him here. Quick Viper snipe? I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm hopeful. I've got a vivid imagination, and I wish all my...
Might just be Wu-Chan.
it will be the Wu-Chan.
Might well just be Wu-Chan. As Mike is going to actually be slap bang in the center almost of being able to get picks. So I feel like he's definitely going to still have ACOS open to him if he so chooses it. Wufong is going to be picking up that Syra. What does Chen decide to go for? Potentially Liam, Kylan, Yoto, Shayol is going to be coming on through. Now the choice falls to Frostivus, as he's still not on MVP eligibility, and he's actually going to be picking up Enor.
That's an interesting pick for the 3rd pick here. He must have
likely
something up his
didn't want
sleeve.
to burn a double pick if we do go to game number 8.
Yeah, I think that is the smart play for him here. If he's able to get match point off of this game and then bring himself up to getting an MVP in the next game, that would be absolutely legendary. TGD5 with the last pick coming through in the top 4 selection. That's going to be the Yodo Hime coming out from him. Yodo moving further and further up into the meta, which I'm actually really enjoying. I think Yodo you know, while her 1-2-1-2 spam is a little bit annoying to deal with, I think that it is a super fun character to play. XXY with our last non-match point player to pick, going to be locking in the Kylan. Okay, fair choice, fair choice. Spider now. What do you think he goes?
Still up. Perry is still up. Valda's still up.
Temmie's still up.
Justina's, well, still up, but if he goes for Justina, it would be a double pick coming through for him. What does Spider believe he's going to be able to MVP with? And crucially as well, what does he think the lobby aren't going to think he's going to MVP with? Whoa, okay, we're going to go Liam. I wonder if this is V1 or V2. If it's V2, he's going to be really trying to position himself for the Ram of Yang fights. If it's V1, he's going to be playing for Endgame and more sort of eliminations into multi-ways.
I think the siphon value that you get off of that V1, oh my goodness, the ACOS double pick from Mike. Good snipe, good call. I was a little skeptical. I thought he was going to try and play something else just to avoid that pressure. But, you know, Mike being Mike, he's going to be going on that ACOS. And, you know, people might think, like, oh, he's not going to burn his double pick on ACOS. But, you know, we're going to see if that's going to start happening here as Verse, the 8th left to pick here. Let's see what he goes. Justina. I like Verse on Justina.
We know him as well. Like, when he plays Justina, we always get to see such elegant combo chains coming in through from him. He has one of the best freeze accuracy rates as well, being able to punish his opponents. So it makes sense that for all three of the players who are at the top of the leaderboard, they're all going to be on heroes who are good in 1v1 Realm of Yang fights. If they lose the Realm of Yang fights, it's going to be a little bit tricky for them to recover, but the Justina is going to have a little bit of an easy time in comparison to both the ACOS and that Liam coming on through. His MTF is actually going to be bagging up the Temmie, which I'm sure when we cut over to XY's camera, he's not going to be too pleased about.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that XY is going to be forced on to either the Fairy or the Wu Chen. Depends on what Pace picks. Fairy is going to be going out to the side of Pace. Then Shen Yuan going to be picking up that Wu Chen. Please go Viper. Please go Viper. Please go Viper. Oh my goodness. I know he's not going to do it, but one can hope, right? The Wu Chen's going to get locked in for that 12th place position. Edward on the Valda. MTF on the Temmie. Oh, the Temmie snipes are going to come out crazy. The Griefing King on the Sandy Boy. This is a extremely good ult if you want to grief a third party into a fight.
Starry Night too, which means meteor showers, so even more frequency of ultimate because it's going to be increased fireflies, meteor shower uptime, which when you run into those baubles start giving you rage as well, and now potentially AoE damage too. You've got to worry about Moonbane before Moonbane's even up and running. That might be another reason actually why Mike went for something like the ACOS, so that if he's in his ultimate, he has the higher mobility and might be able to clear the Moonbanes.
Oh, it's gonna be close, but every time I say I think we end here, it always goes to the next game. So I'm not gonna make any sort of predictions for this game, but they gave Spider Liam. If it's V2...
Yeah, but as we haven't seen a Liam MVP.
Yeah, fair enough. But it could be the game that we do see a Liam MVP. That was my biggest issue. When Liam was always getting first pick, we never saw him MVP because he was getting absolutely demolished when it came to those multi-way fights like we were talking about earlier.
So I wonder if Spider went for the Liam because he might be able to MVP off of the eliminations, but if he goes for eliminations, he should also be able to keep his lead against Mike. So even if he gets knocked out of the multi-way fight, by going for like a character who's good into Ram of Yang, he potentially, if everything goes to plan, gets 2 fights where he gets to take 1v1s. And that means he should be able to get 2 eliminations.
Yeah, I think Spider is definitely just going to go for the highest kill possible game, and even if he doesn't get the MVP here, and none of the other match point players manage to MVP, he is going to be able to give himself just that little bit of an extra push into the top, and it's going to give him a huge advantage over Mike when it comes to game 8, and then again, if no player's MVP, it's going to be him on points. So we're going to take a look at our drop spawns here. Looks like City of Tang getting a couple players. Down on that southeastern side of the map, we're going to be seeing Wufong and MTF alongside Paste and Spider. Edward and Shenyuan going for Salvation Podium to try and get that gold weapon. Mike spawning completely on his own, but it looks like XXY going to be taking that spot in between City of Tang and the gold zone where Mike is at. So that could be an interesting fight off rip. And then Verse and T225 taking the west side of Plume Castle all to themselves here.
Spider as well. I just thought about it. He double picked. This is his double pick because remember he used the Liam when he was in phase 1 earlier. So if we do go game 8, he's going to have to pick something that he hasn't already played before. So we will have to see whether or not one of these MVP eligible players will finish it here. And now these hot drop fights are going to be oh so important. As Spider has hot dropped into not just a 1 versus 1, but I believe there's 4 other players. Edward and XY both going to be trying to lay claim to the Fireflies. Just to the left side of Salvation Podium is Verse going to go for the F2, breaking out of it almost immediately to get the jump LMBs off on that spear. TV5 now with the F2 advantage, but Verse has been able to find the Fireflies to build up that Justina ult and manages to find the freeze even through the Yoto F2. Matches all of that damage that TV5 was able to output earlier. Doesn't manage to find the back-to-back freeze, but will be able to come on through with the chip damage from that light RMB and finds the elimination onto TV5 incredibly early.
Yeah, I like the not going for the double dash there. I think saving that dash just in case he misses and he all-ins the double dash and then does end up missing, it gives T225 the opportunity to make a comeback. I think holding on to that last dash to secure Prio is the right play there. He played that incredibly smart. Now we're going to be flipping over. MTF has found Spider on this backside. Wufong is also there waiting in the wings. Wufong, our only non-match point player in this fighting instance. Spider going for the chase on the MTF right away, but it looks like he's just trying to kite out at the moment. Oh my goodness, ankle's broken. Ankle's absolutely snapped on the side of Spider. The bell's gonna come in, but MTF on the dagger. This is his specialty. He can kite out and break ankles forever. He's gonna be able to do this for such a long time.
Yes, MTF, if you're not familiar with the name, you might recognize someone a little more well-known as a label, Fong. Dagger Demon fan fanatic Fong is MTF. He's once again name changed, as Edward is going to be coming in out with that Valda V2, trying to take this fight for control of Salvation Podium and that legendary weapon before these Realm of Fangs start to come on through. One Valda Spear will connect onto that Justina, but it's not going to equal into an extension off of the back of the F2 being invested. Another Spear, but the double jump from Verse is going to mean that he has enough verticality to be able to clear it, and now that Valda ultimate is done, Edward also kept up the aggression all the way through the duration of the V2, didn't back off to heal a singular time. So when the ultimate's done, he's the one in health disparity between everybody, and it's going to be him that falls first to the RMB from Shen Yuan, who will be able to find the elimination and can potentially look to pressure onto that Justina, but he's a little bit too low. Knows that Verse has both his combo breaker and his ultimate, and Verse is actually going to invest the ultimate to be able to get the dash onto him before he can fully disengage.
And Verse doing a great job of stealing that Soul Bloom away. It looks like Verse gonna try and still continue. Oh my goodness, gets the Nejas onto the opposite player, forcing out Gigi's Chen to back off. And now XXY giving incredible chase onto the side of Verse. Verse already picking up 2 eliminations. The 1-2 gonna prevent the scale rush. Flea tries to come through. The grapples don't come in time. Jump LMB is going to connect though. Verse going to be able to find himself an armor swap. XXY trying to come in on the backside. Goes for the parry. Does cancel and dash away. Verse is in a very tough spot right now as Gigi Chen and XXY both going for the chase. And they know if they get him out early, that's his first life spent. It's going to spell a lot of trouble for the rest of these players. Frostovis trying to get the elimination on the Spider in the back end with the Enor ultimate. He's gone incredibly low. Pace trying to give chase as well. The RMB is going to connect. Pace trying to see if he can go for the follow-up. The Spider actually finding himself an armor swap into this situation. Finds himself another armor swap yet again. Is that going to be a third armor swap available for him onto that backside? He does get it. Connects. The 1.0 is going to come through, but the F ability invested from Frostiness to deal some extra damage. The 1.0 coming through. The ultimate is going to come out. The catch doesn't go through. He gets the scale rush away. Spider trying to go for the heal here, seeing if he can get it off. He does get the ball catch, throws it in to the side, and seeing if he can get Frostiness in a connect with that to prevent a heal. Spider's actually going to get the full reset. Frostiness getting absolutely minced out, but Spider going to steal the kill with the musket shot. Face now on the back foot of this fight. Big Parry going to come through. F ability invested now. Big Parry on the other side. Pace doesn't have the combo. Oh, he does have the combo break available, but he doesn't use it. Jump LMB. Jump LMB coming through. 1 HP in a dream right now. Musket shot's going to come through. Oh my goodness. Spider able to pick up 2 eliminations. That's his third. No life spent, and Spider is looking absolutely incredible for this setup right now.
That's before Realm of Yang as well. He found free being able to literally throw paste at Frostivus as well to force the two of them to fight, giving him a wider reset window before the fight picks up yet again was absolutely massive. Just pushes him into that zone, as we can see that GG's Chen is actually the one who gets the last laugh on Salvation Podium, making out with those legendary dual blades, potentially positioning themselves as well for control of that first Realm of Yang to come on through, as Edward is going to be able to position the Moonbane directly over the top of one of those entrances, forcing others into rhythmic positioning into a different entryway. I'm really looking at Spider, though, to see whether or not he's going to be able to pull this off, because if he does manage to find the free picks up of the hot drop into 2 wins inside a Realm of Yang, he's looking that MVP trophy in the bag for today.
Yeah, Spider has always found his momentum when he needs it most. It's one of the things that he is absolutely moving at. Whenever, oh, there's the meteors coming through that you mentioned earlier. Whenever Spider's put under this kind of make or break pressure, he always seems to come out on top. Burst getting hit with another one of those meteors, almost running into another one. Going to be trying to see if he can spot any. Oh my goodness.
Every
Burst.
single time. It's always after he manages to complete an armor powder too, and then another meteor just shows up.
Oh, Spider gotten himself secured, completely uncontested on the Yang portal. That's going to be, I think that's 2 damage reduction Jades, and I think the other one is going to be, oh no, that's 2 health Jades, 1 damage reduction, and then he's going to have that Juggernaut as well. Level 2 brought up. Severio, I see you in the chat. Correct me if I'm wrong off the Jade translation. Oh wait, Edward going to be getting himself completely uncontested as well. Still got 12 players up and alive in this lobby. 3 kills for Spider, 2 for Verse, and now we're going to see Verse is actually going to be going into the cave.
MTF grooved it though. He came through from the other entryway and picked up some of the Jades before. Mike is going to be going head-to-head against TW5 in terms of this Realm of Yang fight. That Akos already playing on the low ground, going to be up against that Yodo immediately coming in with the ultimate, but now he doesn't have a combo breaker available to him. Comes on through the first pound, looking to position the Yoto closer to that invisible wall, forcing out the F2. Does try to find again that raw connection as that F2 expands. Will not be able to find the catch. Now utilizes the bounce to keep himself away from the full distance of this Yoto's V1 ultimate coming on out. Perfectly rolling the first blade. Doesn't manage to anticipate the second though, as TW5 utilizes the cover of the pillar to disguise where exactly it's being thrown. Another connection of the F2 comes on through from the Akos. The Yoto's ultimate is now done, but Mike is at a huge health disparity. Throws out the back-to-back fan RMBs. TW5 not looking for the parry. Mike now looking to play off of the pillars and keep scale rushing himself for a disengagement until the F2 comes back and gives him a better into this next iteration of the fight. Again, scale rushes, goes for the RMB in case TW5 looks for the scale rush, doesn't find the connection, comes on through with the F2, but now again he doesn't have it to open up into an extension, and TW5 manages to hunt him down.
ASC's XY gonna send the Stormblades through. It looks like it's not gonna connect. Oh, the tail end of that is gonna end up hitting. He's got 1 spear left to go. He's gonna go for the throw here. Manages to get the catch off and cancels the ultimate into the 1.0. Is that enough damage? ASC's XY gonna be able to get that last Spirit Storm throw, but it's not gonna be enough, as always Edward is gonna claim the win in the Realm of Yang. Spider as well, winning out his Realm of Yang against BBE's Frostivus. Frost on Yang depletion. That's going to be super unfortunate to see for him. It's just not his bi-weekly finals this week.
Spider's on 4. Spider's going to be on 4 eliminations and Vermilion Bird Smite. Oh, I wondered if he was going to try and put the pressure onto Woof on that, but given the fact that both of them have buff, I think he's actually just going to try and play on the outsides of this fight. Yet again, letting other players start it on off, and then he can come on through with that unexpected Liam V2 catch and find the elimination. And that score upgrade off of the back of it. Genuine on that Wu Chen is going to be looking incredibly vulnerable. Wu Chen on solos does not have that same level of reposition as he does in trios, as this is the V2, not the V1. And Genuine is going to have to kite himself all the way into the zone the traditional way off of the grapple movement tech. And Spider, with Vermilion Bird Smite, he is more than happy to chase down a player that he knows is going to be vulnerable. Not just in terms of loot scaling, but her abilities as well. Out comes all of those damages from that F1. Genuine trying to create as much space as possible, gets the first stagger off onto Spider, who now has to take a little bit of his health to try and dodge away some of the V2 connections coming on through, but the second back-to-back will be able to confirm onto the Liam, even through the slide uppercut, and Spider gets taken down. Shen Yuan gift wrapped to Soul Bloom in an isolated 1v1.
I think we have found Spider's kryptonite. If you want to beat Spider, just play Wu Chen. Every single time we've seen him fight into a Wu Chen today, he has gotten himself eliminated, unable to dodge all of those spear throws. He can't dodge the initial cast, and the re-grab every single time onto that second blade. Ooh, the drop down from Mike comes through. Mike almost able to come through with that. He doesn't manage to get the elimination. Who claimed the bloom? Was it T225 managing to steal the bloom away? No, Mike does manage to claim that, but he's only on blue armor. This is really unfortunate. The whole lobby going to start to shark him down. F ability invested for T225 there, and he knows that was the Yang depletion player. He knows that could be Mike, and he is going to try and aggress that ultimate onto this here. Seeing T225, oh, big F ability into the follow-up, gets the drop down, gets the elimination. Who's going to grab the bloom? It looks like Gigi's Chen was going to steal the bloom away from Mike, and this could be cooked for him here as he's trying to make his way back into the zone, seeing if he can find an armor swap on the way, but the 1-2 RMB minks, and that's going to be Mike eliminated in 11th position. XXY went first, Mike went second, Frostivus is going to go third, and now it's going to be Edward versus Verse.
Edward gets sent into the uppercut chain. RMB follow through on restand. Has come through with the combo breaking out of the F2. Still isn't committing that V2I, but I think he's just letting, Verse reset him so that he doesn't lose Vermilion Bird Smite before time's on out, and that is going to be the elimination picked up for Verse, who'll be more than happy to pick that one up. He is MVP eligible, and that's his third of the match. Spider, though, going to be setting up for that next Realm of Yang, and we can have a look and see how exactly he was able to win out his first big parry onto Frostivus into the jump LMB follow-ups coming on through from those purple fist blades, also dodging all the way backwards behind the pillar so he can get an armor powder off, swapping over to the pistol to make sure that Frostivus doesn't gain any sustainability from the reset that he was looking for. Out comes that Eno ultimate with that V2, and Spider is going to try and kite around it, perfectly dodging these first couple of connections. Does get hit by the Thunder Mark, now manages to dodge away before the execution can come on through. Catches the tail end of the Enos V2 expiration with the activation and connection of the Liam's V2 grab, and off of the back of that takes Frostivus down. Stylish plays coming on through from Spider.
Wow, the catch right out of the ult. Shen Yuan, oh my goodness, fully eliminated from the game. That's another match point player taken out. Gigi Chen getting backed off of this Yang portal. Why are we fighting right before Yang? What's going on? Shen Yuan getting taken out here. Edward now getting extremely low as well. MTF trying to grief into this fight. Edward forced to pop that ultimate early here. He's going to be trying to go for the pot up. The pistol shot's going to be coming through in the backhand, dealing just a little bit of damage. Not enough to cause any sort of crazy commotion. Big 1.0 drop down from the fan, going to come through. Spears dodge, 1.0 dodge. Weaves coming in from MTF, and the kite begins. Edward trying to kite this out, is going to try and go for another pot here just to be able to get himself back up to that full armor. The reset is good, but he doesn't have an ult. Spider now facing off in the Realm of Yang against Alliance's Paste, and that's going to be Wufong and Shen in our second Realm of Yang, both non-match point players.
Farrier versus Liam. Spider is already 100% win rate on this Liam so far today. Going to already be burning that combo break, but so too has the Farrier already dropped the pillar mech and the combo breaker so that Spider doesn't get that stagger prio off of the scale rush. Continues the pressure as well. The LMBs coming in through from that Hong sword. Farrier goes into the mech. Spider utilizes one attempted catch coming on through from that V2. Now proceeds to try and predict where these cannon shots are going to be coming on out so that he doesn't get melted by the Farrier mech. He's going to be out of his ultimate, but his combo breaker is going to be starting to come back into full. Swaps over to the pistol, stops the armor powder so that he can potentially double jump over the cannon shot AoE coming through from Pace, and then looks to close up the distance with a skill rush into a parry, finding the target against Pace in the perfect distancing to be able to pick him up. Slight uppercut to keep up the pressure so that Pace doesn't manage to find the scale rush, and then Spider's able to find the parry as well before Pace can scale rush disengage, and that's going to be another win for the Liam. Spider finds another elimination. He really is in the driver's seat of this lobby.
Yeah, they really did sell letting Spider take the Liam so late in the pick pool. He's going to be able to claim himself a nice buff coming out here right at the last second just to min-max his style. And that's one thing you guys can practice in your ranked games in the chat. If you guys want to claim that buff at the very last second, it maximizes the amount of time that you're able to use it in the game. And this is what these pro players are doing over and over and over again. And practice that timing to make sure they click it at the very last second as soon as they get kicked out of that game. Spider on 5. Verse on 3, MTF on 1, Paste on no eliminations. Gigi's Chen is going to be on 3 eliminations. He could be the saving grace of the unqualified players.
Well, Verse is likely going to hit, though, a peak in the next parts of this lobby because, as we've talked about, Liam excels in the 1 versus 1s. But when you go multi-way fighting, Justina is going to be able to hit the power spike. Multiple bodies to be able to go for the reset dashes off of that V1. Spider is going to be trying to just hold down the forward observation podium with the threat of things like the ballista as well to be able to stop everyone from jumping on top of him. He's been able to scout out TE's Wufong's position too. Might decide to keep a track of where that player has headed off to so he can look to third parties. Oh my goodness. MTF hiding inside the pot. Does Alliance's Pace? No. He's just crouching there.
Oh my goodness, he sees him.
He knows. Looking for the drop down. MTF is just going to continue throwing out the RMBs from this fan though, and Pace is not going to be able to get any of this damage to connect so far.
What is going on? MTF is actually losing so much health right now.
Coming on through, connecting back to back on Pace, and it's not a focus attack, which means that you can't parry it.
Oh my goodness, the wind wall going to connect. The 1.0 is actually going to come through. MTF going to try and go for another 1.0. He gets the follow-up damage in. Pace is actually, they've both lost their, what are these guys doing right now? Trying to go for the heal. The jump LMB going to come through. Is Pace going to try and jump into the pot? Pace is actually incredibly low in HP right now. He does have pillar.
You know what would go hard right now? Engraving.
Engraving would go crazy.
Imagine if Pace had engraving. He's gonna just go for a heal. That's the thing about MTF. If he's stuck inside this spot, he's doing this by choice. You can actually just double jump to disengage it. Pace is gonna still be able to position out of distance from the fan damages coming through to fully reset his armor. Looks for the scale rush, doesn't manage to find it.
They're padding the damage stats right now. They're padding the stats. Well, I was gonna say, before they started attacking each other, hiding in the pot, that's the most MTF play I've seen all finals. Like, he's, other than the absolute ankle break on a Spider earlier in the game, but he's losing the momentum. He tried to get the scale rush off, but it wasn't connecting. Ended up just hitting the jump LMB on the wall.
Oh wait, Versus is forced to use his ult. He's in the zone. Hold on a minute. This might go horribly for one of our match point eligible players. Has to swap to the pistol too to be able to ring the bell so that other players don't get to utilize it to figure out where exactly he's gone. He's an absolute sliver of HP. Spider's also right behind him trying to find this last little bit of elimination damage to be able to find the pick over towards that pistol. Back into the long shot he goes, looking for a drop down charged RMB. First though, able to come in through with the F2 and scale rush away from these players before they can get the last hit. This is an absolute race. He's He's not even able to slow down long enough to open one of the tropes and find an armor reset. Who's going to get the last hit? Is it going to be Spider? Burst was able to find a miraculous armor swap onto blue rarity and lives a little bit longer to be able to kite this, but he can't go into the zone too much because that's going to ignore the shields and go directly to his health bar. Out of the F2, he goes into another charge to R&B coming on through from Spider, which he does manage to roll and potentially cut noise as, ooh, Wufong tries to find the backstep to force him into that zone damage. Somehow, he's able to weave in and out of this tick damage and keep himself alive long enough, potentially for a Vitality to come through, but no, and Spider's the one that picks up the elimination. That was Spider's biggest competition, to be able to survive and get more picks when the zone closed up and we went to the multi-way, has now been removed.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to see there. And Spider not getting targeted out because he's supposed to be a first pick character in this trios format, or sorry, in this solos format. We usually see the Liam getting picked out pretty early, so they're not going for the target here. Pace is going to end up having to hop inside the mech. Oh, this is unfortunate. No value from the ultimate other than the reset. Now MTF just going to try and go for some chip damage. Pace is on that. 27 seconds left on the aim depletion. This is going to be pretty cooked for him here. Looks like he might just take his life and head into the zone.
Spider, in the meantime,
what are you going to do?
There's no way he gets this Spirit Well for free. Surely Spider doesn't get this Spirit Well for free. Then again, players might not want to contest him because they worry about him coming on through with that V2. If it was only a 1 versus 1, he's also going to be able to start picking up all of those resources, track down who exactly has that flag, and is going to be headed on over to the altar to try and time through it. Wufong is going to be on that Syra, starting to utilize the threat of pressuring a Syra ultimate out and the mutual destruction that it can bring to levy the spacing to cleanse Yang depletion with the capture the flag mechanic, as we can now have a look and see all of the aggressive fights that now Yang depletion has forced every other player in the lobby, which means they're not looking at the Liam. Spider gets another opportunity to third party when he's not even part of the multi-way.
MTF now starting to take a lot of cannon damage coming through. TG25 with the overhead. Spider could be able to get this elimination. Who gets the finishing damage? It's GG's Chen, the only player Spider did not want to get that elimination, putting himself onto 4. Spider has the 7.5 points right now, though. He's looking incredibly strong. Armor swap going to come through on the side of T225. This could be rough for him if he's going to be able to survive this. 1:48 seconds left on that Yang depletion. He's going to try and go for those jump LMBs, trying to see if he can contest onto GG's Chen. Chen just going to back up from this, though. TG25.
The moonbeam.
He could go back for his armor.
Worry. I saw it on the minimap and I was like, oh boy, Spider though disengages it fully. He's on the other side of things. That does mean that he's far enough away that he might not be able to find the elimination.
Spot him out, Chen. Oh my goodness, no HP.
Might be able to find the pick up to 5 off of the back.
Oh, there it is.
One. Yep, Shiol throws out the shield block counter and T225 gets put into the headlock. Now Spider has to really worry about this Shiol. It's going to come down to who gets kill score multiplier.
GG's Chen, you are the enemy. Oh my goodness. We're going to see how this goes. The 1-2 getting released. No ult zone getting popped. What a beautiful play from GG's Chen. Brings it back around. Spider going to try and kite out this Moonbane. Now getting focused onto. But oh my goodness, Wufong. The target selection going for GG's Chen. He knows that he doesn't have ult up. There's no ult available. It's a no ult zone. GG's Chen getting incredibly low. If he goes out here, even if Wufong takes him out, it's still the guaranteed win for Spider. Here we go. GG's Chen getting himself incredibly low. He finds the gold armor swap though.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
He
Surviving with barely a second left. Oh my goodness, the follow through into the 1-2. Oh, the red tome coming out from the dual blades. Doesn't deal the burn damage, gets the catch off. F ability invested. This is a huge moment in the game right now. Wufong going for the absolute worst target that he can possibly go for. Who gets the kill? It's Spider. The game goes to Spider no matter who hits this end. This 1v1, the game is going to head the way of SR's Spider. Wufong going to try and go for the uppercut combo. Doesn't connect with it. Spider going to be able to use that F ability to block most of that damage. He's coming through, trying to send the pistol shots off. He wants the 8th elimination to finish up the game in the most spectacular fashion possible. Pistol shots coming in. Wufong, 1 HP in a dream. He has ult available, but the no ult zone is up. This is an absolute tear coming through. He pops ult on the outside of the zone, brings it back around. He's going to be able to heal up just a little bit. The reset might be coming in. The no ult zone is bound to drop at any second now. Wufong stuck on the outskirts here. Spider just going to keep his distance, going for the heal, seeing if he can back up. Ultimate gonna come out, misses the first shot. Geez, Wufong gonna back up. No ult available for him now. He's got 1 ball catch left. He gets the catch. Spider gets the catch. He gets the throw. And there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, SR Spiders are bi-weekly 3 winner.
Back-to-back winner goes to Spider, bi-weekly final winner 2 and 3. Massive congratulations.
2025 NBPL 秋季赛第3场周单排周冠军，让我们恭喜 SR Spider， 有请小智者来到舞台中央。
Welcome to the center of
从比赛一开
stage.
始就一直引领着总积分榜，保持在
We
第
know
一
you
名的
are
位置，
always
拿下了
leading
第
the
3
scoreboard
个周
today,
冠
and
军，
finally you
太
get our
夸张了
third
呀
bi-weekly
Spider
final championship. So
又拿
welcome,
下了一个
welcome
周
to the
冠。此
center
时
of
此刻
stage.
站在周冠的舞
So
台上，
now
有
you're
什么话
standing
想对
here.
大家说？
Anything want to say to us?
感谢大家支持，这把就运气实在是太好了。
I would like to say thank you to everyone who support me. I'm really lucky this turn. I'm like in the game
说句实
7 is
话，
everything
已经
is
是这
so
个赛季的
lucky,
第
and
3
I
个周
would
冠
like
了，
to
对于
say
自己
thank
来
you.
说应该是第13个了，对不对？
So
再
I would
次
like
站
to
在周
know
冠的
for
舞台
you.
上，
I
还会
think
觉
it's
得有那么激动的
the
心情。
13
拿下周冠
bi-weekly final championship for you. Is it
至
that?
少也是个冠军嘛，而且他的就是说强度都是在线的。
Yeah. Also, I would like to say this is
最
the
近的状态都
I
是
can't
比较不错。
I
不光
can't
是最
count
近的
in
状
with
态，我
how
们所有
much
人都能看到，
bi-weekly
在
final
这
championship
个
I
赛季的
already
蜘蛛真
get.
的是强
But
得
I would
可
like
怕
to say，
不仅拿下
today
了3个周
will
冠军，还有
everyone is
季中
all
赛的
on
冠
their
军。
status.
你怎么
Everyone
看待
just did
这个
great
赛
job.
季自己的状态啊？
So I would like to know how you just look
就是感觉
about your status
运气特
in
别好，
this
跟以
season.
前的运气不一样，就是当我运气不好的时候，
Yeah,
总
to
有
be
人帮我
honest, I think
当我
I'm
运气好的
really
时
a
候
luck
更有
in
人
the
帮我。
last
真的
season.
是天时
And
地利
like
人和。
for this
当然，也
season,
就我
I'm
们的
really
工作人
lucky
员为
not
蜘蛛
only
送上属于他
because
的
the
冠军卷
our
轴以
rule
及烛
I
龙
really
印。
fit
来，
the
有
new
请。
rule, and also it's
来吧，
like
这个流
I'm
程应
lucky
该是
enough
非常
and
熟
like
悉了。
everyone's helping
也
me
是
to
再
get
次有请小
this
蜘蛛为自
championship.
己印上属于自己的
And now
冠
it's
军
time to
印章。
welcome our Scarrow and Seal to the center of stage.
非常松弛在这个舞台上，也可以看到打的也是相当疲惫了。来到了今
It's
天的
like
第
Spider,
7
you're
局
really
比赛。
relaxed because you're like standing here for several times. And now we can show the Scarrow. And now you can show the Seal to the camera.
选一个位置吧。来，我们回到舞台中间。第3个周冠啊，其实今天的比赛整场看下来，脑子里就一句话。太难打了，真的
The
对于
third
赛点选手
bi-weekly
来说，尤
final,
其
and I would like to
是比较
say,
先开启赛点的
watching
人
the
来
matches
说，这个
today
比
is
赛
so
打起来
hard.
怎么就那么
And
难打？
I
你觉
would
得
like
对
to
于你
know,
来
so
说，
why
怎么
you
克服这
think
件事
this
情啊？
season all the
就
bi-weekly
时
final
间
is
就好了，因为
really
你先开赛点
really
也
hard.
结束不了比赛，所以说就等到
Yeah,
只能
because
等到
our
大家
new
后面
rule
开的
is
人多
like if you pass the
机会
you pass the line,
当然，
it
其实在
doesn't
今
mean
天
that
比较
you
先开
can
启
get
赛
the
点的，包括蜘
championship.
蛛也好，
You
包括
and
Verse
you
也好，
also
包
you
括
can
Mike。
choose
在这
the
比赛之前也有提到
hero
麦
you're
他
really
状态
good
回暖
at.
了在
So that's why it's
今天
really
周
hard
决
for
赛的舞台
everyone.
上，觉得麦打得怎么样呢？
And we know that your
就是那把
opponent
老虎
Mike
是要
every
冠
time
但是
he's
我
really
用
did
一
great
波
job. Anything
上
want to
特
say
高
to
手的
King?
方式赢了，你知道吗？就
Yeah,
他
and
想
I
的
would like to
非常
say
多的东
his
西，我用
Echoes
东西
who
我
is
做就好
really strong and
其实
he
对于
always
你
in
来
his
说，
own
你学到，
style.
因为
And I
其实对于
still
你
think he had
和
really
麦
good
都是
status
拿过
and
非常多
good
荣誉的人了，
performance.
在
Just
已经
he
拿过
needs
很多
some
荣誉的
luck.
情况下，再遇到大赛的时候，怎么去调整这个思维，让自己好好的去应对最后的比赛呢？
I would like to know because you guys really
去应
did
对
great
就
job
调整
and
好
get
自
a
己
lot
的
of
心态，别
championships.
出
So
太
how
大的
you
问
just
题，就按部就
adjust
班的打就好
yourself?
了。就是如果没打好，那也只能就是没办
Yeah,
法。
I just think
哎，说
to
到调
calm
整心
down
态，我特
and
别想问一下 Spider，每次在最
to
后
adjust my
临近夺
psychology
冠的时
every time
候，
face
跟
to
自己
the
说的
like
最多的
big
一句话
race
是什么
like the grand final, and
临近
if I
夺冠的时
didn't
候
do
就
great job in
想不了那
it's
么多东西，
just
你知道吗
I
大
can't
脑比较
get
空
it.
白。嗯。
那此时此刻，我们站在第3周周冠军的舞台上，假如
And
能
now
对
is the
下一
moment
周
you're
周决的
standing
Spider 说
here.
一句话，
And
你打算
anything you
说什
want
么
to？ say to
也希望他
you
能
in the
就是
future, like
保持好
for
状态
the
吧，就是
next week
跟以前一样。
bi-weekly?
保持好状态，
I
争
think
取
just
拿下第4个
please
这
keep
个
your
赛季的周
status
冠军。
and
相
like
信这也是
still need
Spider
to
的
work
目标。
hard to
同
get
时，
the
我们也是要
next
感谢今天
championship.
所有为我们带
And
上
also, we
如
would
此
like to
精
say
彩博
thank
弈
you
的
to
所有选
every
手们，打到
player
第7
that
局真的
here
辛苦了。
on
但是最后我
set
们还
and
是要
give
恭
us
喜
the really
2025
excellent
秋季
job.
赛
And
第
we
3
would
双
like to
中单排周
congratulations
冠军
again our
SR
third bi-weekly
Spider
final championship, which is from SR Spider.
Back to back to back. From the MSC to the bi-weekly 2 to the bi-weekly 3, Spider has been a champion for all 3 of them. And he has made it look so easy every single time. He has been in such a good position. But the first thing we've got to address, ladies and gentlemen, Wufong, bro. What's going on? What's going on? You see the Shio getting low, you peel, bro. The family meta still is a thing. You need Gigi's Chen. When Gigi's Chen got to 5 eliminations, I was thinking in my head, there's no way Spider wins this. I'm like, Wufong is going to target select the Liam. He's going to take him out. He's not going to go for Gigi's Chen, right? Because he knows that Gigi's Chen is not the player that he needs to attack. But I don't know. He was first in the pick order. He didn't get to see who was playing what. And then bang, he goes for the Shayol, which is just them letting them have Liam was just insane.
Yeah. I mean, the Forbidden Seal might have come into a little bit of play in terms of that decision-making, right? Cheryl not having access to her ultimate is a lot more vulnerable. You want to remove the Cheryl before the Forbidden Seal expires and she does have access to that, because then you really have to worry about players stacking on top of each other. But you can also make the same argument that Liam without his ultimate is also going to be a lot easier to pick on. But then again, he also loses that potential of third partying coming in through the V2 F catch into the back. When you're taking a 1 versus 1, that might have been why Wufong deviated his attention away from Spider on the Liam. As you said, Spider getting access to the Liam so late into the picking wasn't really something that made it predictable to read what hero he was on. It wasn't like it was Mike, where he comes on through the double pick onto ACOS and essentially signal flares to everybody in the lobby, hey, I'm an MVP eligible player. Because like Mike, he had to play perfectly. He had to win his realm of Yang so that he wasn't put into a state of Yang depletion, which then painted a target on his back even more so. Spider had the perfect run. He got 3 eliminations before first realm of Yang started up. He won 2 realm of Yangs as well. He was able to hold on to Vermilion Birdsmite as well this time around in comparison to when we saw him play the Liam on Morris Isle, and he immediately got lobbied, and he makes the way with 8 eliminations in total, as well as the kill score multiplier. One of the highest amounts of game scores that we've seen so far for full split.
Yeah, wow. It's a 12.6. 12.6 is absolutely insane. I think XXY got less points in 7 games than Spider just did in that last game. Right? It was absolutely insane. And I'm not hating on XXY. DRG are my boys. That's my team right there. It's unfortunate to see, but it's just so incredible that he was able to pick up that many eliminations and finishes it off. We're going to get to see his Reign of Terror through these highlights brought to you by China Unicom. Look at how big brain this play is here. He throws him into the zone, tries to get the hit off and knocking and heal preventing, but then he gets the kill onto Frostivus with the musket, and then the parry onto Pace, the parry from Pace, and then the parry onto him after. Double charge from the longsword comes through, jump LMB, brings it back around, and then bang, musket shot to finish it right off. Now we see another kill coming through. This was the only time Spider faltered the entire finals, was whenever he was fighting a Wu Chen, he ended up going out. It was like alt, and it's just so hard to fight. Like, come on.
Yeah. But this time around, he didn't salty run back into the same fight the way we saw on Morris Isle, which meant that he lost Vermilion Birdsmite and then his second life. Chen coming on through with the headlock onto Wufong as well, just being able to follow up all of the damage with those dual blades into the charged RMB. Looking for as well that second hit of it, as we could see that Chen was making sure that they didn't have to worry about Wufong coming on through, spacing out of the RMB, and then backstepping in with that parry, as this is the winning moment where Spider is able to come on through with that late end V2 catch, finishing things off in style. He could have put Wufong, you know, into the ground. No, he decides to throw him directly into the zone, as if saying to everybody else, you need to get on my level if you want to catch up with me. Spider is looking on absolute fire as we head into the second part of the year.
It was looking in the spring split, it was really looking like Spider and everybody else was starting to catch up to Spider and Mike. And now they've just said, okay, well, now that you guys have caught up to where I'm at now, I'm going to go ahead and jump even further ahead of you guys and create so much space that he's able to get 51 points, an entire almost 11.2 points ahead of the second place, which is going to be Verse, giving Spider 9 ranking points going into those Jacob qualifiers. That's going to be absolutely insane. Verse is going to be getting that 39.8 in second, Mike finishing in third, Edward in fourth, and then we're going to be seeing here, this is going to be the total amount of eliminations that were happening with damage done. Shen Yuan did the most amount of damage with 79,000 damage throughout the entire 7 games. Spider with 30 eliminations gets 76,000 damage. Mike with 75, Verse with 74, MTF down in 5th with 59,000, Wufong with 58, Pace with 56, 48 for Edward, 41 for T225, and Frostivus 10th placed in damage with 9 eliminations on the board, 41,000 damage. Wow. Shen Yuan, 79k, only 15 kills. So unfortunate.
Yeah, he was having a rough time of it. It goes to show, right? You can do the most damage, but if you don't get that last hit of health, you don't gain the elimination. So a lot of these other players, especially since we have Yang depletion, you don't want to be directly in the mix when the kill goes through, because everyone's then going to be looking to shock down you, because you're going to be vulnerable as well if you have to invest into that fight. Have moved over to things like the musket, the cannon, to the point that we saw Edward get almost all of his eliminations with the cannon. In fact, he did. He got every single one of his eliminations for his MVP with only the cannon, as Spider will be able to walk away with so many bi-weekly final titles underneath his belt. He really has just found so much momentum and confidence off of that win at EWC, where it feels like yet again we're in another like new era. When Spider first entered into the Nbpl, we entered into like the heyday of his meta. Then Mike came back, he got a little bit overshadowed, and he's constantly been trying to gain back the ground. We see him tug of war with Mike and the other players on the Nbpl stage. Then whenever we go to Jacob, unfortunately he fumbles a little bit before the finish line, but he's building up so much momentum in an entirely different playstyle too. He's changed so much about how he plays, and of everybody in terms of playing into the fact that you can only select one character and the multi-way fights now become even more punishable, he's found the most success with the Liam, which I wonder if that's going to be enough for players to try and pick the Liam more frequently early on in the phases once more, if it's just a matter of having to tailor the playstyle of the character rather than a problem with the actual character himself.
Yeah, it's really gonna have to look into that micro of the game. You're gonna have to really take a look and break down every single tiny little decision that you make and see exactly where things start to go wrong, and start to look, hey, maybe it's not the hero that's the problem, maybe it's the player. And now we're gonna take a look. Look at this. He's actually back to back to back. He went 9-9-9. He won bye week 1 as well. So bye week 1, then he wins EWC, bye week 2,
Yes.
and bye week 3. So that's a 4-time champion for all 4 of our championships that we've had so far in this fall split season. Bye week 4 and then grand finals. Oh my goodness, what if he does it all?
I mean, I was gonna say he could actually golden stage. We've never seen a player be the only person, both in solos and trios, which will be coming at you tomorrow, be able to take every single bi-weekly finals in one season. And we can have a look and see how Trios is going to be going on down. It's going to be our mirror matches for Game 1 and Game 2, which are going to be played on Padoria at midnight and Holler of Starry Night before we head over to Game 3 on Morris Isle of Dawn. And then we head into our Game 4s and beyond if it does go all the way to game number 8. And Trios has been seeing some major shifts too. Not only do we have mirror matches bringing back the potential 12 Tian High Transformer compositions in the lobby, we've also got to see a whole amount of new compositions coming into play, where Enor unfortunately was a little bit short in terms of solo capacity, lacking that combo breaker. In Trios, you've got two teammates to be able to support him and make sure that that absence is not as harshly felt, which means Transformer compositions 3.0 as we head into the tail end of 2025.
We've been seeing a lot of cool Transformer comps coming out. We've been seeing a lot of stuff with Yueishan coming out on the backside. They have like Yueishan comps down in the lower picked side, and then we're seeing coming out as well. We saw a Valda V1 with Monk and Enor, which was really cool. Then our standard meta one, which is Enor, Faria, Matari. And then I'm absolutely loving Syra, Viper, Justina. The way that these Justina players are getting the most coordinated freezes I've ever seen in my entire life. I tried playing this composition. It does not work unless you are incredibly coordinated. But ladies and gentlemen, that's enough about Trios. If you want to catch that, come visit us tomorrow. That is going to be all for us today. I've been your host and caster, Seb, and alongside me has been Moxie, who has been absolutely amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. Take care, and we'll see you next time.